Greetings and welcome to my channel. Let me be clear, if you are an individual who can be easily offended or triggered by different opinions concerning race, religion, sex, sexual preference, gender, politics, geopolitics, or basically anything at all, please be advised to discontinue at this point. To continue viewing from this point is an agreement that you are watching this video despite receiving a clear warning that you should not, and you relinquish all rights to complain to any authority or seek any compensation from myself or from the platform hosting the video. I thank you for your time and attention, and if you've decided to continue watching, I salute your fortitude.
The ball. Can I come in? I have need.
Please welcome the incomparable, the most controversial and engaging host ever to build a treehouse. Some guy who's had enough of being ruled over by childlike, moronic, narcissistic, psychopathic, pathological liars. 007, the controversial music man, aka really Richie Rich, in it.
Tune into something real like a dream. We tried to tell you, we want you all, we want you all. You listen, you demonize all. We study told you, highlighting every line. You listen, all we could do was cry. We tried to tell you.
Great, my peeps. How's it going? Right, you'll have to excuse me, because I still ain't right yet. Obviously, I've been disappeared for the last few days online. No one's seen me. Well, apart from my Goonies in my magic tree house, they know what's been going on. But for everybody else, yes, it seems that I've spoken too much. I've divulged too many secrets, and that Matrix is taking its fucking revenge. In other words, you sit there and tell people they haven't been sick. You've only been sick 3 times in 8 years. Enough. Say that enough times, and the Matrix goes, "All right, yeah, okay, here we go then, son. What are you going to do with that?" And I've been dealing with, we'll just call them symptoms. Symptoms of my body purging. Excuse me. Oh, come on, don't tell me you've gone as well. No. Hang on a second. Oh, screw you. Sorry. 1 second. Let me just... I've just had 2 lighters, one after the other. The flints have just gone boom. Because obviously, you know, the best thing to do when you've got a lot of phlegm and shit on your lungs, best thing to do is to smoke another cigarette. I'm joking.
Just a rebound.
Alright, sorry about that. Right, shout out to the chat room. Chris. Leafy. That's HVAC. That's you, innit? How you doing, Louisiana? Ivan. Good to see you. Mate, it is such an effort to do absolutely bloody anything right now. I feel much better than I have been feeling. I had a fever for like... I had a fever for 2 days solid. A headache for 3 days solid. And yeah, so I've been in bed. Not been able to eat or anything. I've just been like drinking lots of water. And yeah, I definitely feel better now. Much better than I did. Just weak as a kitten, man. Absolutely weak as a kitten. The slightest little thing leaves me out of breath. So you just have to forgive any huffing and puffing that might be going on. just doing something as simple as sitting in front of the computer. How was your weekend? How was everything for you last week? How did your week end? How did your weekend? With the weekend. Was it a good one? Yeah. It's got nothing to do. My headache had nothing to do with water, Arthur. I know all about headaches and dehydration and salt and water and everything. Known about it for a while, so I've been doing everything, absolutely everything that I know to rehydrate and make sure I'm hydrated. And it's the thing about, it wasn't a migraine. I didn't have a migraine. It was just a really, really bad headache. And I have migraines, so I know the difference between a migraine and a really, really bad headache. It's just like a really bad headache that lasted 3 days, and I can still sort of feel it. And like if I move my head too quickly, I might accidentally bump into it again, kind of thing. It's all good fun. Oh, this fucking world. It's just crazy. But it's funny, isn't it? Like, correlation does not prove cause. However, repeated observations of the same correlation could maybe suggest that there is a cause, right? So the correlation would be every time it rains here, I get symptoms afterwards. Or headaches. So, might just be a complete coincidence, right? I'll tell you what, I'm just going to share my watch history here. This is what's been going on my screen today. This is interesting. Yeah, this is interesting. I hadn't realised there was a connection between these two things, right? This ScotRail thing, and then there's not a connection, but there is, because this guy, this dickhead, and trust me, he's an absolute dickhead, mind of steel. What, you mean it's just basically it's solid metal, totally inanimate and incapable of containing any data? Yes, I do believe that you might actually have a mind of steel there, sir. Doesn't appear to have any decent information in it. But anyway, this guy is picking on this guy here and his wife. This guy and his wife live in this remote, like they've got the station house at this remote train station, or it's a stop. It's not. There used to be a rail house there. Now that's turned into an ordinary house. But there's still, you can still, like ScotRail still drops people off here. And there's only 2 properties in anywhere near this place. There's these 2 properties: the station house, and then another mansion type house that's on the lock. There's a lock there, and surprise, surprise, the guy that owns the mansion is well known for locking up girls in his basement and torturing them. He was a headmaster of a school, and him and his wife were done for torturing kids at the school. All the kids at the school were from foreign countries, and they got done for whipping and torturing them. And but this guy got done this year for something, and a travel ban put on him, and he was put on the sex offenders register. And he's still getting, basically, girls are getting dropped off at this station at 10 o'clock at night, like on their own. Young girls, they're waiting there until he drives up to the end of the drive, and then they go and, like, well, he's been seen picking them up himself on an 8-wheel ATV. And he also go, there's a car that comes up and picks girls up. I don't think anybody sees them again after they've gone up there. But it all seems to be getting completely covered up by and allowed to happen. He was awaiting sentencing, and these girls were still getting delivered. And this couple have been documenting it. This guy, this mind of metal, as in incapable of incapable of thinking. How come metal cannot think? So this man that's incapable of thinking is saying that this guy's just a complete conspiracy theorist and doesn't mention a single thing about the pedo that lives in that. Like, he's saying that this couple is they're the only people that live there. There's nobody else around. There's a closed down school nearby, and that's it. There's nothing else around. Doesn't mention anything about the mansion with the lock, the mansion on the lock, owned by the pedo, who's already been done for trafficking girls and, just being a general wrong'un. And he's on the sex offenders register now. This dipshit doesn't make any mention of it at all. I didn't realise that the I don't understand how. I might have to watch this again, because the English couple who tried to annex a Scottish railway station, it's not. That's Richard Vobes and his wife. Richard Vobes is not this guy. obviously, I watched this at like midnight or something. That's why it's come onto today's watch list, on today's history, because it was gone midnight that I watched it. And I was, obviously I wasn't taking in information clearly. My brain was obviously fuzzy because I really hadn't realised that Richard Vobes was in this video. So we're going to have to watch this again. I'm going to have a little look. You can't see what I'm looking at. Sylvie, how you doing? Just JP, Ricardo. How you doing, guys? You got the lurgy as well, Sylvie. You've been sick. Have you been sick as well, JP? Oh, do you know what, Sylvie? That's how I felt on Friday. I thought on Friday, I'll be right. 24 hours, I'll be right. Didn't work out that way, but there we go. Oh, pukey, that's even worse, man. Thankfully, I haven't been pukey. I've just had Friday, Saturday, Sunday, really bad headache that just didn't want to go away. And yeah, a fever as well. The fever finally broke on Sunday, yesterday. I sweated through 3 t-shirts. I've got a lot of washing to do. I've got to wash all my bedclothes and everything. I must have fucking sweated all the way through the mattress, man. Everyone's been... But do you know what, Sylvia? I think, like I said, correlation is no proof of cause, but every single time it rains here, and it doesn't rain very often, so it's noticeable, right? Because it doesn't rain all the time, it's very noticeable. It rains, I get symptoms. It rains, I get symptoms. It doesn't rain, I have no symptoms. No symptoms, no symptoms. It rains, I get symptoms. What are we supposed to make of that? Charlie, hey, how you doing? Crikey, I've got 20 people here already. Only been going 24 minutes. We've got 20 people here already. Raw. Welcome. Welcome to everyone chatting, obviously, and to all the lurkers. We love the lurkers. I hope you're having a great day. If you're listening from work, you got me on in the background. Please forgive the sniffing and the out of breathness and all of that. Please forgive that. Just I'm just shaking off this shite that everybody seems to have been experiencing in one way or another. Glad I've not been alone. Haha.
Today's big question, which is, how often should you wash your towels? Ted in Wisbeck has been in touch. I don't use towels. I use a hairdryer set on cool. It takes a bit longer, but it feels lovely. And I finish off with a little talc for my testes and bum. Lovely stuff.
Do you want to hear a crazy synchronicity? Wisbeck, which is actually pronounced Wisbeach. That's how my girlfriend pronounced it, and she was from there. That's where our crash happened. That's where my car crash happened. Was in Wisbeach, or Wisbeck, as he pronounces it. Fucking crazy. Right, so
completely isolated this place is. The nearest town is Thurso, and that's about 15 miles away. There are rough estate and forestry tracks between there and here, but they're gated, private, and they're not maintained for public use. So this isn't a place you can drive to. And I guess that's part of its strange appeal, because...
And he's not going to make any mention of the fucking registered pedo that lives in the lock next door. Not going to make any mention of that at all.
It feels like, well, the middle of nowhere. And this is the location for today's story. A few years ago, that old station master's cottage was bought by an English couple. Not the English couple, that would be Richard Phobes and his partner. We refer
right, there we go, right, okay.
To her as the purple-haired enabler. No, I'm talking about an entirely different English couple, but they are no more sane than that delightful duo we have spent many hours commenting on.
You understand that nobody gives a two shits about your opinions or what your comments about people, because obviously, mind of steel, you're incapable of independent critical thinking yourself, so we really don't give a shit what you think. That's just answered my question. I thought he was actually going to try and link Richard and this Scottish railway station. I didn't understand. So I have no more patience for that guy. He deserves no more time. Oh, well, yeah, we were looking at history, weren't we? How the fuck did I manage to watch so many things? Right. More Jews calling out Zionists. Anybody heard of these people? Democracy for Sale. They're proving that it's not that expensive to go and get an audience with MPs and such. Just costs you £5,000. £5,000 and you can go and chat to 10 MPs or something. This was sad.
Hey!
I've got absolutely no idea who this guy is. None whatsoever. Never come across him before, but he's got this channel. Tanner and Shay Martin. 4.3 thousand subscribers.
It's me, Tanner. If you're watching this, I am dead. Also, feel free to edit this part out, Shay, but this is just some instruction for you. I mean, keep the intro, but I mean, this part where I'm addressing you, you can cut. Feel free to add or remove stuff from this. Honestly, I'm just kind of, it's going to be a little lighthearted. And I don't know, I'll talk about some stuff that I think that you'll need and maybe our kids will need. And I mean, post this and you don't have to make a video announcing to the world that I'm dead. Or you can do both, and that's totally fine. But I just want you to have, like, this video isn't supposed to restrict you. This video is supposed to help you so you can post it as is, or you can edit it and interspace it with your own video. Or honestly, if you don't want to post it, you don't have to. All right, and back to normal stuff. Everyone, I had a heck of a life. I decided to make this video announcing my death because I saw someone did that like a year or so ago, and I think it's a good opportunity to get all your thoughts out, and then also you can be thoughtful about what your spouse or your partner might need.
So this was really, like, this guy is obviously, seems like he was a really light-hearted, easygoing, nice guy. Of course, because I watched this, then my bloody suggested filled up with all of these videos from people who are saying, if you're watching this, it's because I'm dead. If you're watching this, it's because I've died. And it's like, wow. I wonder how many of these people, because they aren't, hey, anybody remember, let's say 8 years ago, 9 years ago, I didn't see, I guess it's the algorithm, isn't it? It's this whole algorithm thing. So they've got the algorithm sorted now. So when you watch something, they'll then flood your suggested with everything that, you know, all videos around whatever the subject, whatever it is that you watch. So this guy that has obviously died, and he made a video for his wife to post or not post or make a video out of or whatever, to explain to everybody, because they had a channel together, to explain to everybody that he's now dead. I didn't go and watch all of them because I don't need to. I can't remember if I did actually. It'll be here if I did watch any. Yeah, I watched one. This guy, Dr. Dan, another guy that basically, oh look, in the last 4 years. They're all in the last 4 years. They're all people that have got sick in the last 4 years with cancer and brain tumours and all these things that some of us have been connecting to or linking to a certain medical intervention that took place. But there's no mention of that, obviously, in the videos. They're not going to say that. And if they did, I don't think the videos would last up there very long. But we're all capable of independent critical thought, aren't we? So it doesn't take long to work out. It's amazing how many of these people are doctors as well. Right, this. I know there's a lot of opinions about this subject.
I don't know what I'm talking.
Particularly the Americans have got a lot of opinions about this. the people using the term sovereign citizen without realizing it's an oxymoron. This is about gas, water, and electric. And this guy actually explained something that I'd not heard this part of it before.
I've been, by popular demand and a lot of bullying and mithering, I've decided that I would eventually get around to do a video to try and explain a little bit about building.
Hey, what a coincidence, JP. Isn't it funny how these things come up on everybody's suggested? And not, he had colon cancer, I think. He doesn't actually say in the video, he doesn't say what it was, but there is a hashtag colon cancer awareness. So I think it's colon cancer. Hey Rebecca, how you doing?
Bills of exchange in conjunction with the Consumer Credit Act when it comes to utility bills. Now, a brief little bit of history is that in the 1800s, this country became bankrupt. It had no economy, there was no wealth, there was nothing in it. So they had to put the debts onto something that would gain credit and would be able to do such. So they put the debts onto the backs of the labour of the people, which made those people creditors. Now, when they did that, they also gave national resources to the public, which are yours by right, namely gas, water and electric in particular. And it's quite easy to see how this happens to a domestic property, because to a domestic property, if you ask for a paper bill, you will be given a bill that has a gyro credit slip. Now that is a joint gyro credit from the commercial bank. That is payable to you because the man must always be compensated under the bills of exchange. So as a domestic agreement, you aren't liable to pay for your gas, water or electric as per this. But they did a very clever thing and changed payment slip check to payment slip. That's really thrown everybody. Now, what happened with me was basically British Gas messed up 3 payment plans that I was paying. In the end, because I was involved in rather a large court case involving property, I decided I'd had enough. I said, send me a paper bill, please. So they sent me a paper bill. Now, what I did with that paper bill, because under the bills of exchange, you are, when you get your cheque to compensate you, because the company has already been paid by the commercial bank. That is why they must pay you to compensate you. So when that happened and I was reading about it, it meant one of 3 things for the obligation of the bill of exchange. Number 1, I cash the cheque at the post office. The post office do not recognise, they recognise it as a cheque, but they cannot cash it. They're not allowed to. The bank do not recognise it as a cheque, they think it's a paying-in slip, and they're not legally trained, neither are the post office. This is all on purpose. So the only other thing that I could do with it is when somebody hands me a cheque for money and they start shouting that I owe them money after they give me that cheque, I gave them the cheque back and I transferred that cheque by my endorsement. And I did it in the following ways. Number 1, you're right, this is what I did. So I can only go off my result and what I did. Other people might have better ways, they might have even got the mechanism perfect. This is what I did. I had the gyro slip attached here. I didn't touch the cheque at all. I wrote not transferable across it. I put 3 postage stamps on it and signed and dated each one. The reason that is done is to pay the stamp duty on that particular document, so that document is now mine. It's not theirs, they can't use it, it's mine. So what I did was, after that, I then added my transferred by endorsement sticker here, and my transferred endorsement sticker basically states to British Gas for payment at the site the sum of £454 transferred by Paul Webster, address, postcode, and then my national insurance number with non-commercial customer next to it. I signed and dated that and transferred it by my endorsement, writing underneath, this bill of exchange is hereby transferred by my endorsement. So basically now they've got a cheque that they can cash, because they can't cash that cheque because it's in my name. It is to me at the end of the day. But they've already been paid. Now they're in a bit of a dilemma as far as I can see, that if they cash it, they will be cashing it and being paid for a second time, which would be classed as double dipping. The fact is, these people will not engage with me any further. The first warrant of entry, I got a bit ahead of the game. I wasn't chasing the game at this point. I'd already headed off a warrant attempt and had the warrant cancelled over the phone. This time I decided to go to Magistrates Court and challenge the warrant with my bundle. So I put the bundle in and I stated, that's how I paid for this bill. The gas agent stood up and stated that it was for the sum of £454, blah, 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 blah. And then I stated, well, there's the bill, there's the bundle, that's how I paid it by the Bills of Exchange Act 1882 in conjunction with the Consumer Credit Act 1974, section 123. Obviously the gas agent isn't legally trained, so this wasn't going to go anywhere at this point. So the legal clerk said that he was going to have to adjourn it before a district judge, at which point the magistrate, one of the magistrates, inquired what a bill of exchange was.
I love the fact that they send somebody that's not legally trained to go and do to go and take part, to be part of this legal procedure. They send somebody that's not legally trained.
And the legal clerk turned to the magistrate and stated, a bill of exchange, ma'am, is a legal remedy. Remedy is cure. They don't use these words unless they intend to use them. Legal remedy that we don't deal with in this jurisdiction. At this point, the gas agent who was in the dock stated that this wasn't a health and safety issue, this was a monetary dispute. To which I replied, so you're applying for a criminal warrant of entry for a civil matter. The two jurisdictions don't mix. You're applying for a warrant of entry under health and safety under the 1954 Gas Act. You are presuming, or trying to make the magistrates presume, I could be the nutter that is intending on blowing up the street because you haven't checked the supply. And he stood in the dock and stated, no, the supply is safe. We checked it when we read the meter. This is a monetary dispute. And I said, there you go. We are in the wrong jurisdiction. So the legal clerk looked through my documents and said, we're not going to be able to go through this in 10 minutes, Mr. Webster. I'm going to adjourn it before a district judge. To which he did 2 weeks later. I turned up this time to be met by a boiler man. He had his British Gas boiler suit on. It's obvious it must have been a job and knock type thing. And he handed me a letter talking about debt avoidance techniques that have been gleaned from the internet and promissory notes. I've never promised to pay. I've paid it. That's my only obligation, is to be, I'm not liable to pay for it. I can't cash it, have the cheque back. If that's what you're claiming, you haven't been paid, have the cheque back. Or come to court. So the district judge said, you're not legally trained, so we're not going to be able to deal with this today. I'm going to adjourn it for another 56 days, 28 days for British Gas to respond. Please hand the bundle that I'm going to give you to your legal team. The judge said then 28 days for Mr. Webster to answer. So 56 days later, I turned up at court, nobody else did, and no documents were put in. So the warrant was thrown out. That was the second warrant. Then January this year, I went to court again because they were applying for a warrant. I met a new gas agent. This gas agent came up, I approached her and said, are you legally trained? And she said, no. And I said, well, I'm going to put you in the dock and I'm going to cross-examine you about this. And she went, no, you're not. And she withdrew the warrant and put a big X through it. The next time I went to court, it wasn't actually for me. I was giving support to somebody who was doing the same thing with the bills of exchange. And the gas agent saw me and she said, Mr. Webster, the magistrates will not hear any more applications on your property. I've got nothing for you. I went, I'm not here for me today. I'm here on behalf of my friend and we're going to do the same thing. And she went, no, you're not. And she took the warrant out and she crossed it. So they're the stages that I got to. Since then, British Gas have decided to completely ignore me despite phone calls to headquarters and despite numerous letters. I since, on August the 4th, billed British Gas £6,200 for 3 attendances in court, stress and anxiety, plus an administration fee. They had 21 days to pay me, which was by the 25th of August. Had they not done so, they would incur £100 a day interest, which they're approximately owing me about 16 grand right now. Who knows when or where I will get this payment, because at this moment in time, all I can see is that these people are running away from me. They've had ample opportunities to come to court and blow me out of the water and state that I'm completely and utterly wrong and I'm stupid and I don't know what I'm talking about. However, having seen a result that was handed to me that a certain energy company has accepted the transfer by endorsement. This is from a source that I got the bundle from, but obviously British Gas is one of the bigger boys and they certainly don't want to see this revenue go. So at the end of the day, I can tell you briefly what I put in to it. It's you've got a basic skeleton of an argument, which is the respondent's contention that the complaint, insofar as discerned by enclosed document.
What's up, Bill? How you doing? I just popped back to look in the chat room, see what we got about. How you doing? I just realised this is, as always, an open panel. It'd be good to catch up, or as I've said in the title, catch up. It'd be good to catch up with you, mate. Let me just pin this.
Basically what it states in this skeleton is, it's a lot to go into on a quick video. It might be too complicated at the moment. You need to get your head around the fact that you've got to understand the concept that you're not liable for this. There is reasons why you are not liable, and sticking to that somebody's not paying the gas bill so your gas bill goes up is ludicrous, because my question to you is, if I took you to a pub and said it was a free bar, would you insist on paying for your drinks? There's nobody answered yes to that question as yet. So you put your bundle together, you write to them, you ask them to come and view the meter and the supply to check the safety of it. You also do a removal of implied rights of access, unless it's by appointment. As I said, you do the not transferable and send the cheque back, and you put your transfer by endorsement sticker on that. Always keep all your receipts. You don't need to send them special recorded. You can send them first class at the post office and get a receipt for that. You don't need to put a stamp on it and hope it gets there. You can put it in at the post office and get a receipt. First class is first class. In the bundle is a copy of the Bills of Exchange Act, 1882. Next to that, I have the Stamp Act of 1981. As I explained, the stamp duty paid on the document makes sure that that document is now owned by you and they can't take control of it. I also put a stamp on the back of the document just in case these people try and play around with the document at all. So that's the Stamp Duty Act. I then have a copy of the Consumer Credit Act, section 123. which states under section 5, this section does not apply where the regulated agreement is non-commercial. Now that tells you that non-commercial is not subject to it. You are not liable. Along with that, we have the rights of entry under the Gas and Electricity Boards Act of 1954. This is what they apply for a criminal warrant of entry for. So they actually take you to a magistrate's court for a criminal warrant of entry based under health and safety. But when you get the gas agent standing in the dock saying, no, this is a monetary dispute, this is to put pay-as-you-go meter in, then you don't need anything better than that. He's telling the magistrate that it's a monetary dispute. They want to put a payment meter in to hold you ransom for something that you are not liable to pay. They're committing fraud if they issue a warrant for such a thing. They only rubber stamp the warrants based on health and safety. That's what they would stick to, and that's what they go for, because they cannot get a criminal warrant of entry for a monetary dispute. We also have the Gas Act 1986, which is basically the same type of thing. It's a health and safety issue that they're applying under. I just threw them in the bundle so that you can actually direct them to where you're quoting this stuff from. That there is no monetary disputes involved in any of these acts. And then just to top it off, you throw in the Fraud Act of 2006, which, you know, it really tells them then what your intentions are. I also have a contempt of court by Archbold, which is through Lord Diplock. You can find this on the internet, and this basically tells you things along the lines of the unhindered access and stuff to courts that you are allowed. Nobody can make a claim against you without proving it. I can't claim that somebody owes me £1,000, go to court, get a warrant of entry without them being there and me not proving my claim. But that's what these corporations are doing. A lot of it with the help of the courts. Be it intentionally or not, be it ignorant or not, these people are helping corporations through Her Majesty's Courts and Tribunal Service every day. It stretches, this stuff stretches into council tax, mortgages, things like that. I can go on and on because those are massive subject matters on their own.
Yes, mate. Richie is my name. I used to spell it with a T because people had been spelling it with a T, so I spelled it with a T because I thought, yeah, that looks cool, and it's like Guy Ritchie. And then one day I decided to drop the T. But yeah, my name is Richie, buddy. So there's the link. If anybody wants to, if any of my English buddies want to go and check that out, because I'm pretty sure this one's legit. That this thing about the electricity, water, gas, and electricity, they've been scamming us the entire time. Because of what happened in the 19th century, water, gas, and electricity are now free for non-commercial use. Or have been since then. But they've been tricking everybody into thinking that we've got to pay for it. And they want to go and put in pay, like Roxanne has got pay as you go. They come in and they whack in pay as you go as soon as they can. Because then there's no bills of exchange. There's no chance for bills of exchange. You don't get a bill, you don't get a gyro. You pay as you go. So they are double dipping because they've technically already been paid.
You once wanted that career. You once wanted to be with that kind of person. You wanted.
These individuals now are coming out and telling everybody That's all going on because they've worked it out in the last 5 years. Because they've woken up in the last 5 years, and now we're in a 5D shift. Fucking. Need to lose all these labels of, you know. It's a shift in reality that happens on a subjective level. It's a perceptual shift in reality that happens on a subjective level, because reality is subjective. Everybody's experience is subjective. So I can see it's going to be like every other day, trying to get a panel going. You lot are awesome, but you're bloody boring, do you know that? Sort of changing my mind about David Icke's son, Gareth. I think his name obviously has a lot of dirt attached to it. And when I came across, when we came into contact with him in 2020, when he was really he was sniffing around, and we just kept him at arm's length because his name's Ike. But I've been watching him, and I can't disagree with anything the lad's saying. He's not going on about silly reptiles, and he doesn't go on about the shit that his old man goes on about. He's just talking about England, mostly, and what people are dealing with in the UK. Oh, here we go. Look. 1 minute ago. So this happened in the UK, did it? Where in the UK did this happen? This is an AI channel. It's going to be an AI voice over the top of it. But when and where did this happen? Can anybody, any of my UK audience, tell me? David is a lot of things, Chris. I watched him on his Terry Wogan, right? It was a Terry Wogan interview in the 1990s, 91 or something. It was in the 90s, and he went on in his shell suit and sat there and told everybody he was Jesus and everything, and he just came across like a bit of a loony bin, obviously. And I was only young, and I was only watching it because Mum and Dad were watching it. And I went a lot, obviously, by how my dad reacted. And my dad because the guy was an ex-footballer and he was a football commentator, so Dad knew who he was but didn't care, and wasn't really interested in anything that he had to say anyway. So this just, it was just all sensational stupor as far as Dad was concerned. And I, copying my dad, obviously put it in the same bin. He's said a lot of stuff that's absolutely I resonate with, and I agree with a lot of what he says, but there's a lot of things that he will just not. He'll not talk about. He just seemed to really avoid actually talking about real things that we could maybe do something about. And I put that down to him being basically told, yeah, all right, you can continue and you can make your living out of this. And basically he turned into the English Alex Jones. That's what David Icke was turned into, the English Alex Jones. Not selling quite as much stupid merch, as far as I'm aware, but leading people into ridiculous, pointless rabbit holes, taking people's imaginations down merry little walks through pure fantasy land, and not explaining to people properly, either because he doesn't understand or because he's been told not to. So that's why controlled opposition, right? He's never going to be able to achieve anything because he's being controlled and he's being handled. And I thought I just put his boy into the same basket. But so far, out of everything I've watched from Gareth, nothing he's said really has rung any alarm bells. Nothing that I've listened to so far has got any red flags or alarm bells going. I've agreed with pretty much everything he's been saying, and yeah, and to be honest, I see a lot of myself in Gareth. Oh, Jesus. Oh, good to see the chat's going so well. What's wrong with people? Really, what's wrong with... What have I done to my audience? What have I done to you lot? I don't get why everybody has so much to say on everybody else's fucking channel. They come in here and they just go, zip. He's not going to say anything. No, I'm not going to join the panel. I'm not going to say anything. What have I done to you lot to make you like this?
Over 36,000 in, 42 out, and then 1 back in again. That is the latest national humiliation for Britain.
23 commercial units breached, 112 arrests, 4 distinct districts declared unsafe. The Birmingham tram system didn't just delay, it was blockaded. And in under 14 minutes, a Enough is Enough rally spiralled into total urban anarchy.
For taking part in the procession is committing an offence.
As the digital ID enforcement deadline passed. This wasn't a typical riot. It was a kinetic rejection of the surveillance state. At 6:12 p.m, the first window shattered in South Birmingham. At 6:19, the police line retreated to the station. At 6:25, broadcasters cut away, citing signal failure. Suddenly, reports came in that another machete killing had occurred on the other side of the city. This time,
Can anybody confirm this? That this happened in Birmingham. What was this? Yesterday. Yesterday, they're saying, well, they're implying with this video, this happened yesterday on Sunday. And it, like, JP, back in 5, got to climb in the loft. Well, that was that was like nearly 20 minutes ago. So I don't know if you're back, JP. You're closer to Birmingham, up there in the northeast. Hey, we got Tony. How you doing, Tony?
Yeah. How you going, Richie?
Yeah, I'm all right, mate. What have you been up to?
I've been having a good time, and I've been imagining when I'm going to have a better time. I hitchhiked to see a girlfriend about 150 miles away, and I stayed there. She's been my girlfriend for about two or 3 years now. It's purely platonic, right? Up to now, anyway. I stayed 2 nights at her place and 2 nights at her best friend's place, who just broken up with a bloke as well.
Okay.
So I had an interesting weekend.
Well,
hitchhiked home.
So hang on, because you said, well, it was platonic up until recently, implying that this latest visit wasn't so platonic. But then you add in her best mate. So please expand. Please expand on that. You need to give more information because you're implying something, and I need to know that I need you to confirm what you're implying by what you've just said.
Just ask me a straightforward question, please, or you've lost me in the fucking jungle.
It wasn't platonic this time with your friend who's been a friend for 3 years.
Absolutely, right? Did not touch them under their clothing even.
Oh right, so it's still platonic then.
And did not kiss them on the lips either.
Okay.
No, I just enjoy conversation with different people. I was just going to tell you, I hitchhiked home. The first guy picked me up. He made sculptures. He would get a log and make a life-size sculpture of a girl, and absolutely amazing. If you could put the right lighting on and it looked like a real person. He just used to carve them out of a log with a chainsaw.
Nice. Squirrel Sniper does. He does whittling with chainsaws.
Yeah. So some people are real artists.
I've never tried it with a chainsaw. I've used knives and chisels, but never chainsaws. I wouldn't mind giving that a go one day.
Yeah, so you got to start off with a bit of wood, like 6 foot tall sort of thing.
Yeah, it's a proper like life-size sculpture. It's going to be.
Yeah.
I've never done a life-size sculpture either. My whittling was always, little bits of wood. The biggest thing I whittled were walking staffs, walking sticks, and walking sticks, walking canes, walking staffs.
Yeah. Yeah, and can make excellent defensive weapons.
I don't know what you're talking about. The only thing that a big, heavy wooden staff could be used for is walking, obviously. There'd be no other reason to make something like that with a big, heavy end on it, and, you know.
Yeah, oh, yes, and the second bloke who picked me up, I was trying to be polite to him the whole ride, but he was a nuclear physicist, and he was listening to podcasts about the universe when I got in his truck, and he turned it off. And no, but yeah, I could have stayed with him because I only went about 40 k's with him, and he was going all the way to Mandurah, so that's another 200 k's. So I could have went for a trip. Didn't think about it at the time.
Well, you were going somewhere else, weren't you? So
yeah, I was going home because the lady next door's been looking after my place for me while I was away.
What, the lady that you've got a dispute with?
No, a bit further down the road.
Oh. Well, that's good then. And what's going on with that dispute?
It feels like limbo land for months now. It's just limbo land. Fucking courts are overcrowded, not enough magistrates, the prisons are all full. The whole system's going to grind to a halt.
Well, we keep saying that, don't we? And yet it still
Yeah,
keeps
I've
grinding.
been saying that. I talk to my kids now and they say to me, you were saying that 20 years ago. And yes, I was. Yeah. Sometimes the kettle never boils.
Well, sometimes the kettle, sometimes the boil is so low, and you know, it never bubbles up like it's fucking boiling, but it's always boiling now. It's you know, when you, what's it called, when you got just all the little bubbles simmering.
It's been simmering for a long time.
Yeah, it's been simmering for a long time.
Yeah.
Oh, fucking hell. It just fucking left with lurkers again, man.
Hey.
Go on.
No, you go.
No, I haven't really got anything to say. I'm trying to find something to talk about.
Hey, well, I'll tell you. Think of the most complex problem that you don't understand and ask me, and I'll see how I go. I've got more than 10 years on you, haven't I?
Yeah, but I don't think that means you understand anything any better than I do.
Fuck, I started understanding when I was 7 years old, and I had a dispute with the teacher when she tried to tell me the sun was 400 times bigger than the fucking moon. My dad taught me how to measure the trees and how far away the sun was and the moon and the stars. He taught me all of that before I went to school. Well, I was late going to school because I was blind, and they were afraid I was going to get run over by a bus because I already drowned when I was 5 years old, and it was only the third time I popped up that some sailor grabbed me.
Well, no, I mean, here we are. I'm what, 13 years. 13 years on this one, on that subject, on those facts, and still nobody cares. Like, not enough people care. It's not
we can only show them by demonstration. You can't tell people anything.
No, you can't even show them, dude. You can't show people that don't want to see.
If they don't want to see, well, that's fair enough. But there might be a few that are still just not looking clearly.
Well, good luck to them. Maybe one day they'll work it out. You know. That's how I feel about all of it. I'm not here to wake anybody up anymore. This channel is not here to wake anybody up. This channel and this panel is for people that are already woken up to come and just, shoot the breeze.
Okay. I've got a good question
and talk about stuff.
Hey, I've got a good question.
Talk about stuff that's going on now and whatever. Go on.
Yeah. Who built the pyramids?
Why? No, that's another... Dude, that's another one of those questions that is going to forever be a question. Because even if they come... Even if somebody... It doesn't matter who comes forward and tells me that they've got proof of who built the fucking pyramids, I am not going to believe them. I'm not going to believe anybody telling me anything about who built the pyramids or what they were here for or anything. There are things that seem to make sense about what the pyramids might be, and that would be something that we can't understand it yet. It's not going to... the answer will become apparent, but it's not going to be yet.
Hey, I disagree with you, all right? I disagree with you.
Why?
Well, there's many ways to try and explain it to you, but I've been working on these problems since I was 7 years old. I've been fighting the bureaucracy. I've ran for federal and state parliament. I've been on local council. I've come across it all. I know what's going on now, but I tell you what, for years I had blinkers and I thought only these people were corrupt. Only this corporation was sadistic. You know what I mean?
Dude, they're all... If they've got corporation in their name, they're all fucked. They're intrinsically part of the system because they are a corporation. So it doesn't matter what corporation it is, it's part of the system. And the system is what's fucked. And the people that are implementing it, administrating it, and guiding it.
Back to
that's simple. This isn't about red or blue or black or white or fucking left or right or any of that shit. This is about psychopaths and pathological liars and normal people. That's the simple divide. That's the simple them and us. Psychopathic, manipulative, deceptive fucks who just do not give a shit about you, me, or anybody else. All they're interested in is their own enrichment. Versus all of us who just want to get on with life without causing too many problems.
Of course we do. We just want to enjoy ourselves, and only have to ask somebody permission if we want to invade their space.
Well, there shouldn't be any invading of space. Right.
No, I mean, when you come across your boundary, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Anyway, back to the pyramids, right? Can we go back to the pyramids? So, 50 years ago, I visited the pyramids. I looked at things in there, and I looked at things, and and I spent the next 6 years studying all the different considerations about the pyramids. And for every one of them, there's heaps of evidence, but there's so many of them. And I've come to the conclusion now that if God can create this universe and all the animals and all the plants, well, he can create a few fucking pyramids and ancient buildings, can't he? Some of those buildings I've seen are beyond the capability of even the thought and imagination of man, let alone the engineering.
Yeah, but you're only applying today the thought and the imagination of man today. Yeah, and assuming that it could not have been greater than it is now at some point in the past, as in intelligence, imagination, creativity, right? When we look at my lifetime, in my lifetime, all they've done is everything that they can to bash out creative, independent, critical thought, individuality and all of that. They want you to be part of the system. So we've got generations of people now that have all been educated by the standard education, right? Yeah, everybody's been indoctrinated. So what? And so you don't think that back then they were a lot fucking smarter than we are now? They were capable of a lot more than we are now. If you don't practice a skill, you lose it. How many skills have we lost?
Hey.
So what you're talking about only fits into a paradigm. Like, I understand what you're saying. You're saying that essentially, why couldn't the pyramids just have always been part of the construct? Right?
Exactly.
The construct being constructed by whatever it is, call it God, but by a creative force that created the realm. The realm is the construct. Why couldn't it just always have been part of the construct? The best research that I've seen on this has been Jason Brashears, and what he says about where they were built by Enki, right? One of the Anuna, who might be this other race that lives on this, that is inhabits this dark satellite or whatever it is, Nemesis fucking thing that comes right on the 752-year cycle or whatever it is, right?
Yeah,
and we could say that aliens, but the word alien has been so fucking primed with bullshit narratives, when the simple meaning of the word alien, if it's alien to me, right, that's all it is. They are alien to us. We don't know who or what they are. They're alien to us, but they're probably actually just human, if they exist, right? They're just humans. We're fed a bullshit, this fucking fantastical bullshit narrative story about gods and angels and fucking Nephilim and whatever, all done
muddy the waters
with all made manifest in our minds by Hollywood and fantasy stories, right? And we don't think about it. Could actually all just fit into a different way. Like we were different back then. These Anuna might actually be human, but completely uncorrupted by what's gone on in this realm. In this realm, we've all been corrupted, right? all the data's been corrupted, our bodies have been corrupted, the system has been corrupted, and it's it's corroding. There might be a race of humans that live outside of this realm that are completely uncorrupted by these toxins, right?
Have you come across those stories about those things that happened in Antarctica, Black Ops? Have you heard about them?
I heard lots of crap about
aliens.
Black Ops and fucking they really love it when, like you said, muddy in the water. Let's just muddy the water as much as possible, right?
Yeah.
Get everybody thinking off in tangents about far off planets and galaxies and aliens and reptiles and all of this shit. What if the only place that these things happen and the only place that these things are real is in our mind's eye? In actuality, none of that is actually real. They're all narratives that have been spun up by human imagination.
Yeah, no, it's easy to understand that way, isn't it? But I still think.
Hang on, Dana. I know you know that my issue is only with the word God because it's a title, an English title given to
whoever, whatever.
Given to this thing. So we get it from the Bible. It's God of the Bible, and I've got an issue with that. But I don't have an issue with the thought that there is a creator or creators, just intelligence far greater than our own, responsible for the design of this realm and everything in it, including us.
Very good.
But everything in this realm was created as is. The only thing that's evolved really has been our consciousness and our awareness. That's what's evolved through time. So we should be at the pinnacle of evolution on a conscious level, on a consciousness level, right? But they've done their best to dumb everybody down and make them asleep. So everybody's asleep now. They're not consciously awake. They're
slaves.
They're just slaves. Or
have you come across those stories of those? A couple of slave people were found to have extraordinary powers. Did you come across those stories?
No, I mean, it sounds
there's so much out there now. You can't watch half the things I want to watch on YouTube. There's not enough time in a day. I've got other things to do as well.
Yeah, but don't you think it's a little bit funny that suddenly YouTube's absolutely exploded with all this information now that's being allowed, pumped out, absolutely pumped out, right? We all agree, don't we, that the only things that they pump out to us are the things that lead nowhere. They don't actually help. The information they're giving us doesn't actually help us. All it does is bog us down.
No, I think it depends how
and
you
most
take it.
most of the stuff that is out on YouTube, most of the stuff that's on YouTube now is AI generated.
I was watching one tonight.
Even stuff that's being produced by real creators, real humans, real creators. It's all AI generated scripts.
tonight I just watched David Weiss interviewed by a woman. I've forgotten the name of the channel, but it was just today or something, I think. Oh, he's really moving along. He's up and, you know what I mean? You got to start with flat Earth, but there's a hell of a long way to go.
We've interviewed him 3 times on this channel.
Yeah, have you seen his latest?
On my channel, not this channel, but on, like, me and Rox have interviewed him 3 times, I think now.
Yeah. Did you see the interview he had tonight? Or the last one he did, the last interview. I don't know how long ago, but
no, I've watched. I mean, so I watched a few of his interviews.
But he's talking
about
the philosophy.
I think Jason interviewed him. Jason Bashir's interviewed him. I think I watched that one, and I know every interview that I've watched with him. Me and Brox have watched his interview. We watched it together. Like, we shared it on Slack and watched them together. And we both have sat there and said, "Wow, he's every answer he's given us. He's done us proud. He's not. There's been no fucking God. Why did he say that? Moments.
But he's being a lot more esoteric and philosophical now.
Yeah.
Which that's a really good thing. I mean, this at the moment we've got a fragmented. I don't know how do you say it. There's people running off in all directions, but it's got to come together.
There's no cohesion.
Yeah, that's right. There's no cohesion, and it needs to be more on a philosophical level, I believe, because that's where it started. It was philosophy that dictated their instrumentation of the bloody dumbing down program. I mean, it only started a while ago. My grandmother, she knew that the Earth was flat, and she taught Sunday school classes and taught the kids about the sun and the moon and the stars. And she told the kids that when you put thoughts into the 2-dimensional realm by putting the words on paper, you're creating spells, and spells go together and cause a sentence.
Yeah. When was that? When was she teaching?
60 years ago. Oh, no, probably 65 years ago. Oh, when I was about 8 years old when she was teaching Sunday school classes.
So back in the 60s.
I'm 77
Crikey.
now.
Do they even do Sunday school anymore? Right, is Sunday school, does that even happen anymore? Anyway.
See, five days a week, kids were going to primary school, right? On Sunday, they went to Sunday school and counteracted a lot of the bullshit they were taught in the main school.
I mean, we're living I'm living in a world where things that I remember being taught back in school, like, something's happened since then. They're not teaching those things anymore in school, and that I've got no proof that they ever did actually teach them in school, because according to records, they didn't teach these things in school. But if they didn't teach them in school, how did I learn them in school? So, the Mandela effect is do you know, I thought when the Mandela effect started really burst out, people started talking about it, I thought that was going to be the trigger. I thought that was going to be the thing that people could not fucking ignore, right? The fact that reality seems to have changed. Things have changed. And it's supernatural changes that have taken place because words in Bibles printed 115 years ago have changed. And films, VHS videos of films that were made in the 80s have changed, right? I thought that would be enough to wake everybody up, but obviously it wasn't. You know, all it did was create more divisions. That's all that did, was create more divisions. Just like Flat Earth, you know, realizing that they're lying about the shape of the Earth. I thought that would be an obvious one that everybody would be able to see. Like in 2009, when I could see global geoengineering taking place that was actually changing the weather of entire regions, I thought that everybody was going to see that, and that was going to be the thing that was going to wake everybody up, and they were going to realise that, wow, the government's lying to us, and you know, so many things have happened that really should have woken everybody up, right? And the most recent one being the biggest, 2020. That really, that should have woken everybody up. But all it's proven to me is that either these people are just fucking not real, they're not actually people, or they have no brains. They're incapable of thinking for themselves about things.
Yeah. No, I'm pretty sure they're just background.
Right. Well, so if they're just background, then that's a solipsistic it's a solipsistic take, isn't it? What if Jesus, this has just occurred to me. Right? You know, Battlefield 3, Call of Duty, these games that we play online.
Never played them.
Online, you're playing, and you're all playing in the same game, but you're not all seeing the same thing at the same time. You might be in the same scenes, but none of you are seeing the same thing at the same time.
Absolutely.
And none of you get to see each other in real life. All you hear is a voice on the end of the phone, or somebody typing out messages. That's all you see, right? We don't actually get, you can meet up with mates in the same place and go into the same game, right? But you're all on different computers in different rooms or whatever, all sat on your laptops, right? But what you're seeing on your screen is different. Right, everybody's seeing something different from a different angle, right? But the shot has been rendered for them. What they're seeing is rendered for them, and in most cases we never get to actually see or be with the people that we're gaming with in the game, right? You just hear a voice and see text and see messages. I don't think this is any different. I don't think that I think that's what we're experiencing right now. We're playing a game, but we're playing it in first person. Everybody's playing it in first person. You can't do third person views except in your mind. You can do a third person view in your mind and look at the situation from outside of yourself and try and reflect on what you're seeing. But
yeah, I've done that. I've been the observer, like in my dreams, you know.
Right.
It's all in my dream. It's all in my dream. I've just got different levels of dreams.
Well, the dream world is, that's another thing.
No, this is the dream world. The other thing is the other thing.
It's
Yeah.
it's all like
It's all at
of
once.
it is a
There's
dream.
because time is a construct of man. It's not reality.
In the way that we think of it,
Man wants to measure everything.
time
Man
is a reality in this realm.
Yeah.
Time is something in this realm. It is reality in this realm. But yeah,
only in this realm. This realm was designed to have time in it. so that a tiny fragment of God, like a 1/8 millionth of God, can only consume a certain amount of knowledge, and we've got to have a brain to filter it out because there's miles too much knowledge out there and understanding.
You can't you can't tell everybody. I can see why things are kept. I can see why things were kept secret, right? I think there was a time when things were kept secret for good reason, because the knowledge
we couldn't handle the truth.
the knowledge is dangerous in the wrong hands, right?
Yeah.
The knowledge is dangerous in the wrong hands, and the wrong hands might not be malevolent in their intent, right? They might just be. They might just be stupid. They might just be stupid and incapable, like not have the intelligence to understand the implications and the possible ramifications of implying whatever or applying whatever knowledge it is that they think that they've got, right? So a little bit of knowledge can be extremely dangerous. Not everybody's capable of, not everybody's got the same intellectual capacity.
Yeah, that's a good argument for slavery.
Right, but I say, honestly, on the way that it's being administered now, obviously there's something fucking wrong with it, right? But it's this term slavery, right? We're make slaves. There is a natural place, there is a natural order of things that there are people that are good for nothing more, right? They're entitled to live, they're here to live and to have a life, right? But they're not capable of any more than doing what they're told to do, and their own intellect and ingenuity and fucking imagination and everything, right? They might not have any of those things. So all they'll ever be good for is packing boxes and having babies. That might be all they're good for. So there needs to be something for them to do. Right? Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me that there aren't people out there who are good for nothing more than just packing boxes and having babies, drinking beer and eating food, watching movies and fucking, just going through what other people would consider to be a boring and mundane or meaningless life, right? But the boxes have to be packed.
Yeah, I think they're just. I think they're just clones myself. That's what I think.
Say that again.
I think they're just clones. Clones.
That's a. That's a.
Like they've got
based. It's a fictionally based narrative, right? And the word clone, it obviously.
Well, like
everybody out there are they're in their minds they are clones. They don't know it, but everybody's taught the same things, right? We're all taught the same thing at school. We'll all go through the same indoctrination at school, so that when we come out of school, we all operate in the same way as much as possible, right? So we are all they're trying to create clones of the system, right? In that sense, yeah. It's just it's a word that has been attached to so much sci-fi narrative that it's a not misleading.
Yeah, but what about all those stories about the orphan trains? You know, and the incubator babies.
They're stories. As far as I'm concerned, they are stories. Everything that we're told is a story. We don't know what happened, and we are never, ever going to know. Not a single person on this earth is ever going to know what actually really happened 300 years ago, 400 years ago, none of us are going to know what happened 50 fucking years ago. Really? We've got our own take on it, and if you were here 50 years ago, you know what happened to you and around you, you know what you experienced, but you don't really know or understand how that fitted into the world picture and what was going on everywhere else in the world at the time. All you knew then was the narratives that you were fed back then. All we're ever told is stories. The only things that we can confirm are the things that we experience ourselves, right?
Yeah, well, I'll tell you one that I experienced, okay? I don't know if there's anything on YouTube. I haven't searched. I don't know if can you search while you're still online or not?
Yeah, what?
See if there's a map that shows the landing on a map. The landing of what's the name? The space shuttle. No, not the space shuttle. Skylab. They called it Skylab.
Right, the one that when what year was it?
No, I'm not very good with years, mate. I'm not really good with numbers.
It was not. It was in the 70s, I think.
Maybe. Have I told you the story about Skylab?
Yeah,
or not?
you've told us. Yeah, you've already told us the story. That the fact that they allowed people to take the parts that they found home and keep them, that says enough. Right? There's no way that they'd ever do that. There's no way that they'd ever actually really do that if it was really what they said it was.
No, and it was my father hired a helicopter and went looking for this brass telescope that was supposed to be there, and he had information from metallurgists that if a big lump of brass came from up high in the sky down to Earth, it wouldn't be affected, but the bits of aluminium they found were all sort of burnt and charred.
Aluminium isn't brass.
No. And there was no brass telescope to be found. I think there's 3 helicopters there tracking along where they saw it coming in and they saw it hit the ground.
Skylab was the United States' first space station. Launched in 1973 from a repurposed Saturn V rocket stage, serving as a vital science lab for solar observation, Earth study, and long-duration human spaceflight, and research until it re-entered the atmosphere in 1979. 3 astronaut crews visited, conducting numerous experiments and setting endurance records, proving humans could live and work in space for extended periods. I'm doing it right now. I am living, working, and existing in space right now, and so are you. So, words. Paving the way for later stations like the ISS. Launched on May 14th, 73. Built from the SIVB stage of a Saturn V rocket. It featured a large orbital workshop with living quarters, gallery, toilet, and an exercise area.
Fuck, you can lay the bullshit on a bit thick, can't you? Oh my God. We believed all their fucking lies for so long. But when you look at the trajectory, so they, the media told the world 2 weeks beforehand exactly what time it was going to land and where it was going to hit. And it came up from Esperance towards Kalgoorlie. And if you look back along that line, it comes from an Antarctic American base. It was a rocket fired from Antarctica. So there you go. I was there when that happened, so I know what happened.
Apollo moon landings was filmed on Skegness Beach. Mysterious, not really. How you doing? Honeybeesy. That's a new name. How you doing? Good to see you. Welcome to my channel. Chief, good to see you. Slapping. How you doing? Good to see you. Open panel, guys. Open panel. So don't be shy. Come and join me and Tony and take the world apart. If you like, it's clear to see why they consider themselves to be normal people. Normal people think that people like me and you and you know, conspiracy theorists, we've all just lost our minds, right? We've all lost touch with reality. They're incapable of realizing the fact that reality is what you make it. Reality is what we agree it to be and nothing more. It's not what's actually real. It's just what we agree is real, right?
Yeah.
You can say, oh no, but reality is reality.
No, but the problem is, Richie, that if the majority of people believe we live on a spinning ball, then we do. The majority of living souls dictates the creator's direction. The creator is the sum of the total of all of the souls on earth.
So I think the best way I put it was the other day when I said, well, basically, Tony, can you ever be me?
No.
No. You can imagine what it would be like to be me, can't you? You could give that a go and try and imagine, and you can imagine you could. Yeah, but you can't. It would actually be impossible for you to walk a mile in my shoes as me, right?
Yeah.
And likewise, I can never be you or walk a mile in your shoes as you.
No.
I could do it as me, but I couldn't do it as you.
When I was
that should be enough. That in itself should be enough to prove to everybody that what you're experiencing is completely subjective.
Yep. Yeah.
Which allows anything to be real.
Yeah.
Just depends on who's perceiving it.
Yeah. If enough people believe something, then, and if it's enough of a majority, then that will come to pass.
Right, but it doesn't actually have to be. It doesn't actually have to be actually real for it to come to pass. Just has to have enough people believe that it's real. And then act as if it is real.
Yes, right? Absolutely. Yeah, I agree.
So, that applies to everything. It applies to absolutely fucking everything. It applies to our entire existence on this earth.
Yeah, the way I think about it is that we decided to come into this reality in this dream. And we thought we were going to do, like, you know, I wanted to go climbing mountains, or I wanted to do this, or I wanted to do that. And we've just come into the theme park. It's like it's like the parents taking their kids to Disneyland and saying, enjoy yourselves and get scared, get scared.
Well,
that's the way I see it now. I'm in my dream, and it's going to be, and it has been. Sometimes there seems to be something directing me, because something will happen to me, and then it might happen again. And if it happens a third time, then you've really got to line the things up and look at it, because there's a message trying to get through to you. And sometimes, you know, I'm a bit stubborn, and if I get hit by the same number that's, you know, 3 times in a row, well, I'll start to realise I need to figure out what's going on here.
If you don't, I realised, God, keep retelling this story. I realised that during my last relationship, long-term relationship, I realised during that relationship that the reason that relationship had happened was to give me an opportunity to end it, right? To end a relationship properly. Instead of jumping as quickly as I could to the next relationship, stay single, right? And it took like 2.5 years or something for me to fucking realise that what I was meant to split up with this girl. Like, we kept, for 18 months or more, we were splitting up every Friday night and back together again by Monday. Every week. for 18 months or more.
Well, you're a slow learner, hey?
75 weeks or something. Splitting up on a Friday, ending it, me ending it on the Friday, and then by Monday we haven't split up, we're still going. So it took me a fucking long time. I'm obviously not that, I'm either not that smart or I'm just too stubborn. Probably a mix of the two.
Yeah, I agree the same. I've fucked up that many times in my life, but it must have been for a reason, see? So I think it was all of it. It's like part of the journey. I mean, I'm only using somebody else's language now, right? Because not every thought is an original thought, but I've been I've been watching Autodidactic lately, and he started to use a connotation that I'm sure I put it out there before he started using it, but now he's referring to the 2D realm. The 2D realm is being used to control the 3D realm. In other words, everything that's in 2 dimensions, the screens and the papers and the books and everything, is all of the whole lot of it is to remove us from the 3D realm.
Right, because even when you're looking at a screen, it has the appearance of being three-dimensional within the screen, but it's not. That is an illusion.
Yeah.
Because it's at the end of the day, it's a projection on a screen.
Yep.
So, Plato's cave.
I don't know if you were old enough to remember, but the first TVs that ever came out, they had a circular tube, a circular screen. Do you remember or not?
Yep.
They had a really round screen.
That's why it was called the tube.
Yeah. Now, I used to repair those when I was a teenager, right? Those TVs. And it was mainly a matter of just changing a valve, those glass tubes with pins sticking out the bottom of them. Anyway, sorry. What I'm getting back to is that tube was round, like if you're looking at the screen, it was circular, but if you looked at it from the side, it was sort of a bulbous front to it, And so at the back of that tube is what they call the electron gun, and it's got 3 different colours, and it's pointing a beam of light at the screen, and then it's
red,
flashing
green, and blue.
Yeah, flashing this light. It's just a spot, and it goes from the top left-hand corner to the bottom right-hand corner. I think it used to cross the screen 70 times or something to form the picture. And that vacuum tube can be looked at as that's how reality could be. We're on the screen down here, and up above us is the lights and the projectors. And it's just projecting this reality onto a screen.
Right, but it appears three-dimensional. Everything appears three-dimensional to us. Like it does on the screen. On the screen, it looks like the virtual cafe that we're sat in. Because of the perspective, we can see the lines of perspective, and it's. Oh look, that chair is obviously behind that chair, and that chair's behind the table, and that cup's in front of that cup. It's all an illusion because it's just flat. It's a flat screen. So in that sense, yeah, what we're seeing. So our central nervous system is how we plug into this matrix, right? But I think what's happened. I think this is technology far beyond our. We can't even conceive of what they've done here. What's been done here, right? Because what we call physical reality, what matter basically, physical matter. Right? My hand tells me that this table exists, and that this lighter I have in my hand. These are all real things. This mug that I use for my coffee and all of that. My central nervous system is telling me that they're real things because. What if the only actual real part of anybody is just their brain stem and central nervous system, and everything else is a projection and a simulation?
Yes. There's so many. The mind. Yeah. The mind has got to be some sort of a transmitter receiver with a lot of screens.
No, not the mind. The brain.
Oh,
The
yeah,
mind is
well,
the mind. The mind is separate to the brain.
yeah, the brain then. Yeah. Yeah, the brain. But I mean, they use words to confuse us as well.
Always have done. Best way to do it. If your understanding of something, your comprehension of something arrives through words, descriptions, and describe something to so that somebody's able to form a picture in their mind's eye of what you're talking about. Of course they're going to try and fuck with words, because they need to fuck with the image that your mind's eye is creating.
Yeah. Yep. Well, yeah.
Mr. Miyagi, how you doing?
It's like definitely there's a parasitical thing at the higher levels, and then below that there's a lot of different levels of control and manipulation. And I would like to know how many people are awake. I tell you one way. I don't know how big's that country where you live. It's an island, isn't it?
It's the largest of the islands. There's 7 islands, I think, and it's the largest one.
How many miles?
It's not that big.
Across? How many miles?
You can drive across it in like 45 minutes. How big is Tenerife? 2,034 kilometers squared.
Oh, square kilometers, you mean?
How many miles long? Triangular in shape, the island would fit into a rectangle about 90 kilometers wide by 80 kilometers high, and has a road perimeter of about 223. Why do they do that? Oh, kilometers, but has a road perimeter of about 223 miles. Like, what? Why do that? Why switch from fucking metric to imperial, and then in brackets 358 kilometers? 785 square miles. Hang on, that. Right.
So how many?
60 miles long, 785 square miles.
How many people live there?
A couple of million.
Oh, a couple of million. Oh, that's quite a bit for that size. So how many good mates have you got that are like-minded on the island?
None.
Have you been hitchhiking?
No, you can't. Maybe up north they might, but down here, it's not advisable, and I don't think anybody. I mean, I think I've seen one person once on the motorway hitching, and I think they got arrested. 970,000 people.
Oh, sorry, I coughed.
So yeah, 900, just under $1 million.
So yesterday I was hitchhiking back, about 150 miles, I don't know. Yeah, amazing people stop to pick you up. The person who stops to pick you up is guaranteed to be anti-vaxxed and open-minded. And sometimes, like yesterday, today I hitchhiked back today.
Either that or a potential SK.
No. I've been hitchhiking 200 or 300 miles quite often in the last couple of years. And on average, I reckon a good average would be one car and 20 will stop. And some of them will say they're just going a mile down the road, or are you all right? Have a nice day, sort of thing. But you get a ride with people, and like today on the way home, I got a ride with a guy who was a nuclear physicist, and he's struggling with quantum theory and black holes.
Well, that's what he told you.
Yeah.
You took it at face value. The reality is that he might not have been that. He might have just been saying that.
No. I questioned him. We were in the car for about 40 miles, I suppose. And no, he was a real professor, top university scholar, and he admits there is a few problems with the scientific analysis, but he doesn't want to go anywhere outside of science. But you do meet interesting people hitchhiking.
The scientific community has been compromised.
Totally controlled.
Well, it's no longer science. Like, unless the scientific method can be applied, it is not science.
Yeah, it's what they call science.
It's theory.
Yeah.
You got chickens, honeybees? That's pretty cool. Have you got honeybees as well? That would be even cooler.
Yeah, I've got honeybees.
You're an apiarist.
No, I've only got one hive.
But do you tend do you tend to it? Do you harvest?
No.
You just leave it and let them get on with it.
I'm too blind now. No, I'm waiting for someone to come and pinch the honey for me.
How many hives have you got?
Me, I've only got one.
No, honeybeesy, sorry.
Yeah.
Honeybeesy 428, how many hives have you got? Honeybeesy is I was going to say she. That's just a jump into conclusions, assuming your biological sex from your name, honeybeesy. I don't know why. I'm not wearing my glasses, so I can't see your I'm going to go to your channel. See if you create. Are you a co-creator? That's interesting. you got 172 subscribers, but no content.
That's not a real person.
You don't know that. Joined in April 2020, so right at the start of the lockdowns. So might just be, probably just somebody that started looking around when the lockdowns happened. You got 6 hives. You're a proper beekeeper. That's what I want to do. I want to end up with a property that... No, sorry, let me rephrase that as I'm casting spells. I will end up with a property with my own bees. That doesn't surprise me, Honey Beezy. I'm on my 3rd channel. YouTube's deleted over 4,000 of my videos. Permanently deleted. So one channel was permanently deleted with 3,500 videos on it. 3 years of content. 3,500 videos in 3 years. That's over 1,000 videos a year I was making. I was making like 3 a day sometimes.
That's a lot. Oh, have you still got 2 dogs?
No, dude, they died earlier this year.
Both of them?
Yep.
Ah, do you remember when I spoke to you a while ago and I invited you to come and share my 100 acres here? And it's a beautiful climate, never gets too hot or too cold. And you said you would if you didn't have your 2 dogs to worry about.
Yeah, and also my criminal record that will probably more likely than not hinder me from getting into Australia or getting a visa or anything.
Do ocean liners come to your country?
Not ones that go to Australia.
Where do they go?
They just go around here.
Oh, they don't go to other countries?
Well, yeah, but they don't go as far as Australia, I'm pretty sure.
Would they go as far as
I think if you were to get it, like if they do, it's going to cost a fucking fortune to go to Australia from here. Will cost an absolute arm and a leg.
Hey, what about to go from where you are to Southampton?
Well, I don't know if they go to Southampton or Dover. But it's possible to get like a 3-day... It takes 3 days on a ferry from here to Southampton. But yeah, dude, it's the entry, right? I'm anticipating being arrested just going into the UK. Just purely for what I say online.
And unless you do it anonymously.
What? I'm not about to. I'm not gonna. Not yet. I'm not gonna do anything that's gonna jeopardize my liberty. Not yet. Maybe when the whole system's collapsed and it, you know, and I'm running around with a, you know, armed.
There might not be any transport by then.
No, I'll fucking take a boat.
Yeah.
I'll get my hands on a boat or a plane or something. I don't know, but yeah, if it was feasible, dude, I'd definitely be up for that.
Well,
it's especially now. Yeah, now I've got no both my dogs and my cat. They all died this year, all within.
Yeah, so
but by the end of May, Alfie went in January. Canito went at the beginning of May, and Ruby went at the end of May.
Yeah, so many people I know that their best mate is an animal.
Well,
I don't know what that says about us.
About people? Well, it's it says it all, but like, you know what I was saying earlier about computer games, online computer games. You're interacting with people online playing the same game, and you can get together and you can talk to each other over over the internet. You can message or you can speak over your radio type thing, and play this game together, but you never get to meet those people in real life, right? You only ever get to interact with them in the game. And everybody else that you interact with in the game is an NPC, right? I don't think this is any different. I think that the people, I don't know if I'm ever going to get to meet any of you people. You're just always only ever going to be a voice on the end of the phone or a message, or just like we're playing Battlefield 3 and everybody else that I'm dealing with in real life is a fucking NPC. Mr. Miyagi says charter a private flight. Yeah, all right, moneybags. I can't even pay my rent. How am I going to fucking charter a private flight?
I'll tell you a story. My sister, who's 5 years younger than me, she went to the local airport and they had a, not the big airports, a country one, and she put an advert on the notice board. And she asked me if anybody can put an advert on the notice board. And she hitchhiked around Australia in aeroplanes and never paid 1 cent. A lot of these people were just delivering an aeroplane to another place and they liked the company. She hitchhiked all around Australia by air.
Yeah, it's a bit different flying around in the same continent or the same nation, right? The same country flying around. You can fly around. You can probably do that in America as well, like where the country is so big that you have private chartered flights flying all the time from state to state. Those sorts of flights don't exist here, or even in the UK, you can't just. I don't know what internal flights are like in the UK, like for security and stuff, but I think it's since 9/11 and everything, it's all still it's all crazy security now, and it costs an arm and a leg. But it's a lovely idea, but it's not a feasible one. I'm not going to be able to hitchhike my way to Australia, mainly because I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to even try. I don't. That's not how I want to fucking.
Yeah,
I'd rather.
Honestly,
Hey,
we all choose. We all choose which pathway we go to get to the end of the line, but each to their own.
I think
as long as you can imagine the future you want, well, that's the main thing to do.
I'm confident that this matrix will bring me what I need when I need it. Right? So, not what I want. It's not got anything to do with what I want. It's about what I need.
Yeah.
So, if I ever actually need to go to Australia, the Matrix will help that happen.
Yeah, a lot of the big people are going to New Zealand, I think. New Zealand's
They've been doing that for years.
and it's very close to that Antarctic base.
Yeah, but New Zealand's fucking moved.
Yeah, I reckon it has too. Yeah. But the trouble is, no matter what map I look at, it's still where it is today. And then I think, if it moved, wouldn't the people that sail from one country to the next notice that it took longer to get there or whatever?
Sorry, I've just been distracted. I just looked at my fucking bank account and it's telling me that I'm overdrawn.
Maybe you better do some paperwork and.
It's a fucking internet account. So.
Oh yes, so they got to be paid.
Right, no, but the point is, it should be impossible for me to go overdrawn. If there's not enough money in my account, they shouldn't let me. I don't have an agreed overdraft. So if there aren't enough, and this has been how it's always been. It's always been like this. If there aren't enough, when there aren't enough funds in my account, even if it's a cent. Even if my account is 1 cent short of the full amount, it won't allow the payment because that would take me overdrawn. Right? So, how the fuck? I'm 90 cents overdrawn. How the fuck?
90 cents.
Yeah, exactly, 90 cents. How much are they going to fucking charge me for them allowing me to go 90 cents overdrawn? I took money out of my account. They've charged me €2 to take the money out of my account, but it was supposed to be one of my free. I get 3 free withdrawals each month. Rah. I need to speak to a human. Bypass the fucking AI bot straight away.
Yeah, that's the trouble. I mean, the last few times I was in court, I swear to you, not one of those people in there was human. And that's what I feel like doing next time. Just like challenge their bloody authority and.
Dude, they're human. They're human, but they might not be a human being.
Mm.
An agent is reviewing your message and should get back to you within 10 minutes. You'll receive a notification once the agent has responded. Within 10 minutes. You having a laugh? I think it's time everybody reminded the banks what they are and why they're there. Right? They might fucking... I don't care what they've... At the end of the day, they work for us. They should be working for us. They only exist because of us. Oh, fucking hell. 10 fucking minutes. Right. Don't forget, guys, this is an open panel where anybody can come up here and have all fucking conversations sucked out of them until they go completely silent, have nothing more to say. And we can all just sit here in silence, contemplating this fucked up world that we're living in. Do feel free to come up and join us in silence.
Yeah, anyway, so I reckon all these Tartarian buildings and the pyramids and everything else, they're all a part of the construction by the, you know, the power.
I don't believe that.
And
I don't think
I just not long ago I was listening to a little piece about that guy in Japan that photographed water droplets and crystals and things. Part of his papers that weren't publicised originally. I've forgotten whose channel it was on. But there's it looks to me like the oceans of the world are like the Akashic records sort of thing, and all of the creation was created for us to investigate so that we wouldn't get bored, because there's thousands of rabbit holes to go down. And everybody who goes down one of them finds something different than the other person. So it's an endless theme park that goes forever. And you can stay here as long as you like, and you can come back as many times as you want to. And it's just like a dream. It's like a computer game, yeah.
I think it's been hijacked.
Yeah, the power
I don't think it's the only time it's been hijacked. I think that maybe every single time it ends up getting hijacked, because every single time the ego ends up overpowering. Basically, the ego always ends up getting so fucking overinflated in individuals that they become... They want to become masters of the world, right? And masters of everybody living in it. They don't... They're cheaters, right? Just like in fucking games that we play online, you get dickheads that cheat. It's no different. They're just cheaters, and cheaters will always exist. Cheaters always end up fucking spoiling it for everybody else. And we're in a constant cycle. Consciousness is in this constant cycle where we're battling with the ego, spirit and physical matter, complicated by the fact that the ego is this artificial intelligence that thinks that it is. That's the problem, Slapping. Ark Raiders is the best example. Oh, hang on a second. I've just been replied to. Why am I overdrawn? Why was I charged for my last withdrawal? See what they have to say with this. Rockier. That's this advanced bot's name. Because I reckon when you say I want to speak to a human, is it yeah sure, we'll put you through to a human, and they just put you through to another. Yeah, you can hear me breathing, dude, because I'm still not right yet. I've been 3 days with a fucking fever and a headache and phlegm and shit and so yeah. Oh, look at that. They're not saying nothing. See how long it takes Rockier to fucking reply now. Jesus. Yeah, I'm sorry for the heavy breathing. I'll move the mic away. Open panel, peeps. It's not... This is not just me and Tony chatting. Well, it is. If nobody else fucking comes up, it's just me and Tony chatting to each other. But it's an open panel for anybody to come up and join the conversation, steer it in a different direction, talk about something that they want to get off their chest, or, you know, whatever. I was going to say to you, what was the highlight of your week, Tony? But I know you're going to say hitchhiking 150 miles and spending a couple of days with a couple of ladies.
Yeah, what better thing could I do?
Was there anything else that topped that?
Oh, we went swimming every morning. Yeah.
Did you wear clothes?
No. But there's nobody else there. There was only us. In Australia, there's thousands of miles of beaches, and you can go down. I can go to about 3 or 4 different beaches here and walk along for a mile of beach, and there's nobody there. This country is totally deserted. They've moved as many people as they can into the fucking cities. Anyway, yeah.
How old was this lady that you were?
Oh hell, I'm not sure. They might be 60.
Ah, right, yeah. I don't know if I'd want to.
I'm 77. I'm 77, and I can't find a woman my age that can run as fast as I can, for example. No, women seem to let themselves deteriorate pretty fast. I don't know. But
all I know is I looked in the mirror recently, and I got the ass of a fucking 77-year-old man. It's just skin hanging. There's no ass left. There's just skin hanging now. It's fucking horrible.
Well, maybe you got to do more walking. Walking is the best thing for your ass. How far do you walk each day?
I just walk to dude.
How many
when
meters?
I can't listen, while I'm in a situation where, like, I can, sometimes I'm going 2-3 days without eating, right, and so I'm trying to conserve my energy as much as possible because I've already lost so much weight. I can't really afford to lose any more weight, and walking, I don't think is going to help me.
How many meters do you walk each day?
I don't even know. When it depends if I go to the supermarket, but I'll go to the supermarket twice a week.
How far is it to walk?
It's about. I don't fucking know.
Is it a kilometre?
I mean,
away?
like when I did a gig in Las Americas, I was walking a lot further. Like, walking isn't an issue. I can walk forever, but walking around everywhere on a fucking empty stomach all the time is not for me. I'd rather sit down and conserve my energy. And obviously that's having a having an effect.
I mean, your ass muscles are designed for walking.
check this out, right? So, fucking, they say, right, I say, I want to speak to a human. Okay. Put me through to a human. Blah, blah. An agent is reviewing your message and should be back to you within 10 minutes. Hi, Richard. It's Rock here. How can I help you? Hi. Why am I overdrawn? Why was I charged for my last withdrawal? It was my last free withdrawal, and I should not have been charged for it. Nothing. No answer, no answer, no answer. Hello? This previous specialist can't respond right now. Another specialist will be with you as soon as possible. An agent is reviewing your message and should be back to you within 10 minutes. You'll receive a notification once the agent has responded. Me. Are you serious? Somebody better get back to me pretty quickly. Why am I overdrawn? Why was I charged for my last withdrawal? It was my last free withdrawal and I should not have been charged for it. The previous specialist can't respond right now. Another specialist will be with you as soon as possible. An agent is reviewing your message and should get back to you within 10 minutes. You'll receive a notification once the agent has responded. Are you fucking kidding me?
They're making you go around in circles, aren't
Yes.
they?
Yeah.
They call that looping, hey? Yeah, they reckon.
If anybody feels like helping out a fellow human being that's just trying to fucking deal with a system that is trying to take his legs away every 5 fucking minutes, please consider.
Donation. It's a donation. I thought it was a trap. Don't be good. Put some money in. Stupid ass. I whoop your ass, players. Don't call me now. Watch it, you tall black motherfucker. There's women up inside. I don't give a fuck about them. Ain't nobody give me nothing.
Probably didn't have the right numbers or push the right button. No, I don't fucking know. Oh, but I know how to send money to people's telephone numbers. Can I send telephone money to you or not?
Say again.
I've got a few friends who I send money to their telephone numbers, but when I try on PayPal, it won't work.
Have you tried Kofi?
I don't know what that is.
Kofi is the alternative when PayPal doesn't work. It bypasses PayPal on your end. It still pays me. I'm paid through PayPal, so I get the money straight away. But it bypasses it on your end.
Go on, you tell me how to do it, and I'll try. I'm not computer savvy. I can buy things from what do you call it? eBay. I can buy things from eBay, and I can send money to people's telephone numbers, but I haven't been able to send PayPal money. Although I have got PayPal, they pay my eBay.
I mean, if you've got a bank card, you should be able to just do what?
No, I can't use a bank card. The fucking numbers are too small.
Oh, then Kofi's not going to be any help either then, because you need a bank card.
No, but there's a thing where I send money to people's telephone numbers. Have you got that thing or not?
No, that's just a thing in Australia and America and everywhere else but fucking where I am.
Oh, I didn't know that. Sorry.
We can do it here, right? We can send money. I can send if you had a Spanish bank account.
Which I don't. Spanish bank account. I'm lucky to have the one I've got. They fucking put me through all sorts of bloody hoops, and they pinch money off me too if I'm not looking. No, I mean, if you were here, I could give you some money.
Yeah, dude, it's the story of my fucking life. That's what everybody that, like, yeah, that's the story of my life, mate.
Hey, send me a bill, and then I'll pay it. Hey, does that work or not? Oh, shit.
So I'm just replying to this dickhead.
Oh, well, yeah, I tell you what, you've got a bank account, so if you send me your account number and what else, BSB, then I can send money to that, can't I?
You can make a direct bank. I mean, you can make a direct bank transfer.
I'll give you my email.
I have to send you all my details. My bank address, my IBAN, the BICS number, and everything. I've got to send you everything because Australia are funny about sending money across.
Yeah, I know they are. Every time I try and do it, they ask me all sorts of questions. Yeah. But, okay, it's only in Australia where I can send money to people's telephone number. Oh, so but why don't you write yourself out a promissory note. You talk to those people that tell you how to do it, hey?
Dude, if I thought that was a feasible option, I would have done it by now.
So you think it's all bullshit?
I think even if it's real, it's not going to fucking work for me.
Why are you so pessimistic?
I don't know. A lifetime's experience?
No, well, my lifetime experience just makes me more and more optimistic. Yeah, well, we're all different, aren't we? I'm going to go out with a bang, you know. I'm not going to end up in some fucking nursing home or in some hospital. And it's pretty easy. I think you just stand up to them and, well, let some copper shoot me. That's probably the easiest way to go. And then we can choose which game we come and play next.
Oh, fucking hell, man. Are you now going to charge me? This is what happened with the last bank that I was with. It was supposed to be impossible for me to go overdrawn. I opened the account on the agreement that it was impossible for me to go overdrawn, and somehow I went overdrawn. They allowed a payment or something that took me overdrawn, and then they charged me. And I said, fuck you, I'm not paying it. And they just kept charging me and charging me and charging me and compounding the interest. And now I owe God knows how much, what it is now. But I've just stuck my feet in the ground, stuck my heels in and said, fuck you. The agreement when I opened the account was that it would be impossible for me to go overdrawn. So if I've gone overdrawn, that's your fault. I'm not going to get charged for it. Oh, don't tell me this fake human AI bot is going to say they can't deal with it and they're going to pass it on to somebody else now. You watch. Because they've been silent now for, what time is it? 30, like almost 10 minutes. They haven't said anything for almost 10 minutes now. Not answered a single fucking question that's come since the last statement that I was given.
What time is it over there?
Uh, 2:41 in the afternoon.
Yeah, it's past my bedtime. It's bloody nearly 11 o'clock.
Oh, Mandelbrett, you're awesome. Thank you. That is very much appreciated. Thank you. That hopefully sorts that out. At least I won't. I like that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Was that intentional, or was that just a happy coincidence that it would come out at 1, 2, 3, 4, like 12:34? Apparently they did notify on the change. Right, okay. Right, so answer the other fucking question. I really, really hate these institutions. I used to feel a certain way about people that, you know, bank robberies and stuff like that. I used to feel a certain way about that. And now I feel a completely different way about that. You get me? They better not fucking charge me. If they whack a €25 unauthorised borrowing fee for going 90 cents overdrawn, what are you going to do, Rich? Huh? What are you going to do? I guess fucking nothing. It's a bloody internet bank. It's not like I can even go down to the building and piss on their desk, is it? Where have you gone, Tony? Oh, yeah. Slapping, you mentioned earlier about cheating. Of course, you're going to cheat. You don't get rewards. You don't get rewarded for playing by the rules. And that's what's happened with Ark Raiders, right? Ark Raiders was meant to be a cooperative. This game where everybody went out and you had groups, but you could cooperate with different groups to take down the machines, to take down the AI. And now it's turned into a free-for-all where nobody trusts anybody, no player trusts each other. People come up saying, don't shoot, I'm friendly. And then as soon as your back's turned, they kill you and take your loot. And it's all happened in the space of about 4 or 5 weeks. It's turned from being a really cool cooperative game where different groups could go in and play the game and cooperate with each other in order to take down the machine, and it's ended up with just people fucking over other people. Oh, Leafy, mate. You're a legend. You're a legend, dude. Thank you. Tony, where have you gone, man?
Hey, here I am in chat. It says, when a woman pulls a knife on you, give her a jar of mayonnaise and her instincts will kick in.
Right. It's been a pleasure to assisting you today, Richard. After our conversation ends, you may receive a short survey. I would greatly appreciate it if you could take a few moments to provide your valuable feedback on the support you've received from me. Please feel free to go again. That wasn't a real person. That was another bloody AI. Well, the panel is obviously open again.
100 years ago, a man stood before an audience and spoke a name that the invisible architects of our reality never wanted spoken aloud. Rudolf Steiner did not whisper it in metaphor or hide it behind symbols. He identified with precision the force that governs the machinery of material existence, the entity that shapes how we perceive, how we think, what we believe possible. That name was deliberately buried in the decades that followed. His writings burned, his lectures disrupted, his life threatened by those who understood what he had revealed. What power does a name hold that it must be erased from memory? What truth did Steiner touch that made him dangerous to the structures that rule our world? You have felt it without being able to name it. The sensation that something invisible governs your choices, your attention, your sense of what is real. The modern world calls it the Matrix, this web of control that reduces human consciousness to mechanical response, that turns souls into data points, that convinces you that only what can be measured exists. But this is not a modern phenomenon. Steiner saw it operating a century ago, before digital screens, before algorithms, before the technological web that now holds billions in its grasp. The tools have evolved, but the architect remains unchanged. This entity does not merely influence our world from some distant spiritual realm. According to Steiner, it seeks something far more direct, far more total. And in this video, you will discover not only what Steiner named, but what he warned would come, what he saw manifesting in our time, and why your awareness of this force is the first step toward breaking its hold on your consciousness. The architecture of control has always required invisibility to function effectively. The moment you see the cage, you begin to question its necessity. Steiner understood this principle when he chose to violate the ancient spiritual law of silence regarding certain entities. There are forces that thrive in the shadows of human ignorance, growing stronger. The less we speak of them, the less we recognize their fingerprints on our thoughts, emotions, perceptions. By naming Ahriman directly, Steiner performed an act of spiritual revelation that still echoes through those capable of hearing it.
There are people that control our perception of what those things are. Because perception is everything. So
he did not speak to entertain or frighten. He spoke to awaken. And what he revealed transforms everything you believe about the nature of the world you inhabit. In Steiner's cosmology, Ahriman represents the force that seeks to imprison human consciousness entirely within material existence, to convince the soul that it is nothing more than flesh, chemical reactions, electrical impulses in grey matter. Ahriman is the prince of solidification, the lord of absolute materialism, the entity that whispers constantly in the collective ear of humanity. You are only body, only brain, only temporary arrangement of atoms destined for dissolution. Every time you doubt the reality of your own soul, every time you reduce love to neurochemistry, every time you accept death as absolute annihilation, you align with the influence Steiner identified. This is not moral judgment. This is recognition of a force with an agenda that directly opposes human spiritual evolution. Steiner described Ahriman's strategy with remarkable clarity. This entity does not attack spirituality directly, which would create resistance and draw attention to its presence. Instead, Ahriman makes the spiritual dimension irrelevant, unnecessary, embarrassing to intelligent people. He accomplishes this through the seduction of materialistic science, the promise of total control through technology, the elevation of measurable reality as the only legitimate reality.
I hate the fact that this is fucking AI's... This is AI, right? But what's being said makes sense to me, and I sort of agree with it.
Under Ahriman's influence, the universe becomes a clockwork mechanism without a clockmaker, a system of blind forces producing consciousness as accidental byproduct, a sequence of chemical reactions that mean nothing beyond their immediate molecular interactions. The human being loses cosmic dignity and becomes merely another component in a soulless machine. But Steiner was careful to clarify something essential about Ahriman. This force is not evil in the traditional moral sense. Ahriman represents disconnection, the severing of human awareness from direct spiritual experience, a hardening of perception, until only the surface of existence remains visible. In spiritual evolution, Ahriman serves a necessary function by grounding consciousness in material reality, developing our capacity for precise thinking and scientific observation. The danger arises when this influence becomes exclusive, when the material dimension claims to be the totality of existence, when the tools Ahriman provides become a prison rather than instruments of development. Steiner taught that recognizing this force does not mean condemning it, but understanding its nature and refusing to be its unconscious instrument. Look around you now and observe the signs of Ahrimanic presence saturating contemporary existence. The acceleration of technology is not merely human innovation following its natural course. Steiner predicted that Ahriman would use technological advancement to fragment human attention, making impossible the inner silence necessary for spiritual perception. Each notification, each...
Mandelbrot. It's, we are AI, right? Our vessel has an artificial intelligence inserted in it, right, to allow it to operate. We are what Tesla's trying to create. We are already. So our vessels are just organic robots. We've got an operating system that's an artificially intelligent operating system that can be programmed and reprogrammed, and but the difference is that we have this spark of consciousness, right? Or a soul or whatever. People have a conscience, and I think that's what this whole game is about consciousness. So what we're being sold as AI now it's been mislabeled. What we're being sold as AI is just a large language model, machine learning, computer algorithms that predict what the next word should be, with having no understanding, absolutely no understanding of what those words that it has predicted mean, or what the sentence that it's spoken or typed out means. It doesn't know, it doesn't understand what it's telling you. Right? It doesn't understand what an apple is, or even what a human is. It can recognize parameters that would say, oh, that fits within the parameter of a human, but it doesn't know what a human is. It doesn't know what feelings are. It doesn't understand anything at all. It can just predict the best thing to say. The next, it will what it's saying. The words it's saying are predicted words. They're not given through understanding. Cage.
Back to the welcome.
How you doing?
I'm all here, man. How you doing? We're talking about AI, the large language model. I just popped up.
We're talking about lots of stuff. AI has come into it because I had an issue with my bank, and I only get to speak to AI. When you want to speak to the help desk, you only get to speak to AI. Even if you fucking ask, even if you ask to speak to a human. No, I've done all the trying to get to speak to a human, but the way they answer, the responses that they even if it's a fucking human sat there pressing the buttons, they're giving you AI responses. They're not giving you.
I know it's been annoying. I've been trying to make purchases. I keep getting blocked from them. Like, take my goddamn money. Holy fuck! How difficult do you have to make it? It's kind of like when I was trying to, help you out a bit. You know how difficult that it made. It took me like an hour just trying to fucking send some shit. I'm like, these people are retarded. Yeah, I get it.
Mandelbrot, I've always been confused about what the spirit and the soul, right? What's the difference between the spirit and the soul? Is there a difference between the spirit and the soul? And then I realized that spirit it's not something that belongs to you. It's something that you can. Yeah. It can inhabit you, and a spirit can inhabit you.
But you seen bro.
But it's not, or it can be around you or whatever. But I think it's different to the soul, right? But I think the soul is linked to the consciousness.
You seen what you were saying though before that? You're like, oh, I don't know what you were referring to, but it has no emotion. It just does the next best response. Some people, some human beings are like that too, though.
Well, yeah, a lot of human beings speak words without actually understanding what it is they're saying.
Not even that. Like some people, you call it sociopathy, whatever you say. Yeah, some people do not feel emotion at all. They're just like fucking. They'll tell you whatever the fuck you want to hear until the next best possible result in order to accomplish a goal. Almost like a robot in a way.
Well, because really, that's all we are without without a spirit and a soul, you're just a robot. If somebody's soulless, a soulless individual, they're just going about their fucking day, doing their job or whatever, and reacting to things and doing it in the same way every day, just repeating themselves every fucking day, just repeating the same programs every day in a soulless way, then they're just a robot.
I am a bot. Yeah, we have a new. It was hilarious. I've never seen a video where a guy he went up to a bunch of people, asked some basic questions, no one can answer because they're kind of fucking robotic. And he's like, he pulls out a USB. He's like, I have a software update for you. When you go to sleep, you gotta stick it up here. You gotta stick it where the sun doesn't shine. We'll give you a new patch, a new update. You know what I mean? I think we need an update on these.
That's like what I was saying earlier about how, like, I think it's absolutely possible that we're just like all of you people that I'm connecting with online. I'm never going to get to meet any of you. We're only ever going to speak over the airwaves, kind of,
Have you ever met anybody online through here? Because I met some solid people on here in real life.
Yeah, I've met a couple. A couple.
So you never know.
But nothing's happened. Yeah, but I've So who are we? Lives about half an hour away. I never see him. He has transport, but he never comes down this way. So he's not part of my life. He's not in my life. He's not in my existence. Yeah, in my reality. He is just a voice on the end of the phone, 30 minutes away. I know he's a real person, but
I met 3 people on here that happen to live, actually 4 throughout the years that actually live in the vicinity of me, and I know them in real life. But I happen to bump them on here. You know, and they're solid people. Most of them don't even come on. The vast majority, except one, doesn't even come on the internet anymore. You know, on these. Well, they're on the internet, but not on these types of things. I found the realest people I know. They get fed up with this shit, and they're not gonna go on anymore.
I'll tell you now. The only reason that I'm doing this shit is because I'm in this situation. That is the only fucking reason. If I was in a different situation, I would not be doing this. I'd be getting on with living my life.
Yeah, I know. I'm here because I multitask and I've been working right now. What I do.
I mean, probably the reality of it is now that if even if circumstances changed, I would still document it, and and share it with the friends that I've made online. Because once the door's opened. But like I said, it's like I'm just playing a Battlefield game, and I might get to speak to real people and I'm playing the game with other people who are real, but we never get to meet each other while we're playing the game. The only place we can actually be together is in the construct, in the game, right? The actual real people. Sasquatch, how you doing, mate? Come and join us, please. You haven't been up for a while.
Welcome back.
You've been in a few times and not come up, man.
You're allergic.
I think everyone's fucking got allergic to this channel now.
Yeah, possibly. I don't know, man. Fuck what people say. It's about their action and that. Use your discernment to figure out who people are.
Most people everybody's just getting on with it, man. Best they can in their own. Because at the end of the day, once you.
Oh yeah, remember there is a time zone
these
difference, right?
These are just moments in time while we're here, and we're sharing this space for moments in time. But eventually, the stream ends. The computer goes off, and
not everybody's available at that time. Like I'm in Eastern Standard Time, right? So usually you come on like 5 in the morning, 7 in the morning. So like more of the morning thing. Because remember, we do have like what do you call it? Some sort of a time zone difference or whatever. Like you want to call it. There's many different words for it. So yeah, maybe certain people they go on at different times and that, and maybe it has nothing to do with you or your channel or whatever.
Oh no, dude! When you
it's like a logistic.
You can see
it's more of a logistic thing.
No, because I picked this time slot because it gets both hemispheres. It's early in the morning in one, late at night in the other, and
we got Dominic in the fucking panel now. How many jabs?
And I get to
go on the fucking panel?
I get to speak to people in Australia, people in fucking America, hours and hours apart from each other.
Yeah, I work for myself, so I've quite the flexible schedule. So I can go on whatever time I want. Some people don't. Some people have their commitments and all that, So But Dominic has a funny comment.
I understand the joke, but I don't understand the relevance to this.
We have
panel.
0 over here. I think we have 0 between us.
Yeah.
I think, hopefully. But yeah,
I'm not gonna
be on in a little while. But yeah,
I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna reject. Like anybody can come up here. It doesn't really matter how many jobs you've had. Preferably none.
Hopefully not, but yeah. My entire family has that shit. Do I reject them? No. So why would I reject another person? People got fucking hoodwinked, whatever you want to call it. It's fine. And actually, like under collusion, we're forced to do such a thing because they're gonna lose their little family and their home and whatever the fuck they try building. Not because they wanted to, because they're kind of fucking forced into it. I wasn't, luckily. Even my dad, for example, he didn't need to do it at all, and then like, years later, he's like, I don't know why I did that. Yeah, maybe if you fucking listened, you would have figured that out before. People do their own thing.
At the end of the day, people do what they want.
Yeah, exactly. People do whatever they like.
Even when they don't want it, they don't realize that even when they don't want it, and they do what they don't want, they wanted to do what they didn't want to do. Otherwise, they wouldn't have done it.
Well, how do you get somebody to do something in general? You can't force anything on anybody. It's like telling a child you're not allowed to have a candy bar or something. You're not allowed to put your hand in the cookie jar. Well, yeah, no. But what's the best way to manipulate or control somebody? You make them think it's their own idea. And then you're going to get somewhere.
What's up, Sus?
Ain't nothing to it but to do it, brother.
Welcome back.
How you doing, man? Oh, my camera.
You summoned them.
That's kind of how that works. Certain people can summon me. Other people get over
it. Well, dude, I'm honored, man.
So as it was loading,
I don't think that is summoning.
I'd like to hear your opinion on it. So yeah, isn't the best way to get somebody to do something they don't want to is to make it believe that it's their own decision? Or is that am I off on that?
If you have the intellectual capability of manipulating them to that extent, yes, but it is evil.
Well, make them think it's their own idea, and then you're golden.
All right. Dusty's a perfect example. If you tell him to do something, it's never going to happen. If you walk in and say, you're going to do these things, you might as well pour concrete over the top of it. It ain't happening. So what you have to do instead
most people are like that.
Is wait patiently for him to ask a question, which rarely happens. And when he does, answer it with as much breadth as possible and as many ideas and answers as possible, and then just let it percolate. It'll bubble around in his brain for a day, 3, maybe 2 weeks, and then he'll go, you know what I should do? And then some of that start coming out of the mix, and suddenly like things improve.
I'm not talking about one individual being, but I'm saying, yeah, the best way to do it is to make somebody believe it's their own thought.
But can you actually do that with every single person? No.
Oh, you can in a different way. It could be curated
individually.
It could be curated to that personality.
Yes. That's why I brought up a specific person, because he's difficult to deal with. He doesn't take direction. He doesn't take on new ideas easily. And that's just a part of his personality. That's not a flaw. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just the way he operates. And so somebody else, like take AJOD, American Justice in Texas. I can sit down with her and give her a list of things to try, and she will try them badly because she doesn't understand why she's doing it. And so she's just doing it because I asked her to do it. And so a lot of times it doesn't come out the other side as a well thought out, well-rounded concept. She just does the thing. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's just part of her personality. It's how she rolls, right? I didn't say, hey, do this flawlessly. I said, just try some stuff.
I was watching a thing yesterday or the day before yesterday, last couple of days, I watched a thing about somebody saying that why intelligent people actually get less done than people that aren't, don't think about things too much. Like, you don't need to be intelligent to be rich, right? And actually, in a lot of cases, intelligence gets in the way of becoming rich because too much thought is put into something, and all these obstacles that are potential obstacles and whatever that slow people down and stop intelligent people that really think out their plans, as opposed to somebody that just says, no, fuck it, I'm going to do it. I don't know how I'm going to do it, but I'm going to do it.
Well,
right?
no, but that's not necessarily true. But yeah, there's exceptions.
No, I don't think it's necessarally true either. I think it's that's because there's
a really dangerous. That's a really dangerous person that actually, thought, emotion, and action, the tree of Prem and alchemy, or sulfur, and mercury. So now imagine you are highly intelligent and you don't give a fuck and you create that action no matter what. Then that's a dangerous fucking person that shapes the world around you, yourself, and other people.
Right.
So these dumbasses can be used in that way. But yeah, that's fine. But who the fuck? They're kicking it up somewhere. It's like, look at the mob or something, the mafia, like these organizations. Right? You have a bunch of people.
You shouldn't confuse and conflate the two, because they're two different entities. One's Italian and one's fucking Jewish.
No, it doesn't matter. But all I'm saying is people in certain organizations, right? They're going to be used, and you need shakers and movers. Right? You need somebody who will not really think too much and just do it anyways. But who's really behind that pulling the strings, right? And those are the people that are highly intelligent that will also do things, but just use you and make you think it's your choice and to go ahead and do whatever the fuck they want in their agenda. So, not you, I'm saying in general.
I think that's an important distinction as well. That people, I'm going to mention it again. People don't think about, because they think the mob and the mafia. Most people think the mob and the mafia are the same thing. It's just it's Italian. It's Italian. One's Jewish. And one's Italian gangsters.
Okay, it doesn't matter. What about the Asians, the Jews, the fucking bikers?
It does matter, because it's one of the ways that they've managed to obscure their involvement in all the fuckeries, basically.
Just put it on to somebody else, eh?
Because the basic, well, yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. We'll blame that instead of the individual accountability. I'm just doing my job. Look at the police. Same thing. Look at the government. Look at all that. You think any of these fucking people really know what's going on? No, they're told what to do. But they don't think that. They think they have some sort of power. Again, it's just mental manipulation tactics, right? As it goes back to what we were saying originally. The only way to control people are to, make them think it's their own thought, and then and their own action. Even though you're being used, we call them useful idiots over here.
Mandelbrot, I don't agree with that. Not all psychopaths are evil geniuses. Not all psychopaths are geniuses. Like there is a certain, like, psychopaths generally have a high IQ, but they're not, just because they don't understand or experience emotion in the same way that we do, I don't think that makes them automatically evil.
No, sir. Not all psychopaths are even above average intelligence. Ed Gein would have tested out around 96, maybe. He was not very worldly or intelligent as far as modern IQ, quotient tests are concerned. What he did have was a weird sort of affable personal effect on people. no one could ever imagine that Ed Gein was a psychopath chopping people into belts and purses and lampshades and stuff.
Lampshades, exactly. Yeah, I know Ed Gein. I looked into him.
Because when you meet him, he's it's like meeting Chevy Chase with a speech impediment, or meeting John Candy. I mean, he doesn't appear to be an idiot, but at the same time, you wouldn't expect him to walk in somewhere and just blast someone in the face with a freaking rifle. Just, it's not in his personality makeup, except for the fact that we really don't know people.
No.
You have no idea, you know, like, unless you really know them, which is, it gets hard, especially with people like that. But there's a big distinction between a psychopath and a sociopath. And most sociopaths are the people.
One's born and one's made, right? Psychopaths are born.
No, I don't think that's true either. Now we're going to nature and nurture.
Psychopathy is a disconnection to a disconnection with human emotion, right?
I think it's a mixture.
But that's what basically define. No, but a sociopath, they're connected because it involves emotion. In both cases, it involves emotion. Being able to do things emotionless without any regret or guilt, right? Being able to do things without any guilt or regret, or so a sociopath switches off their emotions, but a psychopath doesn't fucking have emotions in the same way.
I disagree. And
That's not
it's,
necessarily true. Either.
it's on the basis of all of the research I've done around serial killers, spree killers, the Black Widow type killers. Black Widow killers are probably the most difficult.
Griselda Blanco, the Black Widow.
No, not I'm speaking generally of people who kill their spouses and then remarry, regardless of whether they're male or female. This level of antisocial behavior is actually relatively rare to be able to kill multiple spouses in a way that gets away with it. You would look at that and say, oh, well, obviously they're a psychopath or a sociopath. But when you get down to the actual nitty gritty of their psychological workups, a lot of times it's emotionality that created the situation where they could do this.
It is all based on emotion at that point.
It's based on emotion, but at the same time, there is no remorse. It's like that guy who tells his wife, "Look what you made me do," after serving her up a knuckle sandwich. You made me do this.
Right. You don't have to be remorseless, but in that situation, right, I'd argue that once the decision's been made that they can no longer live with the person has to go, that's when the sociopath switch flicks and they stop caring.
But that's the thing is this, you can have a sociopath who never, ever does a violent act in their entire life. They will go through their entire life pretending to be perfectly normal and never encounter a trigger that drives them to the point of murder. And they're still just as sociopathic as Ted Bundy. You know, Ted Bundy wasn't a psychopath. Ted Bundy was a high-functioning sociopath.
Well, same with most lawyers, doctors, CEOs, all that.
Yeah,
an old psychology thing is this. Okay, let's say you're a train spot. I mean, you have a lever, right?
No, we're not doing that.
Okay, and we all know this one, right? It's an old one. So it's like a sociopath would be like, we're just gonna not kill the most amount of people, kind of thing. If you have to do the lever, all right. So you're gonna hit 5 people, or 1 person gets hit. You know, just change the lever up. Or you got like a dozen people that, or just 1 person gets hit, even yourself. Yeah, what are you gonna do? What you're gonna leave it alone? You're gonna put the lever left or right? What are you gonna do?
I think you've misunderstood the point of that particular thought experiment. It's not to teach you what is right and wrong. It's to teach you that not making a choice is also a choice.
Yeah, you don't have to make a choice. Just let it happen.
Yeah, no, but that is a choice. Now, here's the way I parse out that particular thought experiment. In the thought experiment, you didn't set up the lever. You didn't kidnap the people. You didn't crank up the train. You didn't turn it on and send it down this track. You didn't plan any of it. You just magically spring fully formed from Zeus's forehead into a circumstance where you are left with a moral conundrum of life. One person versus 5 people. I'm one of those people who take no responsibility for anything that's taken place before I arrived on the situation, and I will then attempt to figure out the best way to save as many people as possible. What I won't do is play the game. I'm not touching that lever.
That's probably the best decision. Just you're not.
Hear me out. There is one person on the track that gets killed if you wait. Is it 5 that get killed if you do nothing?
I don't know. It depends on where the train's going at that point.
Sure. But what I'm saying, in the thought experiment, I think if you do nothing, 5 people die. But if you do something, only 1 person dies. Right. So
yeah, it's either you choose for 5 people to get killed, or you choose 1 person getting killed, or you don't choose and 5 people get killed. So technically, you've chosen for 5 people to get killed.
Right.
What if you switch that around though?
You can't, because if you switch it around, doing nothing is the more moral choice without any question, because you take no moral responsibility for the circumstances that put you here, along with no moral responsibility for the 1 person that dies. If you flip the switch, you're just killing 5 people.
That's why it has to be. Experiment, or the other one where they did electrical shocks out of people. And it wasn't even like a real electrical shock. They just played like an. And most people, if they're told what to do, they'll fucking just do it. If somebody authority, they'll bring up the voltage to the point where people are like,
sure.
What was that one called? I forget.
I don't know. I prefer to go over the Stanford experiment. I think it tells more, because
that one's a good one too.
The deal with the electrical shock. A lot of that was not shown in any of the videos or any of the studies or any of the testing or any of the after action reports, was the fact that before these people were put in the room to make these decisions, they were given a full readout on what would happen if they failed to perform properly. These people were, and Stanford experiment has the same problem with motivation, right? Their motivations weren't clean. They were not acting altruistically. They were not acting on their personal beliefs. They were paid to perform an action.
Yeah, they're all paid. The causes are paid. And you
right,
see how
that brings up that brings up like excuse me. That brings up what Slapping the Bird's Ass said earlier about motivation, right? Because there's no reward. If you play of course you're going to cheat at the game, because there's no rewards. There's no big reward for if you don't cheat. So people aren't motivated to complete the game without cheating it. They're just motivated to get the rewards, and that's what's happened with Ark Raiders, right? People are somewhere at some point the switch has flipped, and a couple of people realised, hey, look. There's all these trusting people walking around with all this kit, and all we've got to do is pretend we're friendly, and then we can wipe them out and steal all their kit. And it's just a game, man. It's just a game. Like, what does it matter at the end of the day? It's just a game. I think I watched a couple of videos over the weekend about saying it's a social experiment and we've failed it. We have failed this social experiment. We were given an opportunity to play a game. Because the motivation is in there to fuck over other people. It's built into the game. It's built in. It's built into the game. It's built into the game. No, right. When everybody started playing it, the idea was that it was what's it called? A PVE, right? And there was an opportunity for different groups of people to cooperate with each other in order to get the loot and destroy the machines. The real enemy is the machines, right? It's supposed to be humanity against AI. But what ended up happening was when people realized that in the rewards structure, there are rewards for screwing people over, for doing certain things. So they start doing those things because they get rewarded for it. If there was no reward for those things, they wouldn't necessarily have started doing it. People wouldn't have started screwing other people over if there wasn't a reward for it.
All right, but a reward always comes with a consequence if you look deeper into it. So
The consequence, dude, is that the community within the game has broken down and no one trusts each other anymore. It's happening in 4 weeks. What's happened to humanity happened in this game in 4 weeks. So,
all right, well people have been there.
We failed it because gamers were given an opportunity to play a game where it was just humans against AI, and we share the loot amongst ourselves. But what it's turned into is humans against humans, and just dealing with AI on the side.
There's always an exception to the rule, because I know people that don't fucking play games, that create them, and they're not creating a game, they set up to lose them. Right?
Can we take a look at this from the perspective of the carnival game? Because that's what it is.
I don't know. What's the carnival game?
It's all right. So every single carnival game ever designed is rigged for the house. Whether it's
carnivals. Yeah.
Let's shoot a little pellet rifle on a balloon.
Not necessarily. I mean, it could be any number of things, but the point is, the pellet rifle at the balloons is rigged because they use smaller BBs than designed for the gun, which means it rolls around in the barrel. There's no way of knowing where that thing's coming out when it leaves.
Yeah, there's no accuracy.
The rifling is off, everything. Yeah.
Well, it's not right. It's not right for what.
Whatever you mean, but either way, it's gonna have a random outcome.
The best example is the hoop. Get the hoop.
Everything.
Get the hoop over the thing in the middle, and you'll win the grand prize. But the hoop will never ever fit over that central pillar. So
it will. Here's the thing.
But it has to be perfect. Right. It's almost machined.
Yeah, I've only ever won that one once, and at the time I was working for the carnival, and so I couldn't claim it.
So it didn't count.
Of course,
I was a shield. I was a shield. But here's the thing: I spent.
You need some people to win in order to validate that for other people to play.
I spent days, probably 30 hours, no joke, just sitting there running freaking rings across that thing, bouncing them.
Because eventually, one of them, law of averages and everything, one of them has to eventually.
Law of averages aside.
Well, I've done this, and it has a lot to do with the observer effect in the mind, right? If you visualize it in your mind, you can actually supersede any little rig.
That's a whole different. Right, but that opens up into a whole different.
It does.
Into a whole different ballpark of being able to visualize, being able to manifest what actually happens by visualizing it beforehand, right?
It's very powerful. I've done it.
Right. The thing is, I've done it.
Anyone can do it.
But it hasn't. It doesn't happen every time. It's like, and I've reconciled that.
It depends how you train your mind.
I've reconciled that by saying, yeah, okay, doubt is something that plays a part in it, right? And I can't stop the cheeky monkeys putting doubt in my mind, right? And that can screw it up.
It gets pretty complicated. I know it's gonna hurt your fucking brain. But yeah, it is possible. I've done it before. For example, just in nothingness.
You fucking crack me up, you know that.
I'm like, it's gonna happen every fucking time.
It's unbelievable, mate. Unbelievable.
I know it is.
You get some coffee, brother. I'll entertain the peanut gallery for a minute.
Thank you very much, mate.
Yes, sir.
Are they fried or are they candied?
The peanuts? I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, what kind of peanuts? Are they salted?
Don't eat peanuts.
I don't either.
I'm allergic to legumes.
No peanut butter?
Very, very rarely. I grew up living off of beans and peanuts and stuff that I shouldn't have ever been eating. And I came across, what was it? Somebody made some chili, and it was unspicy chili. And I thought it was weird that the chili wasn't spicy. And then somebody told me, was like, oh, well, I don't really like spicy chili. And I was like, okay, well, I guess that makes sense. And
Well, we should be happy you have food in general.
I hear you, but we took some of the chili home, and when we got home, my mom put some beans in it, and suddenly it was spicy chili. It was not spiced beans.
How many Scovilles do we have in that?
I'm allergic to beans, bro.
No, you're not.
All beans were spicy, and they're not. I'm just allergic to them, and so they break my mouth out when I eat them.
It's like when you eat pineapple and your fucking throat gets itchy. I don't know.
That doesn't happen to me. I thought peanut butter was spicy.
Spicy peanut butter? Let's put some ghost peppers in that fucker.
No, dude, just think about it. If you're allergic to something, right? You're used to tasting a thing, and you describe things on your tongues as tastes, not feelings, right? Spice is a feeling, it's not a taste, right? So
it's also a taste, though.
Sure, there's a taste associated with spicy, but the spicy part is the actual feeling of the heat. When I would eat beans or peanut butter or sunflower seeds, I would get the spicy effect of chili peppers without any of the chili flavor or anything that is associated with chili, right? So to me, I thought peanut butter was just spicy.
Fuck. What about this? Here, I'll fuck with your mind here. Here we got lentils and we got
those are spicy beans.
And we got pinto beans for you.
Those are also spicy beans.
It's for the apocalypse and shit. You know what I mean? This will be more valuable than gold at one point. So yeah, we got some of those in there for that.
I thought it was toilet paper. It was the thing.
Oh, I'm the Charmin master. I have like multiple. Next time, you know, I'm stocking up. Maybe we'll invest in stocks to blow each other up.
I got one for you. So when I was in I guess I was in middle school, I was going to join the Boy Scouts, and I went on one of their little 2-day trips or whatever, little weekend trip, and we went up to some cabins and stuff up in North Georgia, and there was a little stream run through the middle of the place, and we were all allowed to catch 3 trout. These kids that were on this trip with me.
Wait, hold on. Why 3 only?
Because it's a stock stream, and this was a program for kids that are we were the scouts, and we were bringing with us a group of high functioning autistics, dyslexics, Down syndrome kids. They were kids with challenges who had never caught fish, and so we brought them up there to fish. Some of these kids were incapable of sitting still long enough for the worm to get wet, right? They were,
and then they got sexually abused, probably. Yeah.
No, I don't know what happened in their life. I'm talking about this particular trip, right? So I get in trouble because, you know, within the first now they're there 2 days, and within the first, you know, couple of hours, you've realized some of these kids are never going to catch a fish because they can't even look at the freaking river. They can't look down, you know. They're just constantly staring off into space. They're only barely verbal, these types of kids. And so some of them are very special needs, if you catch my drift. Anyway, so what I did, because I grew up out in the middle of nowhere, I learned a whole bunch of bushcraft as a kid. My pops was an airborne ranger. He was real big into like navigating by stars and survivalist type stuff. I thought about it and was like, you know, it's real sad. These kids came here specifically to catch a fish on a fishing pole, and they want to do it. They're able to verbalize that they're wanting to do this thing, and yet they can't keep all their grits in the bowl long enough to catch fish, right? So here's what I did. I walked off the trail a little ways and found me some willows, and I made a fish basket. And then I went upstream from where they were fishing, dropped the basket in, and then walked after some fish were in the basket. I walked down the stream, and all of the kids that were too scatterbrained to be able to keep it going, I just pulled their line in, hooked the fish to it, tossed it out there without saying anything because, I'm walking along with a fly rod.
You set up a trap upstream.
A small one, yes. Yes, I know. I got in trouble, dude. I got in all kinds of trouble.
You're not allowed to do that.
In some states you are. In South Carolina, I think in South Carolina, you can use a hand-woven fish basket, but you cannot use a metal
You can use a net?
Depends. I don't know.
Nylon one.
Like, for instance, in Georgia, we can't gill net, but we can seine. In South Carolina, they can't gill net, but they can't seine. They can gill net, but they can't seine.
Right.
In other words, in South Carolina, you have to put up your nets between two poles, and you can't pull them. In Georgia, you have to pull the net, or it doesn't count.
If it comes to survival, you're allowed to do whatever the fuck you want because this is nature. And
But here's the thing: look at it this way: if you go out there and do something illegal trying to get food, and they charge you with it, you get arrested in 3 meals a day. You survive.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Problem solved. You know what I mean? But yeah, if it shit hit the fan, then yeah, survival is survival. And
Well,
you can utilize it. Isn't that what these things are there for? Or we're all there for. We're all predatory in a way, even if you're.
So we are the most visceral predators on Earth. We've
Pretty
got
much.
spiders and snakes beat out by spades. The only thing competitive.
Do you have the spiders?
Yeah.
You have the spiders that walk across the fucking water over there? Or no? Water
Yeah.
spiders. Yeah, those fuckers.
We have diving bell spiders. They're impossible.
Top spiders and shit. Yeah. I grew up like that shit. I grew up even though I lived in the city, I was just always like, as a kid, I always go to the ravines and that. I make bows and arrows and fucking blow darts and all types of weapons and shit from scratch as a little kid.
Bro, I bet you my bushcraft skills would blow your fucking mind, bro.
I'm sure you're good at it. I can survive though. I can survive in the winter. There's a negative.
Dude, I used to go out when I was 11. When I was 11, my mom was in the hospital a whole bunch. My dad was working all the time. My older brother had moved to freaking Corpus Christi, and so it was like me and my sister. My sister was 15, right? And so she's no help. During that summer, I will never forget. I would come home. I had a canoe. I had a canoe. All the freaking camping gear you could possibly imagine. Most of it was 20 or 30 years old, but it was perfectly functional. Ugly as hell, bro. And when I got out for summer break, I came in, everything happened. My mom ended up in the hospital. Suddenly my dad's back and forth from Augusta and work and trying to feed kids and shit. And it's just, he can't do it. It's too much. Right. And he comes home one afternoon. It's about a week after my mom went to the hospital. And I told him, I was like, I'm going to go camping. And he's like, all right, I can't stop you. I've got to go back to Augusta. I said, I know. But listen, I'm going to go camping. I'm going to come check in every now and then, and I'll just stay there until this is done. And he's like, no, you don't have to do that. Look, I can call your aunt up. You can stay with her. I'm like, no. I was going to do a 2-week trip anyway. So I'm going to go find me a really good camping spot. I'm just going to stay there until, and I'll let you know where it's at. And I'll just stay there and do that. And I got several groups of friends that are coming through wanting to camp, and we're all going to do the thing. And instead of doing it spread out over the next 3 months, we're going to do it over the next, month or two. And he's like, okay, so there's always going to be somebody out there with you. I said, almost all the time. I mean, when there's not, I'll come back here and check in and see how things are going. But I'm going to leave you a map to where I'm at. And he's like, okay, fine. Just be careful. And I said, cool. And I go out there, and for the first week, there's no one. Nothing happens. I wake up in the morning. I check all of my lines, gather up whatever fish I need, release the ones that I don't. I cook, go out in the afternoon, check my lines, cook, a week, maybe a week and a half. I lose track of the days. I have no idea what time it is. I couldn't tell you what month it was after about 5 days straight, right? It's just you get into this cycle of doing all the things that need to be done so that you can eat, drink, have safe water, all of the stuff, right? Which that was one thing. I think he went and dropped off like 4 or 5 cases of water the day after I went out there. It was really funny because I had forgotten something. I don't remember what it was I forgot, but I had to go back to the house to get something. It's like a 6-mile fucking hike to get back to the house from out there. So I rode my happy ass over to the bank. And when I get to the bank, everything I had forgotten and 3 or 4 cases of water were stacked up on the bank, which was cool as hell. Oh yeah. Also, there was some like freeze dried shit that had also been stacked there. He did what he could, right? He basically called up Buddy, who is he's a hike instructor for like a survivalist instructor. And I think he's the one that brought everything by because it was absolutely everything you could possibly need that he knew I might not have. So it wasn't like fishing poles and stuff like that, you know.
That was a blessing at that point. Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely. But after about 2 months, my mom was in the hospital for like 2 months and a week. And after about 2 months out there, this rumor went around that I was dead, that I had vanished, that no one knew, right? Now, here's the thing. I had
eaten by a Sasquatch.
My dad's friends, my sister's friends, my brother's friends knew where I was. They were coming by and checking on me almost on a daily basis after that first 2-week period. Once they knew exactly where I was, they were showing up, you know, not every day, but there'd be somebody come by the camp at some point in time during the day. It's like a fucking half-mile walk to get back there.
So you weren't too far away then.
Well, the thing is like it's 6 miles back to my house.
And you know what? Sasquatch? Bro, you know what? It reminds me. I think it reminds me a lot of my life in a way. It's not that extreme because I was, but yeah, like the whole mom in the hospital, the dad, you know, and doing his thing. Well, yeah, it sounds kind of familiar to me. And I learned on my own.
You do what you got to do, bro. That's what it comes down to. You do what you got to do. There's a line. I think it's from The Gladiator, or it might be from one of the Spartacus shows. But there's a conversation between these two guys. One's a slave, and one just became a slave. And he looks at him. He goes, "Well, what do you do?" And the guy looks him straight in the face and says, "Well, most of the time, I do what I have to. Sometimes I do what I want to." And he goes back to fucking cleaning the goddamn shelf like it was a Tuesday. Right? I do what I have to.
Wasn't that an amazing experience that created who you are today?
It was an amazing experience that, well, yeah, I grew up like that a lot.
Nothing wrong with that because, yeah, you wouldn't be who you are today. So it was a great learning experience. Like all this fucked up shit that I had to go through as a kid, I would not change it for anything. The fuck? Let's go again.
Well, look at it this way. My family's stoic. I'm a talker. My family can sit in a room, and I'm talking 3 generations of my family can sit in a room, and 2 of us will talk. It'll be me and one of my sister's kids who's like me. He's loquacious. He's wouldn't go as far as saying a social butterfly, but he has that pressured speech where he has to communicate with people, or he feels like the world's not happening, right? So you have 25 people sitting in the living room, and 23 of them are all playing on their phones and watching some race or something happening on TV that nobody cares about at all. There's maybe 15 words said in the entire 4.5 hours of the little reunion. And all of this is directly related to something that needs to happen faster than sending a text would handle. So, hey, hand me that glass. This is loose. Hand me a screwdriver. That kind of stuff is perfectly okay to speak about. But what you did yesterday, what you have planned in your future, and what you dreamed last night, none of that is acceptable. Small talk is
How does that make it easy? But what's the weather like over there?
No. You will get looks of absolute horror from these people. Every single hit, you start talking, they're going to listen, but they're going to listen so hard it's going to make you self-conscious of the fact that you're the only person who's spoken. It's disturbing. And I had no idea the thing.
You better have something good to say, man.
Yeah. And here's the thing. If anything else is going on in the universe, and I don't give a fuck anything else is going on in the universe, and one of these people starts talking, you need to stop the universe and listen. Because what they're going to say is going to be absurdly important. Because otherwise they wouldn't say it.
It's funny, isn't it? One of my biggest frustrations is sitting here trying to get, not really having anything specific that I want to talk about. So rather opening up the floor, I'd rather respond to people than actually instigate, right? But I don't do small talk. I can't do small talk. So I appreciate, I'd appreciate company with people that can just sit there. It's just online. It's online. It's sitting there in silence. There's something
wrong.
No, it's like this weight. It's like this weight that just starts to push down. And it's like,
I get what you're saying. No, I'm just saying here's the thing. This is the difference. Online, you specifically go there to communicate, to either impart information or absorb information. And to show up in a place and not speak is very out of character for an online space, right? In my father's living room, I will sit dead fucking silent with the rest of my family. In fact, if you just wandered in and didn't know anybody, you'd know immediately that I'm a part of this group. Anywhere else on earth, and it's funny, I've had some friends point this out to me, that depending on who's in the room, I'm either more or less loquacious.
Yeah.
Right. So I would literally be at it was pointed out to me at a bowling alley one night. I was at a bowling alley, life of the freaking party. We're having a big old good time. Some of my cousins and my uncle come in and they pop the lane right next to us, and then realized
and you went zip.
Yeah, the very second I realized they had walked in, I stopped the joke like mid punchline. And I was like, and then she walked in and just sat down.
Well, nothing is ever silent.
Everyone in the group sat around looking like, what just happened? They couldn't see anything that should have had that type of effect. We bowled a full set. We go back over to the arcade, and in the arcade, poof, I'm back to talking and laughing and joking, and it's all funny.
Finish the joke.
No. It wasn't that thought out. It was completely unconscious. I did not realize I had done it. It just happened. Just mid-sentence, stop, turns. It was my turn to bowl.
That's where you're conditioned in your family.
It was my turn to bowl.
Yeah, well, that's your turn. You better strike that. Don't fucking split it up. You fucking strike it. One fucking bowl. But either way, the funny thing about this is that since you're a musician, 007, there's something called 4'33". It's by John Cage. It's taught at the highest levels of musical theory. And the entire song is complete silence. That's it. Literally. That's the whole song.
We've talked about this before.
We've talked about it before, which reminded me of what he's saying.
It's like the French film Blue or whatever. It's just a blue screen for 2 hours or something. It was just a fucking blue screen.
But there's always communication in between the minds, right? So if you silence the voice, and then you're gonna get, it's like telepathy, whatever you want to call it. All minds are interconnected, so you're gonna hear a lot more through that people want to ignore.
You ever seen the hardest puzzle on earth?
What is that?
The grape escape.
The grape escape.
The grape escape. It is, get this, it is something like 7,000 pieces or something. And they're the same pictures on the front and on the back, except on the front, the grape is in the bottom right-hand corner. And on the back, the grape is in the bottom left-hand corner. And they're offset on the cut tiles. So you'll find 50 tiles that have a bit of purple on them and a symbol of grape, but you've got to flip them over to figure out how to make the grape. After that, it's an entire white field. Think about it. It's several thousand pieces that are interchangeable. They're not cut uniquely. You can just flip-flop them however. So here's the thing. There's a shading difference between the white background and it's a different grape. So when you've got it wrong, it is obvious that it's wrong, right? And this section here has interchangeable cut. This section here has interchangeable cut. These are unique, but they're unique to the area and the shading that they're in. And when it's, like I said, when it's wrong, it is unbelievably obvious that it's wrong. When you put the wrong shade in the wrong space, you immediately take it back out because you could tell it's not right. Are we burning the house down today? Homeboy's over here birded an owl, and I kind of
just a fucking owl, man. You know
yeah. What'd the owl do to you?
Nothing. The owl was not going to.
Come on, dude. This is Cage. He likes to do things for effect.
But the owl is a nice bird. Hey,
the owl is it's one of my favorite birds, man. The owl is one of my favorite birds.
This little thing that everybody's wondered what's around my freaking neck is a little silver owl.
Of course you have the owl. I know you and I are more alike than you can even imagine, buddy. I can just tell from what you're saying. Welcome back to the owl, man. Yeah.
I'm trying to find this thing I saw the other day about this guy talking about the Rubik's Cube.
The weight of Rubik's Cubes?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, no.
Yes.
Crazy. Here's how it goes.
Did you see that as well? Or did you just know about it? Like,
it's like a 10,000 device.
I know what you're talking about. So the people are solving Rubik's Cubes faster and faster every year. Eventually, they'll be able to solve it in negative time, allowing Mattel, the creator of the Rubik's Cube, to go to the past
back in time.
The Rubik's Cubes that were made to sell in the future so that it's 100% profit. But the problem with that is that so many Rubik's Cubes will then be available on the surface of the Earth that it would cause the Earth to collapse in on itself, destroying all of civilization.
Oh no. Look at OTW. Get up, you fucking French Canadian.
So what we're going to do is we're going to solve the Rubik's Cube's negative time first so we can go back in the past and replace the Rubik's Cube with something lighter so that the Rubik's Cube's apocalypse never takes place, creating an infinite grandfather paradox and destroying the universe finally.
Oh no, you can't destroy something that's infinite. It's the universe.
This is the danger of thought experiments. Quite often, thought experiments have nothing viable to do with real life. It is, in almost every case, some level of perceptual measure, not a level of right or wrong or correct or incorrect, but the way you view yourself in a position. Are you the arbiter of your own fate, or are you just doing what God tells you? Are you the
slave to an external locus of control?
Yes,
man. No, I think it's a mixture of both, really, right? So there is a limitation between any infinite amounts of possibilities, yet the observer has like their own choice. It's like the choose your own adventure book. I've been saying this,
but not really.
It's within a limitation called the algorithm.
We can now verify that decisions are made inside the connective tissues of your brain before
synapses, dendrite junctions.
Sure, but it's before you make a decision consciously. We can see the brilliant firing of all the neurons, and they can identify a particular pattern as being a decision.
Well, I know exactly what you're talking about. For example, flip a coin or roll a dice. You know, your mind already projects what it's going to be before you actually physically see it. All right, so it goes to like superposition, right, and all these different things. If we go into quantum mechanics, and again, it gets a bit woo-woo, but yeah, it's actually happening before it's there, which is bizarre. But how is that happening? That's the question.
I think we've gotten a little off the rails on this particular. It's not so much projecting the future as it is that we don't make decisions based on new information. Decisions are already made in our mind. We access the information of that previous decision that was made.
So it's determinism versus free will, right? Well, it's the old.
You might figure it out if you let me finish the sentence.
Okay, sorry.
Welcome back, Cage.
Back to the welcome.
What is up, OTW?
Go on, finish. I'm listening, Sass.
Sorry to interrupt, man.
So the way it actually functions in real life, rather than it being precognitive decision making, it has to do with a pattern recognition that something similar has happened before, and you've already made a decision based off some very similar information. And so your brain accesses that previous thing without any conscious awareness that it's taking place. And then when you make the decision based off of this information, it's calling back to that previous decision made. And
so are you alluding to it's a subconscious program that's been written into your own acumen?
I'm not alluding to it. I'm stating that your previous lived experience influences your current decision making to such an extent that you don't consciously make the current decision. It's made on such a base level.
Which is why, I mean, that's kind of an element of waking up, isn't it? Is you get some awareness to the fact that, you know, like I became aware of the fact that I was programmed, that, you know, my responses were programmed responses to things based on information that had been given to me and I'd accepted as true, right?
But can we not reprogram? Can we not reprogram through repetition?
But it takes a lot of conscious effort for you to do the shadow work of reprogramming your automatic responses.
And you can easily do it, though. Anyone can.
Yes.
No. Well, technically, theoretically, but actually, no. Not everyone can, right?
Not everyone can. Not everyone. No.
The potential is there for everybody if they really wanted to.
If somebody doesn't have independent, right? If somebody doesn't have inner dialogue, right? The ability to sit here and talk to yourself in your mind and expand on ideas and all of that, right? There are people that testify to not having that inner dialogue. It's been recognized in I don't know if it's in psychiatry or whatever. They've recognized the people that don't have this. That people that don't have this inner dialogue.
Is that possible though? I don't.
To those of us that have inner dialogue, it seems like impossible because we've always had inner dialogue. So why? What would it be like to not have inner dialogue?
Is this an idea of like an NPC?
Yeah, well, that's the derogatory term utilized for people who don't have an interior monologue, but these people who don't experience interior monologues are utilizing more abstract methods of thought. They think in three-dimensional objects and in places, locations, and situations. Like you hear about people who can smell a smell when you say the word, right? Mm-hmm. It's likely the person doesn't have an interior monologue. They are much more tactilely in their subconscious space. It's
called clairsentience.
Freaking projection, and they don't necessarily talk their way through it so much as they imagine their way through it, right?
You can program.
Interior monologue is lost, but the same type of thought processes are utilized in decision making.
Maybe it's just not. I think it's always there, but it's not consciously. They're not consciously aware of it happening. Sorry, Rich, I interrupted you.
That's all right, mate. Do you know, I was thinking the other day about memory. I was thinking about my memories, and just being honest with myself about my memories, right? I have these memories. I have these vivid memories where I can, in my mind's eye, disappear into that situation, right? And I'm in that situation, and I can feel it, sense it, whatever, in my memory. But there's no clear. It's not like watching a movie, right? It's not. There's no linear time in those memories. It's these. I don't even. It's like moments, right? And all of those moments are pieced together into this memory. And I heard in the last 6 months, I heard about that when you remember, you're only remembering the last time you remembered it.
It becomes an instant game of telephone, like the little kids game where somebody whispers something into someone's ear.
Chinese whispers. Whispers.
Broken telephone, they also call it.
So your memory is a recall of recalling your memory. That is a recall of recalling your memory. And as with Xerox copies, they're not quite as sharp as the original.
Yeah, if you were to put the original up against the current one that you have, it would be different.
Yes. And your memory, and this is for almost everyone, even people with superior memories are completely fallible. A lot of your memories are just filler. You remember the shape and context of the event, and your brain just assembles the rest of it from what must obviously have happened, and it's almost always wrong on detail.
Almost, depending on the individual, but yeah, there's studies that have proven this. For example, with crimes, right? Something happens to you. Oh, this guy was wearing this type of clothing, or this individual, and yeah, most of the time you're completely off. You know,
body cams prove it.
Yeah, like you're saying, a lot of the time it's completely off. It's just your mind has a funny way to do that, because you cannot remember every stimuli around you. And then it has a lot to do with apophenia and training habits.
There might be, because it's possible to regress people back through hypnosis to remember details that they might not actually remember in their conscious memory, right? So I think it is possible that our eyes and our ears and our senses do record all the data that's being absorbed by by you.
It is there.
Everything that you can hear, everything that you hear in the moment, and everything that you see, everything you taste, everything you smell, all of those memories are stored, but it's our access to them.
I smell non-burning owls right now.
OTW, why don't you come up and join us, dude?
Yeah, come take my place. I'm fixing to bounce.
Yeah, why not? We'll do fucking musical chairs.
House of Bad Influence. Mine never shuts the fuck up. Me neither.
So the brain is created for pattern recognition, and if it cannot find that memory, it'll fill that memory in. And actually, your brain is electric, right? And it's electrically labile, meaning, let's say you get hit with electric shock right now, like about 15 to 20 or 10 to 15 minutes, or even 15 to 20 will be removed from your memory. They call it amnesia. And so there's ways to do it. It has a lot to do with electromagnetic fields, magnetosomes, magnetite.
You know what about Cage? Cage has absorbed an absurd amount of fucking information. He just has no idea where it's useful. It just randomly shot.
Do you know what, dude? I swear to God, you just read my fucking mind.
If you get to, we're all reading each other's minds.
I swear to God, you just read my mind.
The 7.83 hertz.
See, here's the thing. I want to fight back at him. I want to argue with him about it. But he's exactly right. He's even using the right terminology. It's just so out of place conversation that it doesn't make any sense to anyone who doesn't know these words.
I know. I've studied this stuff extensively for many years.
Right, it's I've thought about this a lot over the last sort of 6 weeks or so, and I think it's just because it was his age. He's only a young lad. He's 30. No, he hates me calling him a pup, but you know, he's 31 or 33 or whatever it is,
hood,
right? So you're you're walking around as a 31-year-old man. You're walking around
32.
30, well, whatever, 31, 32, 33, it doesn't matter. He's still a pup, right?
I ain't no fucking pup, buddy.
But oh God, you made me fucking forget what I was saying.
But then you're that okay,
right. So I was not awake like you, man, and I had a fucking some serious shit happened to me when I was 23, right? When I was 31, I was still dealing with that. Basically, I was still kind of dealing with that, and I'd fucked my own brain up with ecstasy and cocaine and fucking marijuana and amphetamines and whatever I could take to escape the reality that I was in. I didn't wake up until, I was 35 or something. I didn't properly really wake up until I was gone. It was when I really started thinking about things properly was past the age of 35. And I didn't feel like I didn't start to understand it until I was in my 40s, right? But if I'd known what you know, if I'd known it when I was 31, I would have been the same, right? Because as adult as we think we are when we're in our 30s, remember how adult you felt when you were in your 20s, and then in your 30s, and now in the 40s, it's starting to feel like oh fucking hell, I am actually an adult. Hang on, I'm a fucking old man. What the fuck, like,
dude?
I don't think
I recently did Father Christmas pictures. That was a hit to my ego, bro. When I saw the pictures and went, oh dear God, I went and trimmed my beard.
Did you not dye it completely
you have quite
white?
the beard, I can tell you.
Put talcum powder in it or something.
No, it was supposed to be a scandalous shoot. So
you were so you were like a youngish Santa Claus.
Yeah,
Santa in his 40s.
Cigar, and some cookies, and some dark glasses, and let my hair down.
Suspenders.
No, just a green robe, bro. Just real simple. Little sequined Santa hat.
Little sequin fucking banana hammock.
You call me, my name is Nicholas, right? I got the fucking big bag. I don't go down the chimney though. I knock on the front door.
I come at the back door.
When my sister had kids,
if you don't answer that way, we'll go the other way.
When my sister had kids, that made me suddenly feel older, right? Now my sister's kids are in their early 20s, and it's like, I still don't feel like an adult, man.
But you feel like you have more time in front of you than you have behind you. And you know that is unlikely the case. Right? I think I can explain why.
I don't think about it. I don't really think about it in that way, because I got this feeling. It's just a feeling, right? But it's one of these feelings that when I've had a feeling like this before, it's kind of ended up and it's been like, oh, well, I kind of felt that this was how it was going to go. So it's a feeling like that, right? We're not going to know how it's going to go until it goes that way. But my feeling is that I'm going to make it past 100.
I hope so.
It's because of I don't know why. It's just because of what's going on, right?
I got to bounce.
You got to bounce.
Yeah, much love, brother. Don't let the man get you down. Cage,
no worries, dude.
Stay weird,
Peace.
bro. Stay weird. Maybe less aggressive, but weird as hell, bro.
I'll work on it.
Peace out, brother.
Take care, bro.
Peace, man. See you later. I forgot what I was saying now.
But we had Dominic Ware's memory stored, according to neuroscience and the works of Laurentian University and many others. Apparently, it's stored in the Earth's magnetic field. And we're all, for example, how does a carrier pigeon, how do these animals navigate? Like a fucking penguin, how does it go to Argentina back to the South Pole?
This Mandelbrot, this is why like I've still got time for Cage. He can be really annoying. Right? It can be really annoying because he talks over people and he blurts these things out, and like Sass said, like the information he's giving, I've come across it myself before, so I know what he's talking about, and I know it is actually, I can't. Yeah, you're absolutely right, but it doesn't always have. It's not always relevant to what we're talking about, or it's just. It is esoteric knowledge that most people just don't have a fucking clue about unless they've read certain books. And so it's a bit, it's just, that's why some people don't like Cage and don't go on with him, because he seems like a know-it-all, right? Like, he's done that and he knows that and he's come across that and he knows about that, right? But the most annoying thing about it is that he does actually seem to. He does actually seem to know about somebody. So it's like, yeah, but he does know.
Should I hoard it to myself
like,
and utilize
the only reason I can say he knows it is because I know it too. That's the thing about knowledge, right? That's the key thing about knowledge, and they kind of bank on this. Knowledge is only deemed knowledge if somebody else knows it. And they can agree. It's like reality, right? Reality will only be reality if other people agree that it's reality. If they don't agree on it, then it's not. If it's not real to them, then it's not reality. And it's the same with knowledge. If somebody doesn't know, if Cage shares some information with somebody that doesn't know that information, then as far as that other individual's concerned, what Cage has done is just voice an opinion about something that he thinks he knows about. But if the person has also come across that information and they also know it, they can say, oh yes, I know that too. That's knowledge. Right? So I can agree that he's got some knowledge because it's knowledge that I've come across and I also know it, or think I know it, or know parts of it. Dom, how you doing?
Pretty good, Rich. Hope you're doing. It sounds like you're doing okay.
Thanks. Yeah. Yes, I'm not going to speak anything else into my reality other than health. I'm doing splendidly. I've never felt better. No, yeah, I spent 3 days with a fever and just really bad fucking headache that did not want to go, and I didn't have any painkillers, and because I was in bed all day on Friday, I missed the pharmacist, and they weren't open all weekend, so I couldn't get anything. And then today I felt marginally better. So like I feel much better. Actually, when I woke up, I felt much better than I do now. But I felt better than I did the last fucking 3 days, and the fever seems to have subsided, and the headache is just outside my head. If I bend over, if I like lean down to get anything, my head feels like it's going to fucking explode. But if I just keep it straight and level, everything's cool, and I can function. How are you? How was your weekend, sir?
It was enjoyable, actually. I spent this morning really late with Nicholas and the gang on his channel, so I'm going to have to catch up on some sleep.
Have you still not gone to bed?
I did for about 3 or 4 hours. Well, I rested my eyes.
It's a backstage thing. It's not public.
I don't even know how long I slept. I slept a lot over the last 3 days. You know, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
I did
slept
too. I did too. For
18 hours a day or something.
Man, that's
Just-
why like I'm not even tired anymore.
I think it's just the best thing to do. If you've got a fever and a pounding headache, just try and go to sleep, man. That's all I ever do is just try and go to sleep. Sleep it off, and hopefully I'll feel better when I wake up.
Have you ever looked into the middle pillar? The Art of True Healing. That's a
I
short.
know about the middle pillow, man. It's been. I don't know enough about anything. Let's be real. I don't know enough about anything. I think I know about stuff, but you know, knowing things and doing something about it are two different things, aren't they?
Yeah, I've put it into action and it helps like many people, but they have to be accepting of it. You know what I mean, if not, I'll be blocked.
Well, we do hear words, whether people use them or not. Hearing intently or listening intently. You know, some people just don't learn that craft. You know, music, for example, some people, Richie, you could probably share if you want, they can hear notes. You know, they can hear a song and pick out.
Can't tell you what those notes are, but yeah, I can hear notes. I can't tell you what those notes are.
You know,
Like if you said hum an A, I could guess. I think that's A, but I don't know. It's probably C.
This has a lot to do with the Art of True Healing in the middle pillar because there's intonations, there's specific vibrations within sound, music, and all that, and they have specific effects. It's very interesting. Here, I'll throw it in the private chat. Maybe you could benefit.
That's like cymatics and stuff, isn't it? It's
Oh yeah, it has lots to do with all that.
Yeah.
But here,
go ahead next.
Yeah, I was just gonna say this one's pretty short. It's only like an hour or something. Oh, I guess it's not very short. The real one's over like in audio format. It's like about over 11 hours. But this one kind of boils it down. And it could be used like to the point where the doctors tried saying my mother had a brain aneurysm, and I utilized my own variation of this technique, and her thing magically disappeared. For example, another guy on here that I've known for many years, Papa, call him Papa Hambo. He had like stage like 3 or 4 cancer, and he's completely healed now and fine. And I played it on there and he utilized it. But you know, it's when somebody
it's interesting that this is a year ago. It was uploaded a year ago, but it's like just the first sentence, the first few words. It's AI, right? It's an AI voice speaking, and like I was saying earlier, it's just pissing me off now so much that everything's fucking AI voices or AI scripts.
Well, I
used AI to write scripts myself to see what it would come up with. Like I put in, it was a fucking long prompt, and I just wanted to see what it would come up with, and then I compared ChatGPT to DeepSeek, right? And but
Chinese
yeah, I mean, one thing it showed me is that I'm not going to do that again. I'm going to write my own fucking, like we were writing our own scripts for the Really Woke show. All of those videos, we wrote those scripts. We didn't. It wasn't AI. They weren't AI scripted. And yeah, it's too fucking obvious if you're going to use AI to script your work. I can see why people do it, right? It does save time. If you set the AI to write a script, it can do that straight away, and you can get on with doing something else. You know, it saves time. It's convenient. It's and it is the annoying thing is that it doesn't like. It's not like it sits there and just fucking talks absolute waffle or shit. If you put the right prompt in, you'll get the right answer. It's a word prediction
It's all about the prompt, huh?
software, right? Yeah, it's all about the prompt.
Well, just like anything, you ask the right questions, you get the right answers in life, right?
Or you ask
Right, that's right. Sorry, Dom, go on.
I was going to say, like, as much as this software you guys are talking about, people would have struggled back in the day when they went from oral teachings to the written work. You know, why do we have to write these things down? So it's just another tech. Unfortunately, for a lot of folks, it might be cumbersome. For some folks, it's a gift. So, you know, it's like when I've heard you say earlier, Richie, about some people don't have an inner dialogue. If not, a lot of people don't have an inner dialogue. What ends up happening, they try to fit in with a whole bunch of people opposed to honing in on your craft. Once you hone in on your craft, you should be able to have an inner dialogue in each moment. And that's a gift for a person. It's like some people that can do mantras. Eventually they embody it. People have to find out what their gifts are. It could even be a curse, but a gift, and then hone in on it. So in this particular case, as you guys are talking about this software, I won't even give it the dignity you think it's artificial, let alone intelligent. That's just us being conditioned to parrot something that it is not. So
That's a marketing ploy. Artificial intelligence is a marketing ploy.
Sure. No different when people, because Nick Luzak's talking about it earlier, talking about can manipulate people to make them think it's their own thought. Yeah, okay. And then we do these little jingles, subscribe, click the like and all that. These are slow conditioning. Go ahead.
Neuro-linguistic programming and all that.
And this is for the few. I'm, you know, whether you're aware of it, Rich, or excuse me, Nicholas, for the masses, you just have to make observations. Go to the mall, go on the highway. You'll see conditioning.
Yeah, but it's funny though because, it's not funny. It's like we can remember what it was like going to the mall in the 80s, right? And then the 90s, and then so you look at how the mall has changed. Now the malls are all dead, aren't they? Pretty much.
Well, they've conditioned us to go inwards, so we go from a computer and we order things on Amazon. So they basically divide and separate even more, whoever they are.
Right. Because at the end of the day, even in the mall, people would, talk to each other and bump it and mix and mingle and and it's opportunity to connect with somebody. So take every opportunity away, every possibility or opportunity that there is for us to connect with each other and find any sort of cohesion.
Well, we always had that opportunity. It's just a lot of people choose not to do it. It's not really taken away from us. It could be manipulated, but then again, can people literally stop a total stranger and they no longer become a stranger because you start talking to them? Or if you're Richie, you decide that you want to drop off at a corner and start playing music. I'm just using as an example, whether you do that or not. Some people will stop. If we start observing most people, they're going to say, why is that guy at the corner there? If they're being honest with themselves. But most people have forgotten how to be honest with themselves.
Oh, people's perception of why you're in the corner there playing music. Oh, that guy's busking. Oh, that guy's a weirdo. Or, that guy's begging.
Mm-hmm. Now, for them, if they're being honest, how does it serve them to have those thoughts?
Well, those are the judgments that are made from first impressions. Mm-hmm. And we all... Well, the church teaches us not to judge, but we all judge. We make judgments every day. Otherwise, you're not going to get very far in life if you don't make judgments in some kind, in some way, on people, on things, on situations, on distances, on capacity, on all kinds of things. You have to make judgments. You can't get through life without doing it, right?
True, and again, sports does that too. It's about outcomes, winning and losing, opposed to, can I just play the game for playing it? That takes effort. For a lot of folks, the motivation is for some outcome. You know, it's always fun when I hear my buddies or somebody say, you know, the bottom line is money. I said, I'll find out in a short period of time for you if it's the only line.
I think if every football game, if every football match that was ever played was just a friendly, the football industry wouldn't be as big as it is.
No, it wouldn't be. But then again, they also have to bombard people by saying, this particular football player is making so-and-so amount of money. This particular person married so-and-so. There's a lot of stories around that story. But for a lot of folk, because they've been conditioned, but for most people that don't even really play football, what can they relate to? Oh, I'm earning money, and they are earning money too? Or they're famous? I would love to be famous. You know, again, there's a lot of these webs that are around the story. And once you start observing, I'm like, wow, let's not be attached. You know, it's to be unattached to these outcomes that gives you an opportunity to expand it and maybe, form other attachments if that's what you really want. But we're also in energy with other people. So if majority of people that surrounding one person or a bunch of people, their energy is to be somewhat asleep, you're going to be pulling against that energy, especially if you start becoming vocal, because what you resist kind of persists. Again, we're speaking to the few. The masses are either going to say, well, what the heck are they talking about? And then they'll use excuses like, I don't like their voice. I don't like their icon. I'm like, really? That's where you're at? You're more or less nitpicking opposed to just hearing it for what it is.
Being able to identify good or useful information over right, so they put Alex Jones out there speaking a lot of truth and a lot of bullshit. And a lot of people don't listen to Alex Jones because they just can't stand his character. Absolutely cannot stand his character. So there's a lot of people missing information, right? And then you've got the other people that aren't able to discern what might be true and what might be just complete bloody fantasy out of what he's saying. You know what we were saying about before about scaring people away from good information. They can turn people away from good information by having the individual that's sharing the information undesirable in some way to the people that that information would be useful to or valuable.
Well, it goes back to what you were saying earlier, Richie. Most people don't have an inner dialogue. I wish we would actually put the letter E in front of information instead of I, because information is in thoughts. What those things are distractions. Now, if it resonates with you, oh, he's sharing something. That resonates with me. So they've done something called afterthoughts. They've spoken about it. And then once they start saying, well, here's a guy named whatever, Jones. He has this many subscribers. They've already got them hooked, line and synced. Because it's information, not external. The senses loves to mislead itself, whether it knows it or not. Now, somebody could say, oh, yeah, but this is what the elite's doing. How can we confirm that? You would have to go inwards, and something would say, either A, I could lead you down that path, or how does it serve you to know about these inquiries?
Right, exactly. Well, that's the where I got to with that stuff is like, well, even if it is happening, what exactly am I going to do about it? what exactly can I do about it?
Get another book.
Well, I can scream from the rooftops and tell everybody it's happening. Is that going to stop it happening? No. Just recognizing that it's happening could be potentially ensuring that it continues to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So it is, yeah. Like what I said this a while ago. Unless you actually personally know somebody that's been to one of these eyes wide shut parties and been, had interactions with frickin' Bill Clinton and whoever, P. Diddy, whatever, we're never going to know. We're never going to know if it's real. We're never going to know if it is real, what happened, right? It's like history. It's like fucking anything that happens that you're not actually there and part of. All we ever hear is stories about this and stories about that. Narratives and stories. None of those narratives and stories need to even be true. Because it's all fodder for the imagination, right? And to create confusion amongst people that that want to talk about it. It's another distraction for our minds that keep us from thinking about the things that we really should be thinking about.
So here's one, Richie. I'm going to tell you that I know somebody that saw an alien, and I'm going to tell you saw an alien.
Oh, saw an alien, right? Yeah.
So I'm telling you that somebody that I know saw an alien, and then right at the same time, I'm going to also tell you, but I also saw an alien. How does that serve the person that's hearing it?
Yeah. Did they see the alien? No.
Yeah. Especially when a person.
Right. Go ahead. I was just going to compare it to God as well, and spiritual experiences, right? I saw an angel and he told me this, that, and the other. Right, okay. Well, why didn't I see the same angel and why didn't he tell me that as well? Why were you the only one to get that information? Out of the 8 billion people on this earth, why did the angel come specifically to you and chose not to come to any of the rest of us?
This is why when people that are self-absorbed will indicate, okay, being self-absorbed is one thing, but being confused about it is another thing. So I went to, let's say, the cremation of care. Where's that done? It's in some forest. So now they might say, well, I don't agree with it. Well, you don't even know what I did there. See, most folks don't realize how self-absorbed they are. If I don't see it, therefore I don't believe it. I say, well, if you see it, you know about it. But are you going to have discernment? Hence, how does it serve you to know whether or not we did or didn't go to the moon, whether or not the Mandela effect is real or not, whether or not Go ahead.
Anyone can see it, Dominic. I've been telling you, you want to meet the aliens, come to the bills.
But Nicholas, we're having again, it's one of these conversations that we're reaching out to certain folks where if you've seen it, it's like when people say the word, I understand. I said, if you truly understand, why would you say the word? Who are you trying to convince here? Who are you trying to cult up with? I've said, sorry, Nicholas, I've said openly, I'm the fool. I choose to talk. I already know what I'm up against. And it's me. It's not others. Because a person will say, Dominic, what you said doesn't serve me. And that's nice. I'm actually just talking out loud. I'm my own student at that point. Now, people could turn around and say, well, Dominic, well, then why do you talk? Why the fucking people write books?
Well, yeah, talking about a book. If you have a chance, Richie, if you want, that Art of True Healing thing, audiobook, I put it in there. If you want to play like a minute of it, even just like the first minute, and then maybe drop it for other people that want to possibly do another alternative method of healing through the mind, could be beneficial.
Dude, I'll drop the link, all right? But
drop the link for the people.
We're not going to go and listen to it yet. I'll listen to it afterwards.
Yeah, when you have a chance, go.
No, I've got it up. I've got it up on a tab. It's ready to play, but I'm going to play. I want to actually listen to it.
Have a conversation.
We actually are having a conversation right now, Nicholas. We are having
exactly. We're having a conversation right now.
I know we are. I know. I'm not trying to distract from that, but yeah, I think it could be beneficial.
Well, for people that are easily distracted, you are aiding that. I'm not saying I'm being distracted, but it's kind of like me and Richie and you could elaborate on a lot of topics. I appreciate the fact that you drop something in the link. Sometimes once you do it, you could probably privately say if you want to play it, if you want to, because Nicholas, you have your own channel too.
Well, I don't do anything publicly.
No, I know. I get it. Especially we have YouTube where if people are inspired to get information, something will tell them, okay, go to YouTube, click onto this channel. We're going to have everything ready for you. It's not like as though this information is secret.
That's it. All this esoteric knowledge that was hidden away for hundreds and thousands of years, well, it ain't hidden anymore. Mm-hmm. It's all out there. You just got to look. But I'm pretty sure that there's some pages that they've torn out, and they're not ever going to be seen.
Probably, Richie, but if it was inspired to be written or spoken through inspiration, if it's meant to be, it will be shared to that person.
Mm.
Nothing can be unveiled. Something that's unveiled doesn't mean it's going to be covered up again. So again, it depends. Because we live in an age of all kinds of media, people just assume just because you see it, then I'm entitled for it. It doesn't work that way. You got to put a lot of practice. That's why I said earlier, so now everybody can run 100 meter under 10 seconds? No. Some people are gifted. Go ahead.
No, go on, finish. Sorry, finish.
I was just going to say, some people are gifted and some people could use some sort of aid, but majority of us just can't do that. I just can't go up and pick up a guitar and start playing a guitar like Richie. I might practice a lot, but I still might not ever get to that level that he's been gifted, and then he enhanced it. I'm just using that as an example, Richie.
Yeah, I hate that example with me and the guitar because I'm really not that good.
Yeah, but either way, I don't. All right, so say no one's able to drive a bicycle unless they practice. You know what I mean? Obviously, you have to put your little fucking training wheels on.
I'll take it back to the subjective experience factor of it, right? Having and let's talk about God again. Somebody has an experience, right? They're enlightened and they have an experience with a spirit or an angel or whatever that comes down and speaks to them, right? And it changes the way that they think about the rest of their life. That might not necessarily be how it's going to happen for you. That's how it happened for them. Because that's how they were going to be able to, because they were able to perceive that, right? Their perception allowed them to perceive the angel that came down and spoke to them and said whatever it was that it said, right? But that doesn't necessarily have to be the way that it happens for you or for me. That was my contention, if that's the right word, with God in 2001 when I was saying like, what the fuck? What the fuck has just happened and what the fuck's going to happen now? And now you have to speak to me, right? Everybody else, all these people I've spoken to, all had their experience that made them believe in God and made them, start going to church and whatever. Where's my experience? I can't go off somebody else's experience. Where's my experience? I need my own experience. Why can't I have my own experience, right? That's how it all started. And here we are now, 24 years later, 25 years this year, the accent was. And I've reached conclusions, but they haven't come through angels coming down and speaking to me and me having a religious experience, right? I've had spiritual experiences, but not religious ones.
Well, Richie, I use the example of an alien. I could have used the word demon and angels, and I could have said things like, I spoke to an angel, I saw an angel, damn, I actually channel an angel. I know who I am, and I know sometimes when I'm saying shit, I'm like, yeah, I am channeling something. Now, a person could say, well, what do you mean by channeling? Subconsciously. I'm pretty sure when people black out, why do they keep functioning? But they get turned off by those programs because they've seen movies or hear things. Well, an angel or a demon, I said, you're already judging it. Just take it for what it is. If the message resonates with somebody, so be it. If not, whatever, move on.
All right, you know where the word demon comes from?
Oh, please, sure.
Daemon. Demons weren't evil in original texts.
Originally, yeah, it comes from. Yeah.
Go on.
It has a lot to do with computing terms, but it comes from demos.
Daemons. You're talking about daemons.
Daemons, yeah.
It comes from a daemon, which in a computer program means a background process that's running.
Daemons existed before computer programs.
That's right. And they manipulate the human behavior.
Maybe this is a whole computer program.
Yeah, well, we are computer. We could be. We can use the analogy because we live in this age. Back in the days when they never called it parasites, they would call them demons. Oh, okay, that's fine. But again, it's the connotation behind it. Are demons evil.
No,
Depends
but
on-
back then, the demons, there's no distinction between an angel and a demon. That is what the Catholic Church differentiated between two to have an individuality or divide.
Okay, so if I told you demons serve evil and angels serve what people would call spiritual, question would be then what is evil then?
Well,
You're
it's just a
living in-
background. Technically, it's a background process, just like we use in the computer terms of a demon.
So let's put the energy behind the word evil. Evil world, material world. Mind over matter, spirit over the material. One's mortal, one's immortal. And when I say immortal, I'm talking about it just lasts
You think
longer.
let's say there was quote angels and demons. You think they think like a human being does at all?
Again, let's go with this, Nicholas. We'll exercise the entertainment here. If people realize that AI, in this case, this software can be everywhere, you just need different devices, different forms, therefore then maybe something like Archangel Michael could be anywhere. The mind can be anywhere. We limit ourselves by saying it's my mind. Why have you attached yourself to it? You're not the mind. You get to use the mind. But again, it's play on words. But then again, if that's a play on words, then why do we get attached to them then? That's a question one can go within oneself. Go ahead.
I don't know how else to describe it other than to say my mind's eye, right? The images and pictures and whatever that I see in my mind's eye, when I'm envisaging whatever it is that's been spoken about, right? So, like Sasquatch earlier was trying to describe a game, and I was trying to picture that game in my mind's eye. And it's my mind's eye because it's in my subjective experience. I'm consciously turning the board around in my mind, kind of thing. Constructing the board from his description in my mind. Whether I got an accurate image of what he was describing, I don't know. I'm still not sure about that whole grape thing. But yeah, it's my mind's eye because it's not yours. Like we have our own little, I guess you could call them sandboxes, right? Your mind's eye is your little sandbox where you can create or construct or imagine anything that you want in your own little sandbox. But you can't see what's in my mind's eye.
Not with the eyes. No, not with the eyes.
Not with the eyes, but also I can describe to you, like I'll imagine a scene and I can describe that scene to you, but what you're seeing is your own references to those words that I used to describe that scene, right? Which are pulled from your own experience and your own memory. That's not mine. So what you're seeing in your mind's eye is your mind's eye version of what I'm seeing in my mind's eye. It's going back to that whole, I can never be you or walk a mile in your shoes as you. I can do it as me, but I can never do it as you because you are the only you, right? And I don't know whether we're using words like you and I and me and we and all that, but because they're the only words that we've been given to use. They're the only words that we have to be able to express ourselves, right? So we're it's like we've been.
Say it. You're there. You're there.
All right, Richie. For example, look, we're using these terms like.
You know what I'm trying to say, don't you, Dom? You know what I'm trying to say.
Yes,
I know what you're saying. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
I put it in the private chat. So you said the word sandbox. So sandbox, all of this all has to go back to computing, which is really fucking weird. Zeros and ones, and then.
But it doesn't go back to computing. Computing is a part of it, right? We can only go back to computing to where computing began, right? Where the computer programming began back in the 70s. Well, technically 50s, 60s, 40s, 50s, but But anyway, like we've got no in our history, we've got no record of advanced calculations being done by, you know, computers in the 1600s, right? The story existed before computers did. The archetypes and the characters existed before the
term archetype comes from Carl Jung, which is actually after that. But yeah, if you look at a sandbox, right? Oh, it's sandbox. Those are apps or applications running in a restricted, isolated environment. A sandbox that limits their access to system resources, files, and other apps, preventing them from causing widespread damage or stealing sensitive data, even if compromised. Key examples.
It's what ChatGPT does. If you ask the right questions, it pops you in a sandbox. So that if you continue to it doesn't matter. If you ask the right questions, it cannot answer them anymore.
So here's the next one. A daemon is a computer program that runs in the background, performing tasks without direct user interaction. Unlike an application you would open and close manually, these programs are essential for system functionality, handling a wide range of tasks like managing network connections, handling print requests, and running web servers. The term comes from Greek mythology, referring to a guardian spirit, and was first used by programmers at MIT in 1963.
Right. So what they've taken as a concept, right? Translated that concept into a program that functions in a environment created by hardware, right?
Now it's getting funny. Somebody's kind of getting funny with it. I've heard about Daemon Vitus 4.
So let's equate that to humans now. That daemon's running what's called the human behavior and personalities. That's what's running, and they're there to serve. Now, it's usually, because I was hearing Richie say earlier, but I said it again. We interchange between the conscious state, the senses, and then the mind's eye. That's the brain, whether it's the upper brain and then the gut brain communicating with the mind. Those are concepts now because we're using the mind. It's everywhere. Like we're birthed into these forms and we have to actually learn a craft to speak a language. But that language already exists. It's stored. I'm using the analogy, it's stored. That's why I said, where is memory stored? Right.
But we have the term, they're not of their own mind, right? They're not themselves. They're not of basically their mind has been stolen. The mind, you can brainwash. That's all about the mind. It's obviously not about washing the brain. It's about washing the mind. Each one, like you say that we don't have our. It's not ours, right? It's not ours, but each one. I think each one of us. Maybe our brains have something to do with it. I don't know, but the electrical signals that take place within the brain create an electromagnetic field that opens up an environment, right, for an individual to be able to create images in their own mind's eye, right, to be able to understand things.
Well,
So we don't own it. It's not my mind, but but it is. I was talking about that. It is. It's my mind because you can't see what's going on in my mind's eye. You can only if I describe it.
Why are you making assumptions like that?
No,
Some
it's not
people
assumptions,
can.
dude.
Oh, I'm not trying to bet I could.
Go on then. Go on then.
I respect people's privacy. You want me to?
I'm giving you permission. Tell me what's in my mind's eye right now. I'm giving you permission to look. What's in my mind's eye right now? And if you get it right, I'll tell you. I'll be like, fucking hell, mate.
A specific landscape.
There, I guess there's a landscape there somewhere behind it, but that's not what I'm thinking about.
I guess, Richie, it's like when we play with words. You know, does it resonate when a person says it's my body opposed to maybe I steward the body? It depends. It's an individual thing. It'll show if a person's condition or the other person says, yeah, I think I steward the body. Same with thoughts. Is it your thoughts or do you steward thoughts?
I think there's a landscape.
Or you custodian of that body, like while you're. That's how it's like we're lent the vessel for the consciousness to be able to navigate through this physical realm. We're lent the vessel. The vessel's part of the realm, right? It's material. It's physical, organic, physical material. So it is by default part of the material realm, and it's only on loan. You've only got it for a certain number of years, and then it's worn out. And yep, maybe we come back into a new one. Maybe we don't. Who knows? But the point is, the consciousness is just resident in it for, anything up to 100 and something years old.
Yeah, I'm with you, Richie.
And then it's, yeah, go on.
I was going to say, you use another word, a custodian. So to me, when I hear words, it's kind of like having a padlock, and you're doing different numbers to see which one clicks for you. So now for some people, steward, some people, mine, some people, it's my temple, my vessel. Again, we should be able to entertain all kinds of ideals without judging those things. If not, then we really don't understand the software that they call AI. And this is where we get confused, where we get into that thing called a mindset. Because the mind's there to serve. If you want to think that life is limited to zeros and ones, it will serve. It's not here to question you. That's your responsibility while you're in that suit.
Right, it's a tool that you can use whilst you're in the suit.
And even that's a question. Are we really in the suits? Just because it's persistent, I open up and I'm looking with my senses. Am I in the suits? Because there's a lot of people that think they're outside the suit. Oh, look, Mom, I'm in the car. I said, yeah, you're always that Russian doll. But you're still in there. You're in the shower. No, you're still in that suit. The illusion is I'm looking through my senses. I'm touching something. I'm tasting something. Really? Are you really outside?
It makes it local. It localizes it, doesn't it? Because you have a sphere of awareness around you that your senses grant you, right? You can only see so far. You can only touch what's near you. You can only smell what smells go up your bloody nose, right? There can be a smell in the room and you don't smell it because the air's completely still in the room. And the smell's just going up and collecting up in the corner, right? Because the smell at the end of the day is particles of whatever it is that you're smelling. So it's possible for your to not censor, for some of your senses to be tricked or not see clearly, but we've got a very limited sphere of experience, right? Physical being what we physically experience with our five senses, which we can argue that my five senses are telling me what's actual, right?
The word act gives it away.
What's actually manifest, like other physical objects. Anything that's physical, we can either see it, smell it, taste it, or touch it.
Yeah, and all the senses could be misled. So me and you are chilling on the beach and we're looking up in the sky. All of a sudden, we see another sphere up there that looks like another sun. For a lot of folks, it's like, oh, I don't believe that. I'm like, okay, but what does that really tell you about your senses? It could be misled. Is it material? Or is it first impressions, lasting impression? Most people don't realize how much their senses are easily to be misled. You taste something. Go ahead.
Sorry. I think what's surprising, or not surprising, right? People can see amazing things that defy reality, right? But they might just see it once, and it defies reality what they saw. But it's not on repeat. It's not being. They just saw it that once, that one time they saw it, and it defied reality. Experience then sort of basically plasters over that experience, right? All your other experiences and senses plaster over that experience, and you end up just kind of letting it go, right? So I saw it looked like a Klingon warship fly across the sky at super speed, went from one side of the horizon to the other in like seconds, with a huge, it was not huge, but it was so bright at the back of this thing. And I say the back because it seemed to, it was moving. So the bit that was at the front would be what was moving. It was moving forward, and the thing that was at the back was at the back, right? So the stern, or whatever it is. I remember clearly seeing it. And I was on the roof with somebody else, but he was tending to his pigeons, so he didn't see it. And I said to him, oh my God, look at that. I tried to get him to look up and see it. By the time he looked up, it was gone. So he didn't see it. He couldn't verify what I saw, but I know what I saw. But the thing is, I only saw it once. Just at one time. One experience, and nobody else can corroborate it. So I can bring it up and tell people. But what really should have been like, shit, if everybody saw that, what was it? Was it a fucking alien? Was it military? I say it was military. It was a military craft, because I don't believe in aliens in the sense of the beings that have come from other planets, because I don't believe in outer space. I believe in inner space, right?
Or most folks they can only use belief systems to confirm something that they can't prove. Again, that's the limitation. Sorry, Richie. That's the limitations of the senses, and that's why they always have to pull it back down into the material. I said, okay, so where are thoughts? Where's air? Well, I don't know. So where's Wi-Fi? I don't know. I said, so you have to pull it down into a conditioned program, which is language. If a person really said, well, no, I don't know where Wi-Fi is, but you're using the material part. You're seeing a cell phone. You're seeing a laptop. You're seeing a computer. But we do acknowledge
and it's working. Those things are working, and there's no wires. So you assume, well, that must mean that there's waves, right? There's radio waves or electromagnetic waves or whatever. That's what they tell us is electromagnetic. So there's these waves of energy and information that are coming to this box that you've got, but you can't see the waves. But they're there because the box is working.
Because it's beyond the senses. So at that point, somebody could say, well, Dom, you were talking about auras. That's woo-woo. I said, again, where's air? See, the thing is, a lot of folks reveal themselves in a sense that they think something is because their senses can't pick it up. I said, you're going to have to do some investigation and truly go inwards and say, okay, can I easily be misled? Because if not, then how easy was it to have the human race to have cell phones?
So, speaking as the 31-year-old version of me, or like even go back even further to the 21-year-old version of me, right? And say, you've got to go inwards. And I say, what the fuck does that even mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, and so I imagine there's a lot of people that feel the same way. What's this inner work that you have to do? This shadow work. We use words to try to describe an idea, like inner. We're not talking about going into my. I'm not talking about going into my inside my body. Although you can do that, but it's all done with the imagination.
Hence, you have to be more childlike. I wouldn't, if I'm going to go back, I'm not going to go at 31, 28. I'm going back at 5 or 6. That is when you actually are starting, the programs are either trying to take hold of you. That's why when people do child regression, you can actually be in that childlike state of imagination. The material's there, I get that, but it's the imagination.
If that was said to you, right? If that had been really expressed to me and impressed on me to go within, right? You might. So a 4 or 5-year-old, 6-year-old would say, "But what do you mean go within?"
But they wouldn't
use
resist
your. You'd say use your imagination.
Mhm.
In fact, but maybe you wouldn't even have to fucking explain it to a child. They'd know instantly. It just means, "Oh, go into my mind." Oh, okay. Into my imagination, and suddenly I'm in a war zone, or I'm driving a race car, or this broom is now a fucking bazooka, or like my dad's tripod always was a gun. It was always a gun, space gun, whatever. But what else would you turn a tripod into as a child? What else could it possibly be? It's not going to be a tripod, is it? There's 3 fucking barrels on it. It's a 3-barrel Gatling gun.
That's why they use the term.
They threw rocket launchers off the balcony where I came from.
Yeah, and you experience a lot of things at a young age, Nicholas, whether through observations energetically or through the senses. That's why when they say terms like, give me the child for the first 7 years, I'll show you the conditioned man. That's why when people argue with each other, 21, 23 or whatever, I said, it's like a cast on an arm. It's been incorrectly that cast been put on. So it's when people have to do years of release, understand certain tragedies. Well, it's usually a gift. Like a depression could be a gift to a lot of folks. Because why? Something inside of you is trying to tell you, you're not being genuine.
I'll be back.
Carter.
That's what a lot of people actually awakening, realizing, like basically they're having a dilemma because what they're seeing and what they're being told isn't it's conflicting with what they know or what they've already experienced or whatever, and they're waking up realizing the world is not what they think it is, and then they get depressed, right?
Or they get angry.
But then we label it and we say, "Oh yes, you're depressed." There's all these fucking boxes everywhere that we can either stumble into, be pushed into, step into, or even fucking build up around ourselves. Build a box around ourselves made up of other boxes. Little boxes. Fucking brilliant song.
And there's angles to those boxes. And we entrap ourselves. Or we try to conform. So when people try to conform, like let's say a woman or a man of a dark skin, I'm using those examples, they don't fit into a system. I said, well, the thing is, we should be questioning the system. Do I really want to put a lot of effort to fit into a system that clearly looks at me and says, you're insignificant to us? And for a lot of folks, when they become aware of that, they might be upset, or they've been getting those telltale signs. I've been depressed. I said, yeah, you're putting a lot of effort trying to fit a circle into a square. Nature's more about angles. I mean, more about circles, but go ahead.
Sorry, Mandelbrot. If you don't mind me asking, which, you don't have to be specific, just which decade were you brought into this wonderful realm? We can call it being born or your soul day. What decade? In which decade? So I was the 70s. Dom was the 60s. Weren't you?
She's a woman, so she might be only 29.
Quite possibly.
Well,
I'm 48, man. I'm past caring how old people are. In fact, it doesn't matter at the end of the day. It's just interesting to know what, because each decade was a different style, wasn't it?
Right? A lot of conditioning in each decades.
in each decade, absolutely. The 60s were the 60s, man. The 70s, wow, everything was brown and plaid and fucking, and you know, but still with some of the 60s hanging on with the bell bottoms and skinny jean bell bottom type clothes and stuff, but a lot of brown. And then the 80s, complete rebellion against all those drab browns and greens and fucking all that earthy colour from the 70s. We go into so crazy fluorescent colours, man, and wild pinks and blues and greens and yellows. And I remember my high-tech high tops with fucking bright fluorescent green tongues, and the high top, inside the high top, is fluorescent green. You were the 70s as well. Nice one.
Of course, a lot of those are aligned with different planetary alignments. So for some folks, their awakening can come at 12, 15, and you can hear them. And I'm like, wow, you're pretty wise beyond your age. In this case, the vessel. But I get it, Richie. I'm with you. Each decade plays a role. That's why when people talk about, okay, you're in Mercury, or your bodies or certain parts of your bodies align with Saturn, these are information. For some folks, they don't care about it. And I'm like, okay, so please don't say it's woo-woo. If it's of no concern to you, step aside. It's of no interest to you. The message is usually not for the most. It's for the few. And once they get it, they realize that, okay.
Right. And, I mean, if that's going to be somebody's response, is like, that's woo-woo. It's like, right, you're one of those. Okay.
Yeah, which is fine.
No worries.
Yeah, I can
woo-woo's not real for you. That's not a problem.
I could be clever with them and say, listen, okay, so you, how old are you again? Okay, so where is there again? I don't know, Dom. There you go. At least I wish you were humble but when you were responding. Because, best respect we can give to each other is to hear each other out. And hopefully they're listening inwards. But when somebody says, I agree or disagree, I said, that's not respect. You're just bringing your ego out. It's of no concern. But if that's the case, then I'll just go quiet and I'll go for a drive and I'll talk to myself. Which I'm okay with, by the way. And I'm pretty sure some folks can say the same thing. Because we don't really want to have to argue with each other. And how does that serve to argue? I can't see it through Richie's point, and he can't see it through my point. So what are we really arguing about? Peddling our opinions?
We're arguing over subjective experiences.
There you go.
Right? So it's ridiculous because what's true for one person is not necessarily true for another. It's like what one man's rubbish is another man's treasure. I've been the guy that's walked past the bin and gone, holy crap, has somebody thrown that out? Like the last TV that I had been thrown out, was left by the bins, and I thought, I wonder if it's broken. I think it's just been chucked out because they've updated their TV, right? And this was one of the first versions of a flat screen, so it was still quite thick and heavy. It wasn't like one of these thin Samsung fucking widescreen TVs. It was only 720p, and I just thought, yeah, maybe it's not broken. So I brought it back anyway, and it worked. It worked. So I had a TV that I'd found. That was my treasure, man. Yeah. I don't even know where I'm going with that.
Well, Richie, you're going like, everybody has their own experience or views. It's like when somebody says money is evil. I say, okay, how about you give some of that to me and Richie, and we'll give it a whack. I know the value of money and I appreciate money. I don't grovel over it. I realize if I'm in the crazy house and I need to buy food and I'm not going to grow my own food, I guess I'm going to have to be humble enough to say, listen, I'm going to go out and earn some of this money because I really don't want to practice stealing. So, and here you go. In exchange, can I have that, I don't know, that fruit that's probably not real, or, here's some salad. Maybe it's not real, but I'll at least eat it. I'll go through the motion.
Because of the situation, that is exactly where I am. I'm buying stuff from the supermarket, and you just know from the first fucking taste that it's even if it was real at one point, it's no longer real because it's been pumped with so many preservatives and whatever that it's just it will sit there for 2 months and not go moldy. Yeah, that's not real. That ain't real food.
A lot of us aren't eating live food anymore. So when I go to the grocery, okay, what's the lesser of the evils here today? What am I going to have? What's in the popcorn? I mean, in the box? What's in a can? You know, I'll have some banana. Okay. Is it?
Go
ahead.
Sorry, go on.
Go ahead, Rich. I'm okay.
No, I was just going to say, unless it's a fucking life or death situation, try and stay away from canned food. Unless you canned it yourself, right? Unless you did the stuff, because you can can your own fruit, and you can can your own meat and fish and stuff, and to preserve it, you can do it in a way that isn't, it's more the more natural way to preserve stuff, right? Like making conserves and and jam and stuff out of fruit, and or dehydrating it. But if it's in a can, then you're dealing with aluminium and microplastics and preservatives from a factory. It's been pumped in there in a factory, right? In a plant.
But it does feed convenience, you know. It's always funny when I hear people say, you know, money. Well, that's about convenience. You know, we can't go around lugging gold, or here, I'm going to trade Richie for his cow. I'm going to drag 1,000 chickens there because he wants to trade 1,000 for one cow. So it becomes convenience, and in that convenience, can we become lazy? Yeah, it's like a calculator. Can we become lazy? Will we become lazy with this technology that they're calling AI? Probably. It does repeat itself.
I watched the substitute teacher, and I'll tell you what, I wish I had substitute teachers that looked like her. She was too young for me now, like only in her early 20s, but damn.
You would have been distracted.
I would have been very distracted, right? But she was saying that the kids in her class didn't want to learn, and would say, why do I have to learn this? Like, why do I have to learn how to read? I can just get the computer to tell me. Why do I have to learn math? I can just put it in a calculator. Right? Technology's got to the point now where children, maybe not everywhere, but certainly in this girl's class, starting to say, why do I need to do that? Right? Why computers do it all? They'll do that. They'll do all that for me.
Yeah, but WISE is usually a philosophy inquiry, and that's a good thing, especially if parents understand that. You know, why? Why do I have to do that? Wisdom, discernment, you know. But for a lot of folks, they've been conditioned to think, I'll give you the question, give me the answer. I say, yeah, but is there different possibilities? Should be. We live in a society that overemphasizes on zeros and ones. I said, well, what about all the other numbers? And then once people realize, okay, am I just using numbers, plug and play, or am I understanding the energy behind numbers? It's like symbols, right? What is the symbol behind the letter A, let alone small or big? And that's for somebody to go inwards and find out, Dom, I actually know why. For you. Please share with the rest of us, even though we're going to probably be asleep when we hear you. If not, then how did we get to this point where we have Wi-Fi or have an automobile or a train or a plane? What would Socrates or Jesus, if they ever existed, really think of that? Nostradamus might have said, listen, I've foreseen a lot of this. There you go. You've foreseen it.
If Jesus, the biblical character, was real and came back, he'd say, I thought I told you not to create false images. Like, everything that you've created as a false image. Like, we sit here watching screens that project false images constantly.
Mm-hmm.
Like, all day, every day, we are bombarded with false images. So I think if that, like, if the Bible then turns out to be real, right, and the biblical story all turns out to be absolutely, that's how it goes, then yeah, Jesus is going to be pretty pissed off, man.
We're all working for the adversary. He's bringing us all the bling bling that we need. I want those 21-inch rims. I want to make sure I have like the 38, or no, sorry, that's too small now. 150-inch LCD TV. Oh, okay. But who's giving us this tech? Making it is one thing, but who's giving us that tech? It's a question. It doesn't mean we're going to have an answer.
So what you said earlier just reminded me of the of that I can't think of the right word. That basically just because you can doesn't mean you should.
True.
Right? True. So convenience. That's where it was. That's where I thought about it when you're talking about convenience. Just because you can does not mean that you should. Just because it's convenient definitely doesn't mean that's what you should be doing. In fact, maybe that might be the reason you shouldn't be doing it, because it's too convenient.
But we get bombarded in many areas. Like Richie, you've kind of told me a little bit about your story, and I'm picking up the energy of it, where how many people would actually, do what you've chosen to do. They might romanticize it. Oh, he's living in a foreign country, and he's living week by week. Oh, wow, it's amazing. And like, okay, that's nice, but to do it on a daily basis is a different story.
I don't know anybody that would would choose to be living. It's not even week by week. The last couple of weeks, it's literally days, right? Days to days. Like it's, yeah. I'm paying my rent each week in installments for that week. So I've been able to give him €75, but so that means I've got €50 to find between now and now and Sunday. Or now and next Monday, but then next Monday is another week's rent. So it constantly fucking playing catch up, or just getting through the next few days. Get through the next few days. Get through the next few days. Come up on YouTube, beg some more. Get through the next few days. Why would anybody would want that? Is beyond me. Right, that's not what I set out for. That's not what me going my own way was ever meant to turn into, and that's not how it was until fucking COVID. Until they start making people jump through hoops that I just would not jump through, and people to keep quiet about things that I would not fucking keep quiet about. I'm not gonna sit there and know something and not tell people about it, like especially if it's fucking important. By the way, they're gonna try and lock down the entire world. They're gonna try and lock down the entire world and bring in digital IDs and vaccines. Blah blah blah. Oh, shut up! Shut up! You're an idiot. You're a fearmonger. You're a fucking conspiracy theorist. Duh. What are you talking about? Oh, shit. Fuck.
But this is where
what happened.
But this is where empathy comes in, where people pick and choose what they want to be empathetic to, where a person can say, I've got a $10 million house, but with the downturn, let's say what happens during these resets, now I can't afford my $1 million lifestyle. Now a person can say, yeah, but you got a big house and all that. I said, but you're missing the point, a lifestyle. And the empathy behind it. This is not really just about rich or poor. This is about habitual habits that we have. And are we showing each other, as a race, are we really caring for each other, or are we just picking and choosing what sounds nice? Not to say that, a person could turn around and say, realistically, yeah, but you're a billionaire or whatever. You could just go out there and get more jobs. Well, hey, you're a poor person. You could easily go out and get more jobs. Not really. Because we have to drag. Go ahead.
I guess people would, it's picking and choosing who you want to relate to, or like you said, empathize with.
Yeah, relating is one thing, but then there's the other part. You use your imagination. Well, if I was poor, I said, well, you're not. And if you are, you have to break it down. What do you mean by poor? Mentally, emotionally, physically? Well, Dom, you know what I'm talking about. No, that's why I'm asking questions. We want clarity. Go ahead.
I'm not poor. I'm rich. Look, my
I know you
name's Rich. Richie. Richard. I am rich, embodied. So I accept all the money that's going to come to me now. Universe, send it
And if
now.
it doesn't, you'll get it in other ways. Like I get it. We have to mingle among the red and blue pillars, even the black pills. They're a funny bunch. Anybody that says pick a choice and said you're going to play the half full, half empty with me, no. I want to be around people that says, especially if it's a wise child, Tom, can I talk about the table? Sure you can. Can I talk about why you ask me what's in the glass? There you go. Can I talk about the painting? Sure you can. It's usually the people that are say, listen, pick 0 or 1, but I want you to pick this one. Why do you want to limit me then? This is where we're at right now. In this age, for the few folks that are, few when I say it could be millions, that will choose to have wisdom. You want to know things? That's nice. Those things have been planned from generation ago. This thing that's they're doing right now, it's been foreseen in the stars. Now, if they want to fight it, I said, yeah, you go luck. Good luck with that. Why don't you go down a river and then you keep fighting it, opposed to just turning around, go with the flow, and then you might see that twig, and you probably can grab a bigger branch, and then you can go to shore. Again, this is people struggling, people that are drowning. These are people that are asleep. Now, I'm talking to the few. Now, the ones that are being disturbed, am I really talking to you? Now, I'm being arrogant right now, Richie. I apologize, but sometimes those messages have to be spoken. Whether or not it's received, the question is, why didn't you do it before?
Well, I reached a point, like I said, where I realised that my own ego was getting in the way of me, of potential. There were potentials that I was missing because my ego was not allowing it. My ego was getting triggered by something, triggered by the way I remember you came on my panel last year, I think it was sometime, or it might have been the year before, and we ended up having an argument. I ended up getting triggered by the way you were speaking or what you were saying or whatever, and we ended up having a little bit of a, I tried to butt horns with you,
It was fun. But I get it.
You were just yourself, and you just really politely said, okay, no problem, that's all right. I'll speak to you later. And and when we went our separate ways, so to speak. But that was because, my ego was getting triggered. Being able to sit there and not with you. There's other individuals, that my ego gets triggered by. There's still some that I just still can't. I can't. I just can't with them. Like fucking Paul, unslaved. I'm not ever going to even bother, right? Because I know my ego won't be able to keep quiet in that situation. My ego will get fucking riled up, and I'll end up just making an idiot of myself, like Queen Stephanie, sorry, got my ego so triggered I squared up to the fucking camera, like, come on, Rich, forget yourself much, like, and yeah, I'm at a point now where I was able to quickly within that conversation recognize what had happened and sit back down again and just laugh at myself and say well done Stephanie, like, there's not many people that can get me up out of my chair, and you did it, well done, you triggered me.
Yeah, you put your hands on the stove, you learned your lesson, whatever that may be to you.
But how long's it taken me to get to that, like, from becoming consciously aware of the fact that there's actually something going on here, right? In 2013, I started waking up in 2009, but 2013 I really opened the door, and walked right in to the depths of the fucking rabbit holes. Went in every one of them, and And I've lost my train of thought. Oh, looking at comments.
Train of thought. I love
every
the term.
time.
But if I can
every
share,
time, dude, every time.
It'll get better.
If I do
Richie.
look at comments at all, like, oh yeah, just catching myself in the moment. Though, I'm talking about that, and so from when I woke up, when I became consciously aware, right, it was still years before I realised, before I started to actually observe myself and analyze myself properly, and instead of saying, well, of course that's what that's how it went, because that's just me, that's the way I am, and to get into the point and say, yeah, but why is it, why are you like that, why am I like that, why does that make me feel like that, what is it about that, and just going deep. So and yeah, now it's 2025, like 12 years later, and I'm still learning, man. Still in training. Still in training. We've been joined by Mac. We've been joined by Mr. MacGyver. How you doing, sir?
Pretty good. How you doing? What's up? Yeah, I'm expecting a call. I'm expecting a call from my lawyer, so I guess when he calls, I'll have to, mute my mic.
Oh, dear, a call from your lawyer. I hope it's because you're expecting a call about some fucking windfall that came out of nowhere. Your lawyer's just about to phone you to tell you that you've got some long lost relative that you'd never heard of before, but he's left you 250 million.
A Hallmark movie. That's a Hallmark movie.
Yeah, that would be awesome, wouldn't it? Is it? It's nothing serious, I hope.
I'm suing my brother.
You're suing your brother? Okay.
You get
yeah.
Younger, older
my
brother.
little brother.
There you go.
Little
brother. Want to hear the story?
If you don't mind sharing, Matt. Okay, hold on, Matt. Before you share, will this infringe on your court case?
Settle down and relax.
Okay.
Chapter 1. I hurt myself at all right. Dad had a business. He had 2 sons. I'm the older one. I was working first. He came along. I taught him the business. I found my wife, so my mind wasn't really into the business. I was in with, my wife. I wanted to get off work early. You guys still hear me, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I still hear.
Oh, all right. So anyways, Dad's going to retire and sell a business, and my dad's brother is he's in the business. He does, how would you say, life insurance policies and stuff. So he's, pretty orientated with, businesses. And he says, there can only be one boss, because if you give them to them both, they're going to be fighting. So you can only give it to one of the kids. My dad asked me, he's like, hey, you want the business? And it's like, it's a headache. I'd share with Dave. He's like, I can't. So he sold to my brother. So anyways, my brother, after Dad left, treated me like a total tool for like 2 years. I put up with this shit. Anyways, I hurt myself on a service call. An old Maytag washer from the 70s. The top and the lid assembly was up against the wall, and I was putting this concrete tub in. And when I went to pick it up, my finger lost grip because I guess there was soap on it or something, and I fell into the washer, and this whole lid just come crashing down on my head and hurt my neck. So I went to the emergency room, and it's like, yeah, you got a problem in your neck. And so I called my brother. It's like, yeah, dude, I'm injured. And it's like, I asked him for the phone number for workman's comp and stuff like that. He wouldn't do it. So he was fighting me with this workman's comp injury that I had for like 4 years. He went to court with me. We're actually in a courtroom fighting me against this, saying I'm lying. He lied 4 times in the courtroom. I did win the case, but it's just, he didn't want his rates to go up. That's why he was fighting me. So it's almost going to be, this May is going to be 6 years finally with this situation. I got my neck operated on. I'm having more issues than I did before I even got my neck operated. I'm having burning, headaches, dizziness, having problems sleeping. So I'm calling my lawyer here to find out what's going on because the doctor suggests I have some radio frequency burning on a nerve in my neck. And I'm trying to get the okay through this insurance company to pay for it. And it's been like 3 weeks now. So I don't talk to the asshole. Nobody's happy with the asshole in our family because of this shit. He didn't care if I was poor and ended up on the street. But I found a way to survive. Pretty much that's it.
So, man, families.
Yeah, I really get the
families.
Also,
but
and
all
also
he
going
needs-
through this shit.
All he needs to do is agree that it was a work injury, and then the insurance company will agree to pay for it, right?
Right, but he didn't want his rates to go up. And he thought I was scamming him because his stupid mind thinks, well, since I treated him like shit for like 2 years, he's just doing this to get revenge, you know, in my brother's mind. So I'm lying. But yet I got proof from the x-rays. Go figure, you know? His ego's so out there, dude. His biggest fear is not having enough money. My sister right above me, her biggest fear is not going out looking just right. Her fear controls her because she's got to have every hair in place, and she, you know, is pretty. And it goes to her head. So my older sister, me and her get along great. We're totally cool, and we see the problems with our siblings. So we can't have relationships.
Hang on. You say it's your younger sister's pretty.
Yeah. Well, she's not younger. She's a year older than me. She's a year older than me. When she was a little girl, she told Mom, I can't go to school. And I knew why she didn't want to go to school. She goes, Mom, I don't feel good. I can't go. I go, Mom, she don't want to go because her hair's not going just right. No, seriously, my sister has a phobia. It takes her about an hour to 2 hours to get ready before she leaves the house. My daughter, she had a new employee at her work. And her new employee happened to work with my sister. So my daughter's like, oh, yeah, she worked at Darvin's. Do you know a girl named Connie there? And she's like, yeah, we call her Barbie. So when I see my sister, I say, hey, what's going on, Barbie? She says, where'd you hear that from? So I told her the story. Yeah, fear controls people.
I mean, that's a self-esteem, self-confidence thing, isn't it, right? Feeling that her appearance
yes,
is what's going to make
her
people
ego.
like her. Right.
Yeah. And how your ego controls you is through fear.
But how many times, this is the thing, isn't it? How many times when she was growing up was she told, you know,
she's fair and beautiful all the
she
time.
Was,
all the time.
Right. And how many things did she get because of that beauty? Or you know, beauty opens doors, doesn't it, basically? Some people get advantages or opportunities given to them purely because of what they look like.
Yeah, but her husbands didn't work out. She went through 2 husbands. Now she's with the 3rd boyfriend. Yeah, they seen through her fakeness. You know, a dumb blonde. Yeah.
But maybe she doesn't feel like she has anything else to offer, you know?
Yeah. You can't carry a conversation.
Think she's you know, she's not smart enough or
no.
Or talented enough or whatever. She's got nothing else to offer, so she's banking a lot on her appearance.
Yep.
I think it's sad. It is really sad, but unfortunately, it's society that's done that to us.
Well, it was really sad when my dad died. My next year, my mom died, and my sister.
It's media that's done that. Advertising
then the truth is
social programming to.
You're right, and my brother with his money situation
to help us to fuck ourselves up on this journey.
Yeah. And then my brother with his money situation, not having enough money, he's materialistic. You know, he gets that new Dodge Challenger Hellcat Red Eye Edition. You know, that's the fastest, best car you can get on the market.
I lost my bloody internet again.
Hello.
Could be Mac image. Some people get caught up in image.
Yeah, but if you spell image, what does it spell? IMGE. Then you just say light bulb.
True. It's interesting how when siblings are raised under the same roof, how we actually perceive things. That's why I was saying to earlier, Richie, when somebody says to me, money is the bottom line, I'll usually tell them, I said, I'll know if it's the only line. So when somebody worries about money, like you were saying about your brother in this case, my insurance or whatever, my things will go up. I said, that's about money. So
Well,
now at that point,
I mean,
go ahead.
Yeah, I was the older brother, and everybody's like, "Oh, Mac this, Mac that," and you know, my brother Dave is like, Dave, big deal." I mean, yeah, I was. Everybody loved me. Grandma loved me because I had the same name as her husband. You know, I was Mac the third. You know, and so as we get older, you know, I always got the good-looking chicks. I handed him down one of my old girlfriends because he couldn't get a girl.
Hand me down. I love it.
Yeah.
Hand me down woman. Never heard that before.
Yeah. I kid you not.
Please share.
Yeah. And then my hand-me-down woman was friends with my wife. Yeah.
There could be envious and jealousy, you know, sometimes.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
He was envious and jealous of me.
And then some people do, oh yeah, but Mac has all of that. But is it your responsibility to abuse him now? And this
Well,
is what
that's what he did to me. That's what he did to me. Since he had the raise of the business, he thought he can treat me like shit. Make me be the, the parts chaser. Hey, go get me a part and meet me here at this. I go, Dave, you get me a part, meet me here. I'm the boss. You listen to me. You want your job? You know, that kind of bullshit.
The sad thing is, Mac, we can almost justify and excuse any type of behavior. This is why the old saying is, know thyself. Now, the self and the ego are two different things. The self
we know that. We know that. But we know he's got an ego issue. And my sister's got an ego issue. And what controls them is fear. That's what a lot of people, they have problems in life, is fear.
Okay. Where I was going with this, Mac. Go ahead, Rich.
If people aren't or don't understand the fact that there's two aspects to, well, there's more than one aspect to you, right? There's the ego. Actually, the ego can be splintered into all different facets. Like there's different facets of your ego, but there's the you that thinks you are, right? And then there's the authentic, real you that most of the time is sat inside, quiet, doesn't really say anything, because the ego always wants to be there. I say that it's because the ego is what is actually attached to it's also technically part of the construct, right? Because it's the vessel will not operate without an operating system, and the byproduct of that operating system is, or a byproduct of that operating system is the ego. It's the self-awareness, right? The only way that these vessels could be as amazing as they are is if they're self-aware and autonomous. And that's where the ego was born. So whether it was an intentional or an unintentional side effect of the operating system that runs the body, right? Not that actually runs the body, but that gives the body direction and purpose, right?
Yep.
What's able to accept the programs and translate those programs into actions, right?
Oh, exactly.
Can I give this a whack, guys, to put it into what layman term would be computer terminologies? So,
go for layman's terms.
Okay, the ego is actually the body. It'll be like looking at a computer or a cell phone. It is the body. Now, you have a software that's called the self, the ongoing program. Then you have something called the hard drive. That's the subconscious. We're none of those things, by the way. Now, the body has its own intelligence, so it's been programmed for fight or flight. Most people will use their ongoing program to work hard or work efficient, whatever word you want to use, to feed and shelter that. So most people have not put themselves in correct order by telling the ego, you're going to eventually perish. Don't feel as though you're here to rule. This is where the master slavery goes on. You have the ongoing program trying to run the body. The body is its own intelligence. Once you realize that and you can communicate with it, and then that's why when people have conversations online, they get all upset. I said, none of our conversations should give you a fight or flight mentality. We're having a software conversation. Now, some people will bring up their subconscious, and that's the thing that runs it. That's why when people talk about the ego, they think the ego and the self is the same thing. Even the way we speak, some people speak anyway, self-aware opposed to aware of the self. Know thyself. Go ahead.
But the trouble is that there are each aspect of the ego thinks that it is the self.
Yep.
Yeah, it's confused, and
right,
that's why we.
Yeah. So just whichever part is in control at the time, right? So when I say different facets to the ego, there's the version of me that will sit there and have a 4-hour conversation with my nan, if she was still here, about the past or whatever. There's a version of me that will sit there patient as heck and listening to my nan. There's the version of me that will engage with my mum and dad, and there's the version of me that engages with my friends, and there's the version of me that engages in a professional environment with work colleagues, right? It's different facets to my ego.
That's more yourself. That's your personas. You're in personas now, and again, that's not us. But I get the sentiment what you're trying to say.
But isn't the persona the chosen mask, a mask that the ego chooses, right? So like the jock, the Jack the Lad jock that is outspoken and fucking confident and whatever, that's a mask that the ego's put on, saying, yeah, I'm a confident jock, Jack the Lad, nothing bothers me, tough as nails, me, right? But it's a persona adopted by the ego.
That's more the I am, and then whatever after that, I'm a man, I'm a woman, I'm an electrician, I'm a plumber. Those are all masks.
Well,
more. Go ahead.
Yeah, with me, I was all ego mind. I didn't know any of this stuff. I was totally about myself, me first. I really treat my wife the best. I didn't know because my ego was controlling me. Drove my car like an asshole and everything like that. Then I hurt myself. 4 back surgeries. Stuck on the couch for 5 years. It really knocked me in my place, and
it makes you reflect. You have nothing to do but reflect in those situations, because you can only distract yourself for so long.
Exactly. So I did some meditating and see myself, the point of myself I did not like. I mean, I'd be sitting at an intersection, some guy whip around the corner, do a burnout, and I was like, that was me, right? I'm looking at this guy, what an asshole. Then I go, holy shit, I used to do that. I'm an asshole,
This is.
I woke up.
Like, this is Gurdjieff territory right here, man.
Yep. So I apologized to my wife about everything I did and shit like that, and she meditated too. And she come out of the bedroom there, full hour meditating, and she gave me a big hug and says, "How come people don't know about this?" I go, "I don't know." So me and my wife, we get along great, dude. Really good. We don't argue and fight.
Well, I mean, even if you do, that's not a bad thing.
We don't did it like before. Like we had to get the one up on one, that kind of fighting.
Right.
We don't do that.
Right. I mean, in the moment, the tempers can flare and stuff or whatever. But I guess if both individuals are aware of what can happen and they're aware of themselves in the moment, then it's much easier to stop the engagement, right? It's much easier to just shrug it off and say, "Oh, okay, we're not going to agree on this or whatever," or maybe you do agree on everything, but it's about observing the moment objectively in the moment.
Definitely.
I'm still back with Matt. I wish he was my older brother. Dom, I have a hand-me-down woman to give to you. No socks.
I don't want no fucking hand-me-downs. Like I had a,
Yeah, but it's
I wish
worn
I had
in.
an older brother.
Her
I wish I
baby
had an older
talk.
brother.
But it's worn in. It's like a glove.
Her baby talk would just drive me crazy. I hate when she'd do it. What do we do? I was like, oh, I hated that.
The reason I wanted an older brother, or wish I had an older brother, was for the companionship, camaraderie, and the support that you would have from having a brother. Obviously, you need to go on with him, but an older brother that you can look up to, and then aspire to be like, or aspire to be better than, But ultimately, the desire is to at least be on the same level as your older brother, right?
Yep.
I think a younger brother will always want to eventually be able
buddies. We were
to
buddies
be
with
able
our
to
kids.
sit there up on the top table and sat next to each other on the top table instead of still being sat down with the kiddies.
Yeah, we did everything together. Rode bikes together, hung out together, did a lot of that. And then when I started liking girls, I didn't hang around them much because I had a girlfriend.
I mean, that's a natural. That's part of puberty, man. I think that happened with me and my sister. Well, not that way. It was when she hit puberty and she started, menstruating, and her hormones started going crazy. She just, because of life up until that point, right? She'd been bullied a lot. I was spending. We spent 1 year in the same school. I was in the fourth year of primary school, and she was in the second year or whatever it was. And I spent every lunchtime, every break time, and every lunchtime, I'd go over to her playground to go and spend time with her because she was getting bullied. Right, so I'd just go and hang. So I was very protective of my little sister. And we were, she was like one of my best friends until she hit puberty. And then when she hit puberty, and probably, me hitting puberty as well, it just all went, that bond and that friendship, maybe not the bond, but that friendship dissolved over time. And I think there's still a bond there, but, I know that she's got a subconscious resentment.
So Richie and Mac, are you guys firstborn?
Yeah.
Not me. I'm in the middle.
Okay, you're
Out of
middle
four
child.
kids.
Malcolm, you're Malcolm in the middle.
Yeah, I'm the third kid born out of 4 kids.
MacGyver in the middle.
Yeah. Mac in the middle.
Sometimes firstborn, either they become the golden child or the experiment child.
My older sister was pooped on because my mom worked nights, and my older sister was pretty much my mother. She fed us, took care of us, and did the laundry and stuff. So she had a lot on her.
Yeah, that weighs on, especially women as they get older. And like I've been doing that since I've been a child. I've been the, the maid or whatever. Right. Same with boys. When a woman and a man get a divorce, then the woman sometimes, whether intentionally or unintentionally, mostly unintentionally, they try to elevate the firstborn boy to be the man of the household. And for some of them, they're not equipped for that. And then they get distorted.
Right. But yeah, me and my older sister, we're best friends, man. We get along great. My older sister would like to have relationships with my 2 other siblings, but they're too out. They're too about themselves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, it's pretty common, Mac. A lot of folks are self-absorbed. You just see...
And those 2 don't even get along with each other. It's funny. They're loners.
But try to explain to somebody...
You can't.
What that even means, and why is it wrong? Why is it wrong to be fucking self-absorbed? At the end of the day, like my experience revolves around me, and so why shouldn't I be self-absorbed? And is it possible to go through this life without being in some way self-absorbed? Because at the end of the day, each one of us is having a very lonesome subjective experience. So I only say that lonesome subjective experience because not everybody agrees with what our experience was. If we, try and explain it to people, they say, "Oh, well, that wasn't what happened. Obviously, it was this." Oh, this shadow man didn't come into your fucking apartment and try and put you to sleep so it could do crazy things to your brain. You didn't speak to Jesus, and that's fucking woo-woo or whatever, That's all in your imagination. You've done too many drugs. Rich, you did a lot of LSD when you were in your early 20s. It's probably just that repeating on you because it never leaves your spinal cord, right? And they'll rationalize. People will rationalize things.
I guess, Richie, when I share with people, there's a lot of assumption when people hear me. I usually say a person's being self-absorbed. There is no connotation whatsoever that I'm saying it's good or bad. People make the assumption. Now, when a person is aware, then they can ask, so what else can we be? You can also be rationally selfish. You can consider others. Self-absorption is just something, it's common. Now, let me
just say something quickly before she goes. Mandel Brit, I'm not sure if that's because you are a Brit in England. Hopefully, maybe it is. But yeah, it's been... we've thoroughly enjoyed your participation in the chat as well. So don't be a stranger. Don't forget to subscribe and hit that bell. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for the donation as well, Mandelbrot.
Did you ever heard of a reverse Mandelbrot?
No, I know of the Mandelbrot.
Yeah, there's a reverse one.
Mandelbrot set.
Yep. There's a reverse one.
The reverse one is just going to be the negative of the original, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yes.
Which is just an aspect of duality.
Yep.
You're a Brit in the US. Awesome.
Cheers. Yeah, so
have a great day. Have a wonderful day in a wonderful way.
Yeah. So my brother's pretty much got a shitty relationship with his wife. She's spoiled. Anytime they get in a fight, she'll act up. She'll take the kid and go. And he don't want that, so he lets her get away with murder. She don't clean the house. She don't make food or dinner or nothing. They can't have kids.
Unfortunately, that's all too common a story, isn't it?
Yeah, but
one way or another, it's either the man or the woman.
Right. So her friend, my sister-in-law's best friend, had 2 kids, and she accidentally got pregnant with a third. They know they've been trying for a couple of times, $60,000 a pop to have a kid and nothing working out. She goes, "Hey, I'm pregnant. Do you want my kid?" And they said, "Sure." So as soon as the kid was born, she left the hospital. My sister-in-law took over, and they have a kid from her friend that they're, adopted. All he does, since I known him, is in his room on his computer. He don't talk to people at all. If you get into a gathering with him there, he'll just sit there and spin around circles or whatever and talk to nobody. And
so he's introverted.
Yes, and you go over there and talk about computers, he'll talk his brain off, but he doesn't know how to do nothing really. And my brother's never home because he constantly is money, money, money. Get that last call in. He comes home at 9 o'clock at night. There's no dinner. He's always eating fast food, so he's fat ass. Yep.
Dana, yeah, I think it's the word absorbed, isn't it? Because absorbed.
Yep.
I mean, you're completely absorbed in something. So self-absorbed implies that you're completely absorbed in yourself.
Yep.
I think reflective is a better. Some people are self-absorbed and some people are self-reflective.
It can be, but then there's a word, absorb the self or reflect the self. So again, most people are living in a bubble. It's not a bad thing. It just is.
We're all living. No, not most people. Every single fucking one of us is living in a bubble.
I was trying to be polite because I realized people are going to.
I realized I was in a bubble.
So what ends up happening is people say things like, "Dom, I'm independent." It's okay, well, let's test that. Okay, so are you making your own stuff? Well, no, I'm not. Okay, so would that be independent?
Do you have butter in your sandwiches? Yes. Do you make that butter? No. Do you make the bread? No. Where'd you get? Like, where does the wheat come from? Yeah.
So the conditioning is like when people say AI, it's the same thing. They think they're independent, but they don't actually step far enough away to really look at themselves and says, there's nothing that indicates that I'm independent, let alone interdependent. Now, if a person says, I want to go to nature, I said, you'll learn in a short period of time how to try to be interdependent with nature, because nature can be very cruel, meaning that it has a very destructive and constructive side to it. Again, at that point, I'm trying to weed out people. I'm like, okay, there's 30 of us here. Let's get it down to 2. Why? Because the rest of you, there's already clubs for you. Go join a religion, join the state. These are the type of conversation that most people forget about when people say you overanalyze. No, most people just don't think, let alone feel. So at that point, when I tell people they're self-absorbed, I'm being honest with them. I was hoping that they were being honest with themselves. That's why I tell people more times out, they're full of shit. They're just dishonest. It's not a bad trait to be self-absorbed.
I think that the way to reconcile that is to say that there are 2 different ways to be self-absorbed, right?
Only 2.
Well, yeah, at least 2 ways to be self-absorbed. You might be self-absorbed. There might be a time in your life when you need to become self-absorbed to be able to understand yourself, right?
Mm-hmm.
I would say that I went through a period, 3 weeks, specifically 3 weeks, where I was completely self-absorbed because I needed to be in order to police the thoughts going through my mind, right? And the feelings that those thoughts were generating or inducing or encouraging, right? So I had to become self-absorbed for a time to be able to recognize me, to be able to, and in doing that, I released the demons that were bringing me down every fucking day and making me just want to die, right?
But those demons were probably serving you in some way, whether you know it or not.
Exactly. They weren't demons, they were cheeky monkeys, and the cheeky monkeys were serving me. It just took me a long time to become aware and pay attention, right? And that's where this is the thing. It's the lack of awareness. Lack of awareness allows for all kinds of fuckeries, right? If you're not aware that there really are, whatever you want to call them,
fake
energies,
people, energies, people.
No. Energies or entities or like intelligent energy entities that we can't see with our physical eyes. We might be able to sense them, but we can't see them. And if we can, they're translucent. They're not really material. They're not part of this realm.
Could it be a soul living through our ego? Some soul.
And they're like, if we're not aware of them, they can do whatever the fuck they want.
Yeah, put thoughts in your head.
Right? But then if you become aware of them, your awareness is locked in by your perception.
Yeah, they have no control on you.
No, not true. If you're aware of them, but only in a certain paradigm, right? Only basically fed through one. Well, there are these entities. Oh, right. Well, the Bible says they're demons. Okay.
Right.
Well, demons have an entire fucking narrative and thousands of years of that narrative. Right? They've got images. They've had images created of them. People's imaginations have gone all over the place, creating these scary fucking images of demons with sharp teeth and claws and blood and fire in their eyes, and their smokeless fire and all of this shit, right? But this is all narrative that creates a character. It turns that entity into a character, right? But if you can do that, that means you can turn that entity into whatever fucking character you want. You don't have to say it's a demon. It's real, it's really there. It loves it if you call it a demon, because then it has there are some benefits to it that come from being a demon, because we're fearful of them. Right. We're scared of them. Well, fear is the biggest It's their most effective tool.
That's how they control you.
Change the word fear to
Fear.
unaware. Just
Now
change the
with
word
me, through the
So,
meditating.
hang on. Say that again, Dom. Change the word fear.
Change the word fear to unaware. So again, when the student is ready, many teachers will show up, and those teachers are going to find out, okay, so you're ready to be teachable. Most people are caught up in their masculine energy, not their feminine energy. So once you're ready, those demons, those angels, those parasites, they're there to play with you. Problem is, for most people, they're too busy resisting them or ignoring them. You know, a parasite in your body will teach you how to be more healthier. A person that goes around and say, do you really want to harm another human being? Who are you to judge? And if you're going to judge, we're going to fuck with you.
Right, parasite, that's another word, right? That has a narrative.
Parasitic.
Has a narrative and a character associated with it that a lot of people are afraid of. They think parasites are bad. They're a bad thing. Oh, parasites, they just live off. Yeah, but a parasite won't kill you because
It lives off
they
the
need
host.
you to be alive, right? The parasite needs you to be alive in order to continue living itself. So it's not in its interests to kill you. It might be able to slow you down and make you, sluggish or whatever. Might actually be able to infect your brain and make you do things that you wouldn't normally do.
Yeah.
So if you're aware of parasites and understand parasite cleanse, then you wouldn't be fearful. You wouldn't be unaware. That's the whole thing. People fear things that they're unaware, and then they do shit like they assume all kinds of stuff. I said, okay, we're just using words to describe something within ourselves. We're parasites.
Are we not? Is every living creature on Earth technically not a parasite? Because we are, or technically a parasite.
Yes.
Is it not the fact that we are all technically parasites upon the face of the Earth, right?
And under the
Mother Earth is right, but we're living off. How much do we give back to the Earth? Especially now, we've become parasites now because we take from the Earth, but we don't really give back to it.
Yeah, sure. At least put your body out in the woods and let the animals and the insects have a shot at us. But no, let's bury ourselves in these coffins.
They cremate.
Well, cremating I think still goes back into the atmosphere. And the ash that remains, you scatter that on the earth, and it goes back into the earth. And there are certain nutrients or whatever that
Which it is.
come out of the carbon. It's carbon at the end of the day. You turn into carbon.
But we should feed some people. We have to remember, got to feed the animals, and then there's a pecking order. Then you have crows, you have the insects, the mites, and all that kind of stuff. I get that. A lot of the burial traditions or burning, and that's just humans fucking playing games with themselves. And then we justify by saying, well, we're going to throw it back up in the atmosphere. Do we not eat animals? Do we not eat other things? Sure we do. We consume it. Hopefully we release the spirit that's in it by honoring it. Thank you for taking care of that vessel as you're a cow. Well, Dom, I don't believe in that kind of stuff. What the fuck are you talking about? Get the fuck out of my face. Really become teachable. Go inward.
It's one of the things that I loved from Avatar, right? I don't know. There's things about Avatar that resonated with me, right? That made sense. Because I think it is kind of telling the story of what's going on here. I refused to watch Avatar 2 because of what's his name's fucking comments about testosterone. I just decided that I'm not going to watch your fucking sequel, you fucking soy boy cunt. Excuse my language, sorry. Sorry, Dana.
Are we judgy?
But when he kills the whatever it is he kills, or she kills one first, doesn't she? She goes hunting and she kills it, and then as soon as it's dead and it's laid there, it's just dying, and she goes up and thanks it, and is grateful,
right?
And there is sadness for the loss of of life, but just gratitude and thanks because it was passing its energy on, kind of thing. I love that spiritual, at one with nature thought. There's that tribe, Indian tribe or Amazonian tribe or whatever it is that say that they go to the forest, or it used to be like this. They go to the forest and they do their ceremony, and they'd ask the forest, and like a deer would come out, and that would be the deer that was offering itself to be for sacrifice offering its life to sustain the tribe, right? So they'd kill it cleanly, as little suffering as possible, kill it, and give thanks to the animal for giving itself, willingly. There's I think this idea that we've been fed about dog eat dog, survival of the fittest, I think I'm pretty sure I know it's an absolute fucking fallacy, right? Because not all animals that kill each other all the fucking time. There's so much footage of dogs helping cats helping mice, or rats, or fucking squirrels helping things, birds helping, Yeah,
we see the videos.
They even help us, Yep. It's like we've had this competition bred into us because of this fear of lack of resources.
That's what it is. Fear controls people. And some people don't call it fear, but to me, I see it as fear. And like when I meditated, since I've been doing that, my intuition's gone up. I can read people. That helps me out.
Dude, it's like alpha males, right?
Yeah, the problem with
an
fake
alpha male
people
is afraid.
Yeah.
Tell an alpha male he's afraid. She's a fucking fraidy cat. No. You're fucking talking
I'm
about.
not afraid to cry. I'm not afraid of my emotions.
You're afraid of people thinking that you're a fraidy cat.
I don't know what people think about me.
You not you.
I know. I'm just saying.
It's like, people don't think in the right way, or in a constructive, in a beneficial, constructive way, right? That allows them to understand.
They should teach it at school.
Understand. I kind of love and hate that word at the same time. First time I heard it was Sevan Bomar. I don't know if anybody else has come across Sevan Bomar. Quite an interesting character. Very arrogant because of the success that his character has afforded him, and the information that he's presenting. There's some truth in what he's saying.
Yeah, Sevan's kind of funny, but the understanding is more or less guiding towards the heart. Whether he knows it or not. Understanding.
No, I think he was capitalizing on it because at the end of the day, and I think he kind of, he puts out there, this is just a business. He's just running a business.
Like Moji or Osho. Yeah, I get it.
Right. He's using esoteric knowledge and theory as that's his business model, or not his model, but that's his product. Right, and his business model is that he is this fucking guru. And it's it's worked, and there are things he's right about, but it's like Sadhguru, the yogi, Sadhguru, Cadghuru. I watched him doing a live trance in front of 60,000 people or something, right? All paying they'd all paid to get there. It cost money to go and see him. 60,000 people all sat there waiting for him to go into a trance. And he goes into a trance live on stage. And he's there in his trance. And then I just see him just very, very quickly, very surreptitiously, he just slightly twists his wrist and glances down at his watch in the middle of a trance.
Yeah, the funny thing is,
but he's such a guru. He can break out of his trance and look at the time and then go straight back into his trance straight away because he's a master man, right? No, he's putting on a show for 60,000 paying paying guests, but people that have all come there just to
Honor.
watch him go into a trance. So whether or not he goes into a trance is absolutely fucking insignificant. He has to at least pretend he has, because they're all going to sit there and go, "Oi, we paid to see you go into a fucking trance. What's going on here?"
Conning people for money.
Well, not really at that point, Mac. What happens is when some people are focusing on the main actor, I don't care if it's a psychopath, a sociopath, a guru, Osho, whatever, the camera should be panned towards their audience and say, where are you guys? See, as much as people might complain about people that are sociopath, psychopath, what about the normies? Where are they? So the accountability should be the individual person. Why have you gone there? Forget about why you gave them a knee, because you just have to go to the Vatican or go to the Mecca to see that cult-like behavior. But then what they'll do is to make excuse behavior, let's throw somebody under the bus. Let's bitch and complain about Hitler. No. Hitler was just one individual. Are you still playing the Jesus story, thinking one person can save you? There could be, which is you. But why
Hang on a second. You want to sit there and complain about Hitler? Which narrative are you going to use?
But again,
there's more than one narrative about Hitler.
That may be true.
You know?
Yes.
That may be true, guys. But the thing is, did he kill all those people? No, he didn't.
He didn't. No, order followers did. Did he give all those orders? There's not any recorded history, anything in the historical record anywhere that states that he ordered the extermination of.
Could have been a chain command.
They have it on YouTube where they translate his speeches in English.
Okay, but
yeah, he might as well be somebody stood up there talking now about current times.
Right. That may be true, and he might have done a chain command and tell all his chiefs. But the person that actually picked up a gun and killed another human being, where's your fucking accountability?
I mean, that was the whole thing about the Nuremberg trials, wasn't it? That was supposed to be holding people accountable. They didn't hold the individual soldiers accountable, because at the end of the day, the individual soldiers are only there to follow orders. So,
but once again,
there were.
Sorry, Richie.
No, I don't. Yeah, they didn't. I don't think they only prosecuted the officers, didn't they? The officers and the scientists.
All guys.
And the doctors.
Those are all fall guys. But the thing is, once again, there's a term. People say it, but they don't got a fucking clue what they're saying. Who are you to judge? Seriously, with all sincerity, who are you to judge? If somebody wants to stay at home, sit in front of a fucking computer and do fuck all, who are you to judge them? And if you're going to pick up a sword, be prepared. I'm talking about the words. If you're prepared to pick up the swords, remember, I'm playing the fool right now. I'm okay with being fucked over. Where other people say, oh, no. I said, so you're using excuse behavior. You've chosen to have a government. You've chosen to have a fucking Vatican. You have a pope and all that kind of stuff. Well, I don't. Well, then why the fuck are you talking about it? If people are going to truly revolt from within oneself, but what they do is they
different word. It shouldn't be revolt, because revolt is revolution, isn't it? Revolt. Just give it energy to again.
Volt. Yeah, I get the energy. You're going to vault again, but it'll show you where you stand. A person that doesn't want to be triggered is not going to do the revolting. The one that does it says, there you go. Now you know where you stand. What the fuck are you going to do about it?
I think we should be thinking more about rebellion than revolution or revolting. And isn't it interesting? Hey, the peasants are revolting.
We got to give them a religion to control them.
But Richie, I'm talking about a revolution from within. The ones outside never work. They've never worked, and they will never work again, because it's always shifting. But again, once you start revolting inwards and say, listen, ego, know your fucking place. The program, know your place. We're the things behind those things. But unfortunately for most people, I'm the vessel. Really? Then who's running the liquids right now? Sorry, guys, go ahead.
That was the song that I wrote. I spoke about it before. I wrote a song in 2018 or 19. I think it was 2019. I wrote a song about put the ego on put the ego on the back seat, let the soul take control. And that was at a time when I was trying in real time to catch my ego out, right? Every time my ego was raising its head, I'd catch it and say, there's Wally. Where's Wally? There he is, right? And my ego was Wally, because I prefer the English version of Waldo, because Wally in English just means an idiot, just a silly idiot, right? You're a Wally. If you're a Wally, you're a silly idiot. So there's Wally, and I was doing that for at least 18 months or something. I was doing that, trying to catch my ego every time.
Around here, I see a lot of fake plastic people. And you go to confront them on, like, you're faking plastic. They don't see it whatsoever, but yet they have to get the sleeve tattoos. They got to get the man bun. I got to go to the gym and work out every day, and also
that's a need to belong, isn't it? That is a natural. I think that is part of our natural desire.
Yes,
as tribal, because we as social creatures, right?
Right.
We desire company for whatever reason that might be. Some people don't, right? Introverts don't desire company. I don't desire company anymore, but there was a time when I'd just rather spend my time with people than with not. It wasn't that I was uncomfortable with my own self or my own company. It was just that I guess I was bored of my own company and I wanted to spend time with other people, right? And also, generally, it was just I wanted to get laid.
Hey, Mac, sorry, quick question. Mac, if we opened up a business and we were selling those tattoo sleeves, would you be for or against it?
Selling the shirt with the tattoo sleeves, like to be skin colored, but yeah. I thought about that, tell you the truth, be honest with you.
Okay, so knowing that the human races are consumers and we consume all kinds of stuff, it depends on your position. From one position, it's kind of stupid and all that. From another position, it's business as usual. Again, who are we to judge?
Oh yeah, exactly.
If a person chooses to do what they want to do, as long as that's not infringing on you, whether physically or mentally. For some people, go ahead.
I can see how these people think.
I just got an anonymous donation.
Yay.
I love you. Thank you. You know who you are. I love you.
Again, that's where we go into thoughts. And before we do things called afterthoughts, when we speak about it, I'm like, okay, so you didn't squash it in thoughts? How does it serve you to know whether or not somebody does something or says something that it's not your preference?
Isn't an afterthought adding to after the original thought?
Thoughts are in silence.
Then adding to that thought as an afterthought, and then the details are expanded or added to.
That's how they convey it, but usually thoughts are in silence. So when we speak, that's afterthoughts. So, and at that point, now we're talking about sounds and frequencies. And then you can condition people with the written work, which is another game. It's a dumbed down version, but again, most people will be dumbed down because we type in chat. So we're actually encouraging all of that. Those are symbologies. Think about when people say silence is golden, speech is silver. That's why back in the days, if you would receive a thought and then you can actually do like a mantra or you do verbal ways of teaching people. So we don't really have to speak. We really don't have to, but we choose to.
That's all playing on the paradigm that gold and silver have value. Right?
It does. It's conduit.
In electrical terms, that's the only place it actually has any true value. Gold and silver. The value that we've attributed to it, right? The value that we give gold, that's not its true value. Its true value is how the actual gold itself can actually be utilized, right?
Yeah, for conduit.
So as a conduit, as a conductor, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So in and where is that most used? In missiles. That's where they use the most silver, gold and silver. It's in missiles.
So they say.
and obviously, computers, microchips, processors, all of that. Like,
When
I've
they
seen
watch
people harvesting gold out of processors, they go and buy a job lot of 100 screwed old PCs that have got basic processors in them. The processor isn't worth anything anymore, but the gold's still there. So they harvest all that and they get their little tiny little nugget of gold out of it,
Richard, you probably have seen pictures of Egyptians, the pharaohs. They would have like a triangulation around them with people holding gold. They understood conduit. And some people, they have to figure out who they are, have that ability that they can harness gold. Same with some people, they can harness blood or urine or silver.
I remember hearing a theory about monatomic gold, right? The purest form of gold, where it's not gold, it's white powder.
It's good for you.
And that there are health benefits to monatomic gold. And it made sense to me. If you can get monatomic gold into the bloodstream, it'll end up in the brain. And in the brain, or anywhere where there are electrical signals taking place. So if you can coat all your nerves and synapses and everything in monatomic gold, then would that make your reaction times faster? Would that allow your brain? It made sense to me back then that it would make your brain, or allow your brain, to operate much more efficiently.
Yeah, the neurons are connecting more, and that's for certain people. Not everybody is capable of doing that, and then you have to factor in the sun and the moon and all the other planetary alignments. Again, there's many reasons why we have signs in the skies. It's like when people even smoke weed. When are you smoking it? How are you smoking it? What's your intent? Are you even able to actually consume that particular thing for health purposes, let alone for becoming aware of certain things? A lot of that's scientific, but for most people, they think science is fucking what NASA does. Get the fuck out of here with that shit. You should be able to question those things, and if you say it in a very harsh way, it's something inside is going to be disturbed. So yeah, now we're going to play. Again, it's for a lot of folks, they just don't grasp this. What they want is to be fucking spoon-fed.
Right, but I mean, I guess I can't hold that against anybody, because at the end of the day, right, the more questions you ask, the more frustrated you're going to get, because the more you realise you don't know. Because the more answers come back, as the answers come back, it just opens up more questions. It doesn't matter what gets answered. There's always more questions that arise as a result of the answer.
You're the student at that point. That's what a student is.
And that's all we can ever be while we're going through this life. We're constantly experiencing, and what we either learn or we don't, right?
True.
There's a lot of people out there that aren't learning. They've been programmed, and in the program there was nothing about continuing to learn. That it was like written into the program that no, once you've left school, that's it.
Yeah.
You just everything else you need you get from the TV.
Yeah, they haven't been instilled to question their program. They might have been put in to defend and attack. You can thank your forefathers for that shit. Again, if you're willing to question things, then you're using what's called intelligence. But
that's another narrative we've been fed, right?
Everything I'm saying is a narrative. Everything.
They don't teach us in school. They don't teach any of this in school.
You imagine if we could go back, or bring from that time, right? Bring the consciousness of our great grandfather. You imagine what that conversation would be like.
It depends what they are. If they were mystics back then, most people back then were normies. No offense to normies, but hey, they know their place. So
no, but that's what I'm saying, Dom. Like, we don't actually know. We don't know what they were thinking. We don't know what was going through their minds. We don't know the situation. All we know is the stories that we've been fed. So we'll go back 5 centuries. Well, we've been fed this story about the Tudors and, Henry VIII. And he was a big fat guy wearing frilly shirts and fucking great big pantaloons and all that, right? And Queen Elizabeth with her white painted face and all of that. We're just fed these fucking stories, which are
They are
snippets. They're moments recorded in history. They do not tell the story. We've had people telling us a story using this data, this information that we can't ever confirm if it was real or not. This 5 centuries ago.
But we can use reason, and if we can't use reason, you can use rhyme. You can pick up the patterns of today, the results from it. That's erroneous even when we say...
But what are the patterns of today and the results of it? They lie. They
Mislead,
lie.
lie, yeah.
They lie and lie and lie and lie.
But
some
don't we
more.
lie?
Mislead, misdirect, and they lie. Yeah, we do lie, but there is, it's kind of a, I think there's a baseline morality with most. I use the word normal, but I don't mean normal because most of us aren't normal. But what we'd consider to be normal people who don't want to cause any harm, unnecessary or intentional harm on anybody. We just want to get on with our lives, right? And live a nice, happy life. And maybe along the way make other people happy and leave a mark on people's life, a mark that they remember, and maybe leave a legacy of some kind, have children and leave, make our mark on the world and leave that behind. But normal people don't want that to be a horrific, incident, or there's some people that want that.
So Richie, are we being lied or misled about all the military resources that are being consumed and people join?
Oh yeah.
We're being lied to point blank.
Yep.
About take Israel's Iron Dome for example, right? They fire off the missiles at $75,000 a fucking missile. They'll fire off hundreds of those missiles off into the sky. I watched it live in real time via my mate Nia, right? Via his phone in real time. 3 o'clock in the morning, phones me up, says, "Dude, look at this." Puts his phone up to the camera, and the Iron Dome is it is Star Wars. It's like a Star Wars movie.
Okay,
right?
so
With these
knowing
missiles going off, and they're just going up and exploding, and everybody's taking it for granted that they're trying to hit missiles that are coming in.
Okay,
right?
so
But
knowing that-
nobody really knows where those missiles were coming from. But what I saw was a very, 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 very expensive firework display.
Okay, so knowing that, I'm trying to tie this up with morals.
Right.
So knowing that they do spend a lot of resources, whoever they may be, on military, okay, is that a moral thing for the human race or no?
The military is based on narratives that are shaped around egoic, megalomaniacal psychopaths.
Okay, so but they're still humans, right? So when people
That's debatable, isn't it? They might be humans, but they might not be human beings.
we could have that conversation, Richie, but for most people, let's keep it very simple for them. Okay, this is the way most people know where they stand. I don't like when people are full of shit. I know that about myself. I don't even have to have this conversation with people, but I'm willing to entertain it for now. So knowing that when you're in a mortal form, you're human. There's a lot of human crimes done to each other in so many different ways. So now somebody will justify, well, Dominic, I'm not the one that's creating the gun, but you're going to use the gun, right? Eventually, right? Yeah, okay. So is it really moral then? See, people like to have these conversations, but yet they're not willing to take themselves out of the picture or fucking put themselves under the bus.
Depends what you're going to use the gun for, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Right? The gun doesn't have to be a weapon
I've got
to
morals.
harm people. The gun is a tool to enable you to gather food.
Okay, but
Like
I
go
was
hunting.
talking about
Hunting.
military, guys. I was talking about military. I wasn't talking about hunting.
Oh shit! Right? Yeah.
Okay, stay on point here. Okay?
Sorry.
There's many points. So when we're talking about military, there's a lot of resources. Now each country will have a whole bunch of military working for them. You just make the economy tough for them. You'll see how many people will join the military. But at the same time, is that intention of having a tank and a submarine to kill a fucking animal that we don't know, we can't shoot down, or is it to do onto more humans? It's a simple question with a simple response. Yes. So at that point, how could we even have the fucking conversation about morals when it clearly shows that humans still are fucking living in the Stone Age?
Absolutely, Donna. I totally agree with that. I prefer to have a question which cannot be answered than an answer that cannot be questioned.
But these ones that we're having are answerable because I just have to look at the patterns. Them talking about having peace, bullet in the back of the head will give you peace. So at this point, it's resources. Now, we could blame the few that are orchestrating the many. But where's the accountability? The guy that says, listen, Dom, I'm an American and I fight for my country. I said, you're not defending your country when you're in somebody else's fucking landmass, you moron. Now, I might say that out loud.
We were taught stuff when we were kids. Like, I was taught to hate the Russians and China, you know. Since I was a young kid, they're bad. People. They're bad.
Those Catholics are bad. Those people that write with their right hand are bad.
I know. The stuff that we were brought up with.
just end it. Like, whatever it is, if it's not like you, it's bad.
Right? Bullshit.
But meanwhile, when I ask questions and then people quickly lean towards is bad or good, I said, you're assuming. I'm just asking for clarity. I know I'm being clever. I know that about me. I'm being clever because I realize I don't have to really ask these questions because I've already gone through my little fucking shadow self.
Right.
And I realize, would you do it, Dominic, if you got paid and you got conditioned, your family were third, fourth generation military? Well, based on observations and patterns, I would say yes. That's a no-brainer for me. Go ahead.
If I'd been brought up, if my Uncle Steve had been my my dad and not my dad, then I might have ended up joining the army, right? Because I didn't really wake up until I was 35. So even if I always had the potential to be awake because I always felt out of place, I was still trying to fit in so much. If my dad had been in the army and successful officer in the army, then I pretty much probably would have joined the army and, you know, gone to university to become an officer. Although that's an assumption. Maybe not. Maybe if even if I'd been born to my Uncle Steve and brought up in his family instead of my family, but with the consciousness or spirit that I have in me now, the same one, maybe it would have still gone the same way, and I would have rejected it. Maybe it would have made me even more likely to reject it. I don't know. I didn't live that life, so I can only imagine, right?
But the patterns are there. That's why they do the concept of cremation of care. Because if all of a sudden, let's play this wonderful imagination game. Me, Mac, and Richie were born through the womb of some wealthy person. So now all of a sudden, me, Mac, and you are chilling and saying, listen, guys, maybe we should help the poor. I would count on the other two saying, what the fuck are you talking about, Richie? Are you on fucking cheap crack cocaine? If we're being honest in our positions.
Yeah, I mean, maybe not with us three, but I see where you're coming from. But yeah, one of them may have said, well, hang on a second. We can make a business out of this, right? We can look like we can help the poor. We can help some people. But
we can laundry
more
money.
More importantly, we can actually get rich from that. We're just turning it into a business. Charity, right? There we go. We just make it a charity, and then it's tax exempt. It has to be non-profit. Well, we just increase our salaries, right? So that we spent all the money again. What was that on? Oh, salaries. Yeah, Turning Point USA. I'm talking to you.
So at that point, it's business as usual. For the people on the other side, this is where when people aren't honest, if they really want to use their imagination, I said, okay, so stop and think about it. If you were born in that position and you were conditioned, like the elite, they got to make sure, okay, I have to have how many fucking spoons do I have to have on my one side? And what type of plate I have to do? They have more conditions than we do.
Right. This is something that I've touched on before as well, that we don't give enough credence to. The fact that, like, we might think that these people are evil and whatever, but actually there's got to be a part of you, really, if you think about it, that has to pity these people because they were born into it. There was no chance of escape for these people other than, to exit stage left completely, which a lot of them, some of them do, some of them did. Those that didn't comply were exited or put into obscurity, basically not recognised. So they become insignificant.
Yeah, the more
they can't have any effect on that. You imagine being born into the Rothschilds, right? And imagine if I was born into the Rothschilds, and I fucking 35 years old, I suddenly wake up and say, "Oh, fuck." Have you what am I going to do?
Family. We gotta.
What the fuck am I going to
family.
do? We got fucked up. I'm in the family. I can see how fucked up it is. If I say a fucking word, I'd be the next sacrifice.
Or
you got your money. You got to go with the flow.
Yeah. Or Richie, what they would probably, and this is when people talk about they've joined certain kind of magical clubs or whatever. Yeah, good luck. How about you try to explain to the masses what you know? Good luck with that one. You're insignificant. Again, a simpler example would be when people that run a business and then their employees say, "Oh, you're so rich." I said, "Do you realize how much work the person has to do when they're running a business?" Well, not really. It's so easy to be ignorant.
Well, the thing is, people, I think some people maybe can just shake it off, right? But the responsibility of running a business, it's not just physical actions that you have to take. It will occupy your mind 24/7 if you're going to be running a super successful business, because that's the only way it's going to be super successful, if you are 100% focused on it.
Well, some of them are babysitting. Some of them end up, big companies will say, "Listen, I hire middle management. Why? Because I don't want to babysit fucking human behavior."
People who don't.
Right. I mean, I think there's placeholders that, like Elon Musk, for example.
Mm-hmm.
I think Elon Musk is a placeholder. I don't think, I literally think he was told when he was young, "Hey, Elon, you got a sweet life coming up, mate. You're going to be basically Iron Man, right? You, as far as the rest of the world's going to be concerned, you will be the richest man on earth, right? You do what you want, ketamine, sex parties, go and impregnate as many women as you want, whatever you want to do, right? All you've got to do is stand up there and look like a bit of a buffoon, right? And we'll just tell everybody that you're a fucking genius, and because we're all saying it, they'll all believe it. Don't you worry about it, right? You just go up there and be you."
Yeah, because there's a lot of them in those families, whether it's the Musk family or the Gates family or the Perot family. You have to keep the lineage going. You got to make sure you condition your kid at a young age if you want to maintain this. And if you've done a good enough job, we'll make one of your kids one of our stick figures. You don't become prime minister or a chancellor of a country and being selected if you weren't from generational families. And a lot of those companies, families, they're middle management. They're what they're classified as middle class. Sorry, go ahead, Richie.
And the Bill Gates of this world are literally the pick-me's from school, right? They desperately want that, that role. They want to be the individual that's portrayed to the rest of the world. They want to be that, right? I think maybe there's some that don't want to be that, and they're just doing it because if they don't, life will be like either I can play the game and live a life of luxury, or I can be like one of the peons.
Mm-hmm. And then that's where people use the word like a gentleman's game. They're not concerned about the outcome, especially when they can actually manipulate the markets. So in the old days, it was like, okay, we'll let the universe deal with it, but we're just going to play the game, not worrying about if we're going to win or lose.
They've stolen these terms, right?
Mm-hmm.
Gentleman's game, honor.
These
words, and like honorable. They call themselves right honorable.
Honor amongst thieves.
You're supposed to, if you refer to queer two-tier queer Starmer, you're supposed to refer to him. Anybody, like any proper serious professional journalist, will refer to him as the Right Honourable Keir Starmer, because he received a knighthood. The fact that these positions, these images, a knighthood, he's knighted by the Queen, knighted by the King. we think of knighted. What's that? Well, we go back to medieval times. Oh, where they sat in front of the queen and she touched him on both sides, on both shoulders with a sword. And now he's a knight and he has special privileges and blah, 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 right? But it's all a false narrative. From the fucking beginning, our royal family narrative has been a false narrative, as far as I'm concerned.
But they believe in that, Richie.
Interlinked with the church, completely inextricably linked to the church.
It'll be
to
like
the
government.
Church of Rome.
But it's like governments. People say, well, Dom, I don't believe in satanic. I say, yeah, but you have governments. And if they do, that should be your concern. So in this case, they believe in those obligation and duty. My words means a lot. Today, most people, we'll call us, the goyams, the NPCs. I don't mind being called those things because I think it's humorous. Where a lot of folks don't realize they play that and they're sincere and they're serious about that game. For us, the person could turn around and say, listen, but I don't care about it. Well, then why do you live in civilization then? You can leave. No problem. There you go. Leave your car here. Go take your chance out in nature. You want to be in a forest or a jungle? Well, no. I said, well, then better understand the rules while you're here. That's why they still respect the ideal. You have lords.
And that's the fear. That's fear that stops people doing that. Fear of being alone. Fear of life being more difficult.
Mm-hmm.
Fear of the unknown. You want to go out and not be part of society anymore. Live off grid. And harness your own energy.
If you want to. Yep.
It's absolutely possible to do it, but it's an incredibly daunting thing for even people that think they're ready for it.
Good luck
right?
with that.
Even people that think that they've made the decision, I'm going to live off grid. And then they go and live off grid and they realize, oh, shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
To actually leave humanity to do that is actually a very selfish act. Very selfish. But unfortunately, again, if you're aware, there's nothing to be fearful of. This is what it is.
I can tell you now, if you've been homeless, at least, if you've experienced real homelessness where you've actually slept on the street in the cold and the rain, and been woken up at 4 o'clock in the morning by the street cleaners and told to move on and all that, if you've actually experienced that, the idea of living off grid is a fucking breeze, mate.
Well, to be a nomad.
It's a breeze. And the idea of being a nomad is I've been watching the computer game, somebody playing the computer game Cyberpunk 2077.
Yep.
And
got the game.
But he's a nomad.
A loner.
What's it? Vincent V is a nomad, but without a clan. He's an actual loner. He's not even got a clan. And it's like in Death Stranding, right? Have you seen that? The game Death Stranding, with what's his name from The Walking Dead, the guy that had the crossbow.
Mm-hmm.
In The Walking Dead, he's like the main character in Death Stranding, and he plays somebody that is a loner. He doesn't like being around people, and he'll travel between zones, to try and reconnect the network and whatever, but it means doing it all on his own. You're just doing it all on your own the whole time.
Richie, they've done studies on people. Sorry, Richie. They've done studies where people that have been in jail and then there's like a revolution and then they're freed and they want to go back. People that are usually homeless don't realize how closer they are to non-attachment. Dare not be a person that has a 4,000 square feet house and you got like a $5,000 mortgage and you only make $2,000 a month. That's a different game. Even though you got shelter, that's a different game. And that fucks you way more than a person that says, you know something, I can't find a place to eat or basically have a shelter. I said, that's just for your ego. Your ego's going to struggle with that, isn't it? That's the game we play with ourselves. It's a reward if you actually become homeless. But I get all the attachments that we form.
Well, the desire for shelter, a comfy bed to sleep in, nice conditions to take a poop in, and the ability to cook for yourself, store food, and clean, right? Wash, because that's all I need. That's all that's more important to me than food. That's why I've managed to stay in this hostel for 4 years and lost so much weight, because just the hostel, just having the room with a private space, and obviously there's some other creature comforts here. There's the Wi-Fi and everything. The Wi-Fi is such a necessity for a connection to the outside world. I could connect with people here. Yeah, absolutely. I could go and just have nothing but 3D interactions here, right? But they're not. These people, they're not my people. Right? My people are all out there, scattered out all over the world. I've met them online, and I like connecting with like-minded people across the world. And then there's if the internet didn't exist, then I'd want to still have contact with family and friends from home and stuff.
It's always fun if you meet that person that's lived both of those extremities, live in poverty or being homeless, and then they actually make it and they have like a farm or a house or whatever. I said, which one was more carefree? Forget about being free. Which one was more carefree? The one that you obtain, most of us are trying to break in so we can actually become enslaved because our comforts have been indoctrinated in us. I'm just being honest when I talk about it. I'm not here to say, Dom, you're going to change your ways. I said, I've tried that. I've traveled. I've actually abstained from a lot of different things. But would I actually go the distance? Probably not. Now, the person that does say, Dom, I have or I will, I said, no problem. Give me some, I'm going to get some popcorn because the way I'm going to perceive what you're going to tell me is a story. Whether it's real or not, it's still a story because I'm not living it. But I'll gladly hear you. If you want to record it for prosperity for yourself. It's always funny when somebody tells me, well, Dom, I've lived this way. I said, that's nice. The word understand gives it away. But I'll hear you. It's not a pissing contest. But for a lot of people, they do want to piss. I said, okay, well, go to the Wailing Wall. Piss on that for a while if you want.
Right. Guys, I've just seen, I've been going for 7 hours, man. It probably explains why I'm feeling like this.
Later, Richie. Ciao, Mac.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to bring it to a conclusion for today. And hopefully I'll be back tomorrow. I need to go and lay down, man. I'm definitely not 100%, and feel like my fever's coming back. So I've got to go to the pharmacy and get some paracetamol, just in case, because I've gone 3 days without any, and just rode through the fever. And fuck that, I'm not doing that again. Much love. Mac, thank you for being here, dude.
No problem.
Dom, thank you. Ricardo, Dana, Nuxis, Amanda Britt's gone, isn't she? And anybody that's still here, we've got 13 people still here. Thank you very much for being here, guys. And just picture me coming back tomorrow feeling much better, please. And if you don't, if you wish for the opposite, then that's just going to reflect back on you, and in a few days' time when you're feeling shit, you're going to realise why. But yeah, much love, guys. Thank you very much.
Take care. Have a good one.
It's about duality.
Well, I'm all about duality.
She just said her name used to be Kyle. I respect it, just wasn't ready to meet the extra fork on the first date.
When we relate to each other with attentive and generous gaze, Simone Weil said, attention is the purest form of generosity.
Shut it down!